right, everyone, good morning. We are going to start with the Pledge Allegiance. Before we do that, I want to introduce, this is Lauren Shervin. She is our mayor for the day, and she goes to Sage Ridge. She's a senior at Sage Ridge. And tell us a little bit about, obviously being a senior, what is next for college? Give us an idea.
Yeah, so I'm going to be starting out at the University of Sydney in the fall, and then in the spring, I'm actually going to go to Tulane University in New Orleans.
Well, that sounds terrible. How fun. Yeah. And so we're excited. She is very passionate about international relations and government, so hopefully we won't scare her away today. So with that, I would love for you to lead us in the pledge.
Sounds good. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Calling roll for Wednesday, May 20th, Reno City Council. Councilmember Taylor. Absent at this time. Councilmember Dorr.
Here.
Martinez.
Here.
Ebert.
I believe she's
Councilmember
online.
Ebert.
Here. Can you
Reese.
hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Here. Okay, thanks.
Reese.
Here.
Anderson. Sheevy. Here. Mayor for the day, Shervin.
Here.
All right, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to head into public comment, but before we do that, we have a special proclamation for Bike Month. So who is here to kick off Bike Month? Suzanne. All right.
I don't have it.
You would need that. Here you go.
All right. So for the record, Suzanne Groneman, Environmental Services Manager. May is Bike Month, so I'm going to go ahead and read a proclamation. I am going to, before I say that, I'm going to start that last weekend we had a bike safety expo on the plaza, and we were asked if we can do that many more times. Everybody that attended was very appreciative. We gave out helmets. It was a well-attended event, and the community really loved it. Some of our bike advocates unfortunately couldn't be here today, but all right. So, our Bike Month proclamation goes as follows. Whereas the month of May is recognized nationally as Bike Month, an opportunity to celebrate bicycling as a healthy, sustainable, and accessible form of transportation and recreation for residents and visitors of all ages and abilities, supporting access to schools, parks, businesses, employment centers, and community destinations. And whereas bicycling promotes public health and wellness by encouraging physical activity, improving mental well-being, and fostering stronger connections within the community. And whereas increased bicycle use can help reduce traffic congestion, improve air quality, and support the city's broader goals related to community resilience, sustainability, and quality of life. And whereas Reno values partnerships with regional agencies, community organizations, advocacy groups, and residents to support safe and connected bicycle infrastructure while striving to improve safety and accessibility for people who bike, walk, and use other forms of active transportation. And whereas the City of Reno recognizes the important role bicycling plays in creating a vibrant, healthy, and connected community for current and future generations. Now, therefore, I, Suzanne Groneman, on behalf of Hillary L. Sheevy, Mayor of the City of Reno, Nevada, do hereby declare May 2026 as Bike Month.
Congratulations. And one note that I would like everyone to know, if you need a free bike helmet, we do have them at the City of Reno, so let's get them distributed and make sure the public knows
Yep.
that we have those available.
We do. We
Really,
have an
really
abundance.
important.
Yes. And
Everyone
that-
should be wearing their helmets.
We had a lot of, we learned a lesson, we need to order more kid sizes. We definitely had a lot of kids, and almost every parent and child that walked up said, oh my God, these are free, and we said, yes, they're
Yes.
free. We have to pay for them? No, you don't have to pay for them. So that was definitely well received.
Okay, that's great.
Yes.
So, just so everyone knows, we have free bike helmets
Yes,
here
we
at the
do.
city of Reno. Are you a biker?
Yeah,
You are?
a little bit.
Okay.
Well, if you want a helmet, let me know.
Yes, we'll get you a helmet.
Thank you.
Madam
Thank
Mayor,
you.
Madam Mayor, and
Yes.
Ms. Groneman, sorry, I just wanted to
Go
point
ahead.
this out. I don't know if you've seen these infographics that our comms team made in partnership with Ms. Groneman, but they are amazing. They go over what is legal, what isn't legal, what's considered a moped, what's considered an e-bike, a standard bike, or an electric motorcycle. So they're really easily shareable tools that we can, get out into the community about what's legal, what isn't legal. And then also an entire infographic about safety issues, what is legal, what isn't legal by unit, and what protective gear you should be wearing. So these were really, really helpful, and businesses in my ward have been pinning them up and handing them out and using them as tools to welcome people on these different mobility bikers, but also helping share the rules and asking them to have manners. So it's a really, really helpful tool to start conversations. So thank you for that.
That's been a big initiative of yours. Good job.
Yes,
Love it.
electric doesn't necessarily mean legal.
That's exactly right. Can you say that again?
Electric doesn't necessarily mean it's legal. And there are parents, that came from me after a visit to my son's school, he's in middle school, and a kid whizzed right by me on one of the electric motorcycles. And I said to the other parent, I said, gosh, that's so unfortunate, he's not supposed to be on that. And he said, why? It's electric. And I said, goes 60 miles an hour, and he's not licensed, registered, or insured, and he's 13. And he goes, I didn't know they weren't legal. I thought because it was electric, it was legal. So.
That's
why I
exactly
say that.
right. And
Yeah.
they can be extremely, extremely dangerous.
Yeah.
And we're seeing more and more of them, and especially as summer gets here.
Yeah.
It's something that everyone needs to watch out for.
So if anybody else would like those infographics, I'm happy
That's
to
great.
send them out.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it back to you for public comment.
What about National Public Works Month?
Madam Mayor, I believe we have another proclamation.
Oh, we do? Oh. I don't have it here. Is this it?
Is that National Public Works? No.
No, maybe they have it. Oh,
Travis,
Travis.
do you have it? There we go.
Travis,
Thank
you've
you.
got it. You're way ahead of us. I love it. Okay, Travis, take it away.
We got a whole bunch of people who are going to come up and read this today.
Okay, I love it. These are actually the heroes behind the scenes.
They absolutely are. We're super excited to be able to recognize the work these public works professionals do on a daily basis. So I'm going to turn this over to Cameron, or pardon me.
Hello.
Jordan.
Hi.
She's going to start us off.
Hi. Whereas public works professionals dedicate themselves to building, maintaining, and strengthening the infrastructure, facilities, and essential services that keep Reno vibrant, resilient, and moving forward, protecting public health, enhancing quality of life, and shaping a community where people can thrive and
Whereas these vital services would not be possible without the passion and commitment of public works professionals, including the dedicated teams within the City of Reno's Public Works, Utility Services, Maintenance and Operations, and Regional Infrastructure Departments, alongside engineers, managers, equipment operators, planners, tradespeople, and countless others across all levels of government and the public sector and the private sector, whose expertise ensures the safety, reliability, and continuous improvement of our transportation networks, water and wastewater systems, public buildings, and other critical community assets. And
whereas the people of Reno benefit every day from the often unseen work of these dedicated individuals, and it is in the public interest for citizens, civic leaders, and our youth to understand, appreciate, and celebrate the indispensable role public works plays in shaping our shared future. And
whereas 2026 marks the 66th annual National Public Works Week, honoring a tradition of service deeply rooted in community and driven by innovation, collaboration, and pride. Now, therefore, I, Kayla Garcia, on behalf of Hillary L. Sheeby, Mayor of the City of Reno, do hereby proclaim May 17th through 23rd, 2026 as National Public Works Week.
Oh, congratulations. But they really are. You don't get to see
Do you want a picture?
Yeah, if you guys want a picture, that's fine. Yeah, come on up. Yeah. You guys do some really cool work. You save animals, you save kids. I mean, you have some very interesting stories, Travis. So you're kind of also in the public safety realm. Wow, look at all of you. This is so cool. Good morning. All right. Yeah, good job. Thanks for coming. Yeah, yeah.
What's up, AJ? I guess he's all nervous because that'll be the first time this.
Yeah, so they like make everything happen behind the scenes, everything. Snow plowing and cutting trees and just like paving streets and painting the streets. Pressure's off. They do a lot of work, a lot of good
time.
So,
Good piece.
you know, that might be a cool thing for you to do is go to some of the departments and just like if you were in
Exactly.
because
She started taking
who is that?
intro resolve classes and Team CC.
Okay.
Yeah, she's out right now.
Yeah, she's not here.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're going to go ahead and open public comment.
Okay.
It should be noted for those in attendance that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you're called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you've stated your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. For those participating in chambers, in accordance with Council Rules 6.3.11, while in this room, please be respectful. Disruptive behavior from audience members like clapping, yelling, whistling, etc., which impede the meeting, may result in a warning issued by the presiding officer. If this behavior continues, you may be removed from chambers. If you're an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Our first public commenter today is Brian Christensen, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Sean Sullivan.
All right. Nice to see you this morning.
Absolutely. I'm happy to be here, and it's for a very good cause and a momentous occasion at the Reno Police Department. Like you said, my name is Brian Christensen. Good morning, Madam Mayor, esteemed council members, and Manager Brian, of course. My name is Officer Brian Christensen. I am the Reno Police Protective Association president, and I represent the 275 members serving the city of Reno as police officers today. I'm here today to speak in support of the confirmation of Chief Solferino. Chief Solferino has demonstrated all the traits of a great leader from day one. He came in during a time of crisis, and his first act was to listen. He asked questions, he learned about us before making any decisions. Chief Solferino also recognizes when he is not the expert in the room, and he seeks knowledge from others. But he is also a master of his craft. He has extensive knowledge and education on policing, as well as the firsthand experience to back it up. When it's time to make a decision, he is decisive, he is fair, and he is firm. He does not make decisions in earnest and is thoughtful of all stakeholders affected, both citizens and officers. Chief Solferino has also shown his priority is the safety of this community. One of his first acts was to bolster the number of officers on patrol. Not only did this boost morale in the department, but it has also had a positive effect on our community. Many of the citizens I contact daily have noticed there's more of us out there, and they have expressed gratitude for our presence and quick response. Having had the pleasure serving with some of the most elite leaders in the military, I rank Chief Solferino among them as a great leader and am honored to serve this fine city with him. In closing, I would like to first thank City Manager Bryant. She stepped up as a leader in her decision to select Corey Solferino. She too recognized the fleeting opportunity in front of us to have Corey be our next chief. I know thanks to her decision, the Reno Police Department will not only succeed, but excel in helping make the city of Reno a great place to live and visit. So I ask you all to help us by supporting Manager Bryant's appointment, as well as giving her the tools to continue to appoint more great leaders for our department. Through your continued support, I know all of us at the city of Reno will be able to come together as a team and propel this great city into a bright future. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for your service.
Terry Brooks, followed by Sean Sullivan, followed by Craig Hoffman.
Good morning, it's me, Terry Brooks again. And today I'd like to share with you my thoughts of having meals with others and what seniors go through. A lot of seniors wind up eating meals at home while they are alone, but many seniors get the chance to eat with other seniors that they've known. There are several organizations that supply food to seniors either at special occasions in town or sometimes at the homes of seniors. Some of these provide food at certain days of the week, and some of them provide food 5 or 6 days of the week. There are those who provide food stamps to people, such as the SNAP program that provides them to people. Washoe County Senior Services has food distribution programs. The Food Bank and Catholic Charities also have such programs. A lot of seniors are regularly served at some of the senior centers where seniors gather together and are familiar with those centers. There they have long tables surrounded by a lot of chairs, and all seniors are welcome in, and they seem like big food fairs. There the seniors come together just like birds of a feather, and an inside gathering such as that is especially good in bad weather. Not only do so many seniors get to eat together, but when their mouths aren't full of food, they get to share stories together. So when they're eating together, it looks like a birthday party, and everyone seems so happy like it's their own birthday party. Gathering with other people is always fun to do, and when you add food to the menu, it's even more fun to do. Not only is it fun to be with people eating food, but looking forward to doing so can put you in a jolly good mood. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today. And when I talk about eating food, it makes me hungry, by the way.
Great job, Terry. I love that. Love it.
Sean Sullivan, followed by Craig Hoffman, followed by Edgar Sierra.
Good morning, Council, Mayor Sheeby, and the room. Nice to be here in front of y'all. I have a lot of thoughts today, and I'm going to try and cram them all in. I'm making a general comment as well as commenting on item C1 regarding Mr. Solferino's appointment. I want to start by thanking Trump for enabling me to come up here and professionally do a little name calling, because that is now normal, and I have some names for y'all. It's getting kind of ridiculous. I also want to recognize that some of the council are seeming to listen to us. It's election season, and we'd like to trust you, and we will be watching. So we will find out what, I hope we can all have a serious discussion about Flock going forward. However, I'll get to why we're a little concerned about that, or at least I am, going forward. My name is Sean Sullivan, for the record. I was just back there working on these notes. I don't think I'm going to make it through this, but I'm going to try. I am also going to have to leave early. I have a school event over with my kid. So yeah, hope to expand a little bit on my comment here. I've been thinking about it all week. I didn't sleep much last night, been waking up early, and that's how Flock makes us all feel. Especially when you project this out 20 to 40 years, when the kids aren't going to be able to fart without the government asking them if they need some pill brulee. Government budgets are shrinking in general, even if only by inflation. While other departments have fleet maintenance and legally required salaries, their budgets are static. Why have we lost school programs, grown class sizes, and police are not even on the table for belt tightening, a little belt tightening? Our salaries have been flat since the 80s, and we have been making cuts. Why not the police? Us, the people. What are the police doing with our money? Pencil whipping critical training, sending 7 officers to shoot 1 black guy and themselves in the process? Thank Trump for, I already thank Trump for calling nicknames. I have one for the Reno Police Department, Homeless Harassment Department. Just let the homeless people sleep in a few locations, put up a sign that says we will not accept any liability, whatever, put a dumpster out there, and stop moving them back and forth between Sparks and Reno and spending our money on a perpetual problem that will never be solved by police. I have seen many comments where previously people got up here and got very vulnerable, hinting at past stalking, hinting at past arrests, and I'll just go out and say, I've seen Park Boulevard from the inside. There are when I was there in a cell block of about 100 people, there were about 2 white guys. And if that doesn't show you there's a problem with racism in our police force, I don't know what does. And nothing you can say will change that, because I've seen that with my own eyes. You all can probably pull up the statistics, but I can't. I've seen it, though. So with Flock, are we guilty until proven innocent? Oh, man, I'm almost out of time. Mr. Full Force Sulfurino, that's scary. We haven't seen the full force yet. What is that, 10 cops to kill 2 black guys and shoot 4 of themselves in the process? What does that look like? More Flock? What does that look like? It's scary. My kids, I'm terrified for my kids when I hear Mr. Full Force Sulfurino come up here and say, we need more money to bring the full force on the streets of Reno. And I implore you to ask the questions to his good old boys that he brought back, as well as also what he wants to do with all the rape kits.
All right, thank you.
Craig Hoffman, followed by Edgar Sierra, followed by Caitlin Dugan.
Thank you, Mayor Shivi and City Council, for allowing me to speak. My name is Craig Hoffman. I'm a college student and independent disability rights advocate and civil rights advocate. First, I'm happy to see that something was done about the previous chief. I'm a little disappointed that there hasn't been as much transparency as what has occurred, but hopefully that will come once the investigation is complete. My biggest concern is the disability rights of people who the previous gentleman was mentioning. There have been many shootings of people in Reno, of people who were disabled and could have used help rather than the police coming in and being aggressive. So I'm hoping that the city, as they move forward with replacing the chief and improving the police department and the interactions with the public, that more time is spent not only focusing on the public's mental health, but also the mental health of police officers. Police officers are not currently allowed to get help for their mental health and keep their job. That's something that should change. If they were to get their own mental health, they would be able to better empathize with the people they are working with, and the shootings that we have would become less frequent, hopefully. So I don't know anything about the Sorrentino gentleman. I hope he does a better job than the previous lady. But I just wanted to say my thoughts and make sure that everyone's aware that this is not just a public safety issue, that it is a mental health issue. So thank you again for listening. That's all I have today.
Edgar Sierra, followed by Caitlin Dugan, followed by Stephen White.
Mayor CV, Councilman, my name is Edgar Sierra. I'm the manager of cybersecurity over at the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority. I'm just here to introduce myself as part of our civic project for the Reno Sparks Chamber of Commerce. That's all I have for public comment today. So.
Oh, cool. It's so nice to meet you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
How's it going over there?
Great. And thanks for your support and everything that we do over there. Mayor Shiva, we really appreciate that.
Well, I really appreciate you guys. You do a phenomenal job. So
Appreciate
thank you. I hope you're enjoying leadership.
Yeah, thank you. I am.
It's awesome.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right, take care.
Caitlin Dugan, followed by Stephen White, followed by Alexis Marin.
Hi, good morning, Mayor Shivi and council members. My name is Caitlin Dugan. I am the senior buyer for the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority, and I am here as part of the 2026 Reno Sparks Chamber of Commerce Leadership Program to introduce myself and say hello, and thank you for all that you do.
Caitlin, that's so cool. Tell us what does that mean? You're a
Oh,
senior
my job.
buyer. Yeah, tell us like
Yes,
a little bit about what a senior buyer is.
Yes, I work for the, in the Contracts and Procurement Department, so I am responsible for issuing bids for construction projects as well as RFPs for services for the Airport Authority.
Wow, that's a big job. And
Yes.
you guys are
I'm
doing a
keeping
lot of
very
big work right
busy.
now. Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
I don't know how you're sleeping, but it's so great to meet you.
Thank you. Yes, nice to meet you as well.
You have a good colleague over here.
Yes. Thank you.
Stephen White, followed by Alexis Marin, followed by Josh Tiriot.
Good morning. Good morning, Junior Mayor.
Good morning.
This flyer I handed out to her high school, by the way.
Oh, did you?
Absolutely. I went to every high school in the entire area, handing out this flyer, inviting all of our young artists to come down and participate in Art in the Park program. But I'm here to sadly report that, you know, the way this thing has turned out, I can't really support. And I want to tell you why. I came here, you know, I built this mushroom display. Let me get it up here. And donated it to the city to be a permanent, you know, give you an example of a permanent fixture that you could put in the parks that would promote community participation in the arts, and arts have a secure place to be able to display and you know, sell their artwork. And meeting your specifications of it has to be built in a certain way, industrial standards, to be able to put up in the park and left, you know, all summer. This was never meant to be put up and taken down every day. This was meant to be put up in the parks, you know, for the entire summer as a pilot program to see if this was feasible. And if it was, and it can be changed, it can be adapted. I installed bolts in the bottom of it so it could be bolted right to the ground. It's also, I put tabs on it so it could be spiked to the ground on a semi-temporary basis, you know. But Park and Rec have decided that they don't even want to really put it up. They've decided that they'd have to put it up and take it down all the time. Well, that's never been my idea, and I'm sure it's never been yours or Naomi's idea. I thought we were going to produce these things, at least 5 of them, and place them in the parks throughout the summer so that we could have a pilot program to see if this was feasible. But somewhere along the line, and I just found this out last Friday, by the way, it turned into this thing where they're going to put up and take down displays on the weekends. I don't promote the city putting up and taking down displays on the weekend. That's a dumb idea. You haven't got the labor force to be doing that. But because they painted themselves into that corner, now it's only going to happen on Saturday, not in different parks around the city. And the park they've chosen this to happen in is Bicentennial Park. Well, excuse me, but Bicentennial Park, there are no restrooms anywhere near that park. And it's all parking meters along the parking, so artists are going to have to pay to be there. But then they put it in a location in the park where seniors are going to have to traverse over a flower bed that's about 4 feet high with a little stone walkway that goes over it in order to take their artwork out of their cars and move it back and forth. And I got to tell you, I mean, I love Nathan. I appreciate Nathan, you know, very much, working with me to write up the rules and the protocol and all this. But what they're doing, I'm sorry, it's a dumb idea. And I can't support it. I wouldn't do it myself. I wouldn't set up in that park. I can't. You know, physically, I cannot do that. And other seniors can't either. And so it's really limited access to all the artists in the community.
All right, thank you so much,
So-
Mr. White. I will reach out to you, and we will.
Please,
we will
let's talk
figure
about
out
this. I need to
a
explain to you
solution.
everything about this.
Thank you so much
give me
for
a
letting
call,
me
please.
know. We'll figure out a good solution.
Yeah. You know, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm glad you brought it to our attention.
I had to come and tell you because I can't encourage other artists to do something I wouldn't do myself, you know, and it makes me very sad. It really does. God bless you all, and thank you for supporting Norton Park. I hope your little mushroom is bringing you both luck.
Oh, thank you so much.
Good on you, folks.
Alexis Marin, followed by Josh Tiriot, followed by Tony Martinez.
Hi, Alexis.
Hi, how are you guys?
Good, how are you?
Good. My name is Alexis Marin. I'm with the Children's Advocacy Alliance. I'm their newest health policy manager, so I get to create health policy for children across the state. So I live in Southern Nevada, but I'm up in Northern Nevada this week to really understand what the Northern Nevada needs are. I was able to go up to the new Community Health Alliance location up on Neal. The president and CEO, Oscar, was so phenomenal. He informed me that this is his 6th location. And I just want to bring to your guys' attention that 50% of his clients are on Medicaid, and Medicaid is going to be having massive federal cuts. So just want to be cautious and inform you guys that the Community Health Alliance is doing really great work. And if you guys could support in any way or capacity, please do, and have conversations with Oscar. And yeah, I lead the Children's Mental Health Action Coalition. So we have people from all over the state a part of it, trying to create solutions for children's mental health. And I know that the Washoe commissioners had their strategic planning yesterday, and one of their big focuses is mental health. So just want to bring that to your guys' attention. And yeah, I look forward to having conversations with
Great.
you all.
And we're glad that you are here, because it's really important work.
Absolutely.
And that whole side of the mental health, that new addition, is from ARPA, and it was about $5 million that the city put in to launch that program. So we're excited to be part of the mental health initiative over at CHA. So thank you for
Absolutely.
supporting.
Absolutely, and if the Children's Advocacy Alliance can be a resource in any way, do let us know. We do have tons of capacity to make sure that we're also bringing in Northern voice, so it's great to be here and look forward to the agenda today.
Thanks so much.
Josh Tiriot, followed by Tony Martinez, followed by Dora Martinez via Zoom.
Good morning, City Council members, Madam Mayor, City Manager Bryant, RDA team, and RPD. My name is Josh Tiriot, and I'm a 4th Street and Brewery District investor and enthusiast, as well as the president of the Brewery District Coalition. I'm here, ironically, to support item C1 on both agendas today. And I think they coincide quite nicely. I've been active in the 4th Street corridor for about 15 years, long before it was known as the Brewery District. And I've had the opportunity to speak with many business operators in the district, as well as businesses who have interest in being in the district and operating in the district, as well as residents who enjoy visiting the district. I've heard many opinions of the area, both positive and negative. A reoccurring theme is the perception of safety in the area. I think items C1 on both agendas will greatly enhance that perception. The city has been very supportive, the business owners have been supportive, and we've all been working together for quite some time now. And I think with items C1 being supported, the RDA budget, and the confirmation of Chief Solferino, that will further advance our progress down there. In particular, the RDA programs have been instrumental in our collective efforts to restore and revitalize the East 4th Street corridor, East 4th Street corridor and the Brewery District. As more businesses move to the area, more residents and tourists visit the area, and as the university continues to expand into the area, additional investment and improvements will be exponential value to all supporters, as well as the city, as the area improves. Providing a brighter, safer, and more welcoming atmosphere to friendly and supportive visitors will have a positive impact on tax revenue, crime, and the overall experience of visiting the biggest little city in the world. So thank you very much. I appreciate the support. You have a nice day.
Thank you so much.
Tony Martinez, followed by Dora Martinez via Zoom, followed by Fleur Dawes via Zoom.
All right, Tony.
There it is. Good morning, Mayor, Council. My name is Tony Martinez, and I'm with Nevada for Vets. This is my lovely wife, Diane. 10 years ago, we started Nevada for Vets because we saw there was a need for certain items that weren't on the without the organization, so we started Nevada for Vets. We have this is our 10th anniversary. We're holding a golf tournament at Red Hawk this year. And what we do, once we raise the funds that we have made for that particular year, we figured, okay, our cost was X, we put 5% on for the next year. And what we do is 95% of all of our funds goes out to the veterans. So as you can see, there's quite a few veteran programs that we find that aren't really supported by other organizations. An example, our last year, we picked up a new program for the cadets, the honor flight cadets. We brought in 4 cadets, Reed High School cadets, to escort the honor flights on the flight to Washington, D.C. And that was one of the last things we did. And then some of the Korean vets obviously haven't been noticed in the last few years, and what we do, we invite them to our Purple Heart Dinner. Our Purple Heart Dinner consists of, if there's any Purple Heart veterans in our area, we invite them to a dinner at the Atlantis at no charge to them. Should they come outside our area, we also put them at the night. We ask them if they would stay for the night, and we also pay for that. So if they have a free evening, they have dinner and a place to sleep that night. They get up the next morning, they go home fresh and willing to drive. We have some people coming in from Winnemucca, Portola, and one of the dangers we see is if they come from Virginia City or Lake Tahoe or Portola, the 2-lane road, it scares us to death. So we say, spend the night, and it's no cost to them. We make sure that they're aware of it. When they do come to dinner, we have quite a few items, what we go through the weeds to find out from some of the vets. Some of the vets have caretakers with them. We'd like to put them in the front row, but because of their caretakers, we explain to them that we put them in the back row because it's closest to the restroom. And that makes it easier for them. They're really more relaxed. Last year, we had an individual say that he didn't want anybody behind him, so we walked behind him. So we made sure that never happened. So all the vets that we do bring in, we make sure that they're accommodated, and we give them a special seat at the dinner. We put a purple cover on the chair so people can recognize who they are and what they've done. Again, I'm the Vietnam vet myself, Bronze Star Purple Heart recipient, and my, excuse me for not taking my hat off. I forget. And so, yeah.
Time's up.
Time's up, okay. I thank you so.
First of all, thank you so much for your
Thank
service.
you so much, and we were just hoping that they might be able to help us our future growth. Thank you. Please have a good day.
Tony, just a couple of questions. How long have you been doing this?
I'm sorry?
How long have you been doing this?
10 years.
10 years.
10 years,
Are
yes,
you
ma'am.
in Reno? Mm-hmm. You
Sparks.
Sparks,
You're
Reno,
you're in
we
Sparks.
do it all around. So
We'll just say it's Reno, too.
Yeah.
For example,
We Reno,
we do
too.
25% of the Northern Nevada Veterans Memorial Cemetery. We supply 25% of the wreaths there. We supply some wreaths for Lone Mountain Cemetery in Carson City. We do the one,
Wow.
Sparks Marina wreaths, and we do the Sierra Meadows Cemetery out of Lemon Valley. And then the rest of are these smaller programs, but, you know, community for vets, we buy them lunch.
Thank you.
We have the woodchucks, which they go to the VA and they say, anybody want to learn woodworking skills? They say yes. They take them back to the wood shop. They do one-on-one, and we do not necessarily give them money, but we buy all the material for them. So it's a gift to them, so they can really have a good time. And the scooter program that we have, for example, somebody would give it to us, we get it redone, we take it and have new batteries, new chargers, we give it to another individual. That individual, we say, can we take a picture of you? If they say yes, then we take a picture of you. We come back to our office, we fill it out, and because we're a 501c, we say, okay, we had it appraised and it's worth $7,000, so we send it back to the donator and say, you can write this up on your taxes.
Well, that's
So we are just a conduit.
Yeah.
We do not charge for anything. We're, like I say, a 501c3. We have all our volunteers, and we're all volunteers, and no money comes into our pockets.
Thank you so much.
So
I
thank you
want to
very much.
connect with you, so make sure that you give Madam Clerk your contact information.
Yes, ma'am, I can do that. Thank you very
Okay?
much.
Thank you so much for your service.
Council, thank you. Please have a good day.
Okay, we won't mention Sparks. No, we like Ed too. Okay. Just kidding. All right, Dora.
Dora Martinez via Zoom, followed by
morning.
Fleur Dawes via Zoom, followed by Kevin Williams via Zoom.
Good morning, Madam Mayor. It's so good to hear your voice and members of the council meeting. This is Dora Martinez. Madam Mayor, I just want everyone to know who are listening that we should be very proud of our Washoe County. They are doing the ADA curbside accessible voting unit, and we are the first one to practice that in the state, and hopefully Clark will follow. So please, everyone, primary is happening in Saturday. Go register to vote or go exercise your civic duty. Madam Mayor, I want to thank you. This is like my third meeting this morning, and I can't see beautiful things that nature has given, but hearing your voice being so inclusive and positive is my self-care. You always seem positive and you always engage with everyone. And I want to thank you. I know it's not easy every day, and when you see the negative BS, it's just, but you are resilient. You and Nomi Dur are one of my favorite that I look forward to hearing you guys' voice. So I just want to thank you all and hope that you all have a great meeting this morning. Oh, one more thing, Madam Mayor, before I go. I was at the Las Brisas Park, the skateboard park. I want to thank people who takes care of that park and Public Works. Khalil Wilson, he's awesome. He took care of the APS, the audible pedestrian signal, and that's in the same day that I reported in. So we were safe to cross. But that park is awesome, Madam Mayor. And I just hope that people take advantage of our backyards. Thank you. Take care.
Well, thank you so much. I am an eternal optimist. It's just how I am, but I want to say thank you for all the work that you do. Many of you may not know this, but Dora is very, very busy. She serves on our Access Advisory Board, and she has absolutely changed the way that we view disabilities and implement policy here at the City of Reno. She's a change maker. I'm so grateful for you, Dora, because the work is so necessary, but you are making it happen for others. So just know we're so grateful. You're doing a tremendous job. I hope you're loving all these committees that you're on. You're a very busy woman. So thank you so much.
Fleur Dawes via Zoom, followed by Kevin Williams via Zoom, followed by Cheyenne Sauter.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Fleur Dawes, and I'm speaking today on behalf of In Defense of Animals. We are an animal protection organisation based in the San Francisco Bay Area, representing over 250,000 supporters worldwide, including more than 1,000 engaged residents in Reno. Today you'll be considering agenda item C4. It regards fencing, and I am speaking to you today to strongly urge a yes vote. Many people don't realise that as part of your recent fencing and infrastructure projects, the City of Reno achieved something truly remarkable. You successfully established an essential wildlife preserve centred around a vital year-round creek. This preserve has been incredibly effective. You have proved that it is possible to ensure public safety on our roads whilst protecting your unique wildlife. It is a model of smart city planning. Unfortunately, a newly proposed state fencing project has overlooked this preserve and threatens to block off this crucial lifeline for wild animals. While we completely support the goal of keeping residents and animals safe from traffic, this specific new fence segment appears to be an oversight that would unintentionally undo the city's hard work and cut off the very habitat that you have secured. Item C4 is designed to protect the wildlife preserve you created, and by voting yes and authorising this appeal, you are simply preserving the city's rights and giving your staff the necessary time to work amicably with the state to fix this design flaw. We would love to see you take whatever action is possible to protect your wildlife preserve and keep it open for use by all wildlife. Thank you for your proactive, compassionate work in protecting Reno's animals and our community. Please vote yes on item C4. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you so much.
Kevin Williams via Zoom, followed by Cheyenne Sauter, followed by Tara Tran via Zoom.
Hi, so this is Tanya Tavkar, and I'm taking the place of Kevin right now because he's helping me with the Zoom. So anyways, this is Tanya Tavkar, and I'm a wild horse advocate. First of all, I'm here to most definitely support the appeal to protect the Wildlife Preserve project. I would like to start out by saying a big thank you to Naomi Dewar for making this wildlife preserve for the horses. And would also like to say a huge thank you to In Defense of Animals that has come on board to help us support the horses and the Wildlife Preserve project. We need to keep the preserve. The horses will have no water without it. Blocking this water source is highest level of animal cruelty. There is no good reason to take this life-sustaining preserve away from the horses. They're not in any way of development in that area. Please support the appeal to protect the Wildlife Preserve project. As a constituent of Nevada, I will not vote for anybody anymore that does not start standing up for our horses. And I have a very huge number of friends and people I know that will also hold their vote from anyone that is not standing with the horses. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Cheyenne Sauter, followed by Tara Tran via Zoom, followed by Maya Johnson via Zoom.
All right, good morning, Cheyenne. I'm excited that you're here. And you get to tell everyone about all the cool things you're doing in the community. So this is brand new, and I don't think I've seen a model like this, so welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for the warm welcome. I'm Cheyenne Sauter. Hi, Jackie. I run AHA Projects. Sorry, I wrote something, so I'm just going to read it.
Go ahead.
I'm Cheyenne Sauter with AHA Projects. We're a nonprofit organization, and we're excited to announce a new co-working space exclusively for nonprofit organizations. We're located at 199 East Moana Lane, and it's the old AAA building, if anyone remembers.
Everyone remembers.
Yep. So AHA Connects will be the home base for our nonprofits. Over the past 2 years, my team and I have done a full needs assessment of our nonprofits and what's needed most. And what we saw here is similar everywhere, right? The government does so much to fill the gap to help people support themselves. And then industry and companies come in and they only do so much based on the rate of return of investment that they can get. And so nonprofits sit in that middle area. It's how we show up for our community. It articulates that care that we all love. And so we think that the nonprofit industry needs that strength and needs to be elevated in importance and in funding and in all of the things. So we were able to bring this building online with the help of a beautiful, beautiful donor. I'm gonna put a map of the building up. So this is our space. We have 6 office spaces here. We have ideation spaces, co-working spaces here and here. And this is a 90-person conference space that can be divided between the two. We have a classic boardroom and then a 300-person flex event space. We also are developing a slew of programming and educational resources and coaching. So we're going to be able to be the back office for a lot of nonprofits. Nonprofits are started by passionate people, and then quickly they realize, oh no, I'm actually running a full business.
Yeah.
So we do fiscal sponsorship where we're able to kind of take on that bookkeeping component and take on the administrative, manage the compliance, the state filing, the end of year tax return, kind of the whole full scope so that they could be out in the community providing the services and providing and fundraising and raising awareness. So this space is going to be really a home base for our nonprofits because we think nonprofits deserve nice things.
Yeah, I love that.
You know, it's a really beautiful building. So we're doing a preview opening on the 1st of June in the morning at 8 a.m. And then on the 4th of June, we're going to be open to the public. Nonprofits are welcome to celebrate from 3 to 6 p.m. that evening. And I have a flyer that I'll leave behind for you guys. And we've also emailed them out, but we'll make sure it gets on your radar.
This is so needed because a lot of nonprofits are so small that they just don't have the budgets to find spaces or obviously get services that they need, especially bookkeeping and all those things that you say you realize all of a sudden now you have a business.
Right.
And you have reporting requirements, and there's so much to do. Anyone that knows runs a nonprofit knows how challenging it is. So really, you will be the backbone for them and sort of champion them and all the good work they're doing in the community. It's so needed. It's
And get
what
them
a
out there.
great.
Because
Yeah.
I was an ED 10 years ago of a very small organization, and at 2 a.m. I'm doing QuickBooks when I should
Yeah.
be developing my donor list and how I'm going to put this gala together. You know, and so it takes that kind of quick administrative stuff off their plate.
I love it. Cheyenne,
Yeah.
how can people get in touch with you, like online?
Yeah, so AHA Connects is ahaconnects.org, or it's AHA Projects, AHA-projects.org. Our website is fully functional, and it talks about all the service that we're creating, and it's constantly evolving because we say we're like water. We try things, and then once the water amasses, that's where we focus. So we didn't know we were going to be doing coaching, but when Black Wall Street organization called and said, we need help building the capacity, we said, okay, we're going to have biweekly phone calls to talk about what it means to pay yourselves. How do we get you there so that you can get a salary instead of just piecemeal throughout the year? So that coaching is really where the water was going, and so that website's always going to be evolving to respond to how we're responding.
Well, thank you so much. We look forward to seeing all these nonprofits grow because of your work.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And I know you guys can't make it June 1st, so let's schedule a walkthrough with all you.
Love it.
Cool. Thanks.
Tara Tran via Zoom, followed by Maya Johnson via Zoom.
Hi, City Council. This is Tara. I just wanted to speak once again to the budget and the policing that you have consistently prioritized over all other services. On May 1st, over almost 200 people came out to the streets and shut down the streets in opposition to the allocation of $9 million more to RPD. And on the following city council meeting a couple weeks ago, dozens of people spoke out against the flock contracts and this misuse of funds. And instead of speaking to it in any meaningful way, you asked Mr. Solferino, hey, do we actually need that $9 million? And he said yes, and he said, well, that's good enough for me. $4.5 million for an entire new fleet of cars. $4.5 million for contract negotiations. I'd love if you could speak a little bit to that contract negotiations, because we've already discussed the absurd amount of overtime that RPD is clocking, the amount of money that these officers are getting paid that is completely disproportionate to the benefit that they offer to our community. And so it just sounds like you didn't really give us an answer about why things like the CAC were purposefully left to rot so that it could be removed. Other services, contracts with RISE, outreach services, shelters, housing programs have been cut in favor of increasing this police budget. In addition to all the concerns about the flock cameras, you once again just asked Mr. Solferino, hey, are those good? And he said, yeah, they make us more efficient. Well, what does efficiency mean if you are only ever increasing the police budget? If flock cameras actually made their police force more efficient, maybe that means that you could have less police officers. But that doesn't seem to be a discussion, even worth having to you guys. I think that the concerns that your community have are very real. People are dying because of it. Somebody mentioned the absurd amount of proportion of people that are being arrested by your police force that are Black and Brown community members. Mr. Solferino was against AB 236 that requires trainings for racial profiling and de-escalation, trainings that your last officer obviously did not do, trainings that may have prevented the death of Michael Johnson Jr. And so I think that if anybody is going to be in the police force, I would like them to show that there is some concern for the community's concerns, right? That there's concerns for reducing these incidents. And I'm not seeing that, and I don't think your community is either. So before you approve this budget, can you at least give us a little bit more than lip service and asking the people who are asking for money if they really want the money? because that's a little insulting given the myriad of reasons that have been presented. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Maya Johnson via Zoom, followed by Brynhilda Dore, followed by Audrey Bucola.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, this is Maya Johnson for the record. I just wanted to reiterate some comments that I submitted in writing yesterday for the benefit of anyone, including the audience, who may not have had a chance to review the full contents of the document packet for item D5, the live entertainment pilot program. I encourage City Council to approve this ordinance. I think it's a step in the right direction. I think in general, including this, we should move away from including a political decision in the approval process for private activity like opening a business or building a structure. I hope that we will adopt clear and consistent standards so that everybody knows what's required and there's no uncertainty in the process. They can just meet the requirements and they know that they can do that. We don't have to have people coming here and having to make a case for themselves and argue with nearby residents. Just set the standards, let's do it. I know that some people have expressed concerns that we don't have the capacity to enforce public order around late night entertainment, but I do understand that we have budget issues. I do understand that we have staffing issues, but I think it's a dangerous mindset to say, well, we can't do that because we don't have the staff. We don't have the budget. We can't do it. That creates a downward spiral where we're basically just saying no to everything because we don't think we can do it. And then we just don't really have a city because we're too afraid to do anything. So I was really happy to see this draft ordinance. I really hope that it passes and that the city will do everything possible to make it a success. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Brynhilda Dore, followed by Audrey Bucola, followed by Chelsea G via Zoom.
Hi, City of Reno. My name is Brynhilda Dore. Sorry. Well, I personally am just a citizen of the city, a gorgeous, radically pro-transgender female, here to say not only what I've already said, but what's to be stated next. I am demanding a balanced budget. I, as a constituent of the Society of Nevada, disagree with a $9 million increase to RPD. Instead, I insist we reallocate the police budget better to support any or all of these ideas. It's a list. Childcare services, veteran services, housing assistance, and resources relevant to housing assistance, unarmed mental health response, public health care assistance, public health in general, community spaces, parks and recreational spaces, people with disabilities. We should be really trying to invest in systems for them. People experiencing homelessness, environmental stewardship, arts and culture, maybe fund systems to assist people with a name change, personally me. Fund systems of care, fund systems that end oppression, because if you think slavery died in 1900 whatever the F, you are mistaken, because we have documented evidence that the United States prison system was only ever created to convince the masses that they're at risk of possible threats, blank, 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 whatever that threat may be, okay? Well, many wouldn't be in danger or in harm's way, especially if we as a nation had a more democratic and less fascist regime running our systems of government. So with all of this being said, I pray you all have the days that you can while being complicit. So, enjoy the days you deserve. Peace and love, kittens, peace and love. I guess I have a little more time, so I said you're complicit because following suit instead of being proactive yourself in regards to how you as a city council are responsible for the livelihoods of this city and then some, as well as how you as a city council and its members can take initiative in regards of how the well-being of all those said livelihoods you can impact and you control the outcome of that impact. Thank you for your time. Please develop some proper empathetic moral values. Bye.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Audrey Bucola, followed by Chelsea G via Zoom.
Hello. Hi, my name is Audrey Bucola. I spoke the last few meetings, so you might recognize me. I'm a resident of Ward 2. I'm here out of my concern as a Christian for human life and dignity. In line with this, I urge you not to vote through the proposed increase to the RPD budget. They have proven themselves corrupt, they are mired in scandals, and they have faked the trainings that their budget is supposed to buy. More money is not going to fix that. I urge you to invest especially in nonviolent responses to mental health emergencies. When someone is in crisis, a group of armed cops circling around them and shouting commands is of course only going to cause them distress. And when those officers fake their less than lethal weapon training, as they did, they end up just murdering that suffering person when they break under the pressure and fear that those cops apply. This is what happened months ago to Michael J. Johnson Jr. He did not have to die. He was murdered by the particular cops who shot him in the street, but he was also murdered by this city's priorities and by this council's priorities. You all say you want to prioritize public safety. Public safety is a huge talking point in this election, and I care about it personally. I want our city to be safe. But corrupt killer cops do not make our city more safe. They make it more dangerous for the most vulnerable of our neighbors and friends. The idea that safety can be gained by simply giving RPD more money is completely misguided and dangerous. You cannot just keep throwing bullets at things and hoping it will fix something. Put that $9 million into nonviolent mental health response. Put it into community development. Put it into parks. Put it into building a new shelter. Many cities have brought down their crime rates just by keeping libraries open longer because people have a place to be. All of those things are proven to actually prevent crime and make cities safer. All more cops do is make the more vulnerable among us less safe. If you approve that RPD budget increase, you will be paying to kill more of our black and brown siblings. You will be paying to kill more of our homeless neighbors. You will be paying to kill more of our friends suffering from mental health crises. Put that money somewhere else. Thank you.
Chelsea G via Zoom.
Howdy, y'all. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Sure. I just want to say thank you. I appreciate all the work that y'all do as city council members. It's got to be hard. I have a comment about the RPD budget and the drama surrounding the recent firings. Still learning stuff. I'm confused on why those individuals were fired. I am not able to find a report, news, or city related to why that occurred. Looking at the proposed budget, I see nearly $9 million proposed increase to an already $122 million allocation to RPD. I like reading white papers. It's my cup of tea, and I can find several white papers, studies on how education directly impacts and lowers crime rates. It's just weird to me that we're not seeing the value of education and after-school activities to essentially keep teens, kids off the road, off the streets, rather, whatever, to reduce crime, as well as other methods to support people who don't have support otherwise outside of education. Coming from Austin, Texas, we had pretty dang bad gun violence over there, and APD, Austin Police Department, a lot of the times would use non-lethal rounds, but they were aiming at heads and faces, causing major damage to folks at protests. And I would love to think that this city values its residents and its education and science, that if we can invest into education, after-school programs, community college programs for those who've aged out of K through 12, would do a good thing for the community, and summer programs as well to keep kids busy. I would have loved something like that as a kid instead of not. That's all I got for you today. Again, I appreciate what y'all do. It's a hard job. I see it. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional live public comment. We did receive 4 comments, which were general in nature or not directly associated with an agenda item prior to 4 p.m. yesterday, Tuesday, May 19th. These comments were written correspondence received via our reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office. Copies of these have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on reno.gov/meetings.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to hand it over to City Manager Jackie Bryan. Do you have any updates on the agenda before we give it an approval?
I do. I have a lot. So are you
Okay.
ready?
All right, everyone.
After approval of
pen
the
and paper out.
agenda and approval of the minutes, we will move into Charlie 1, C1, ratification of Chief Solferino, at which point we will have a quick recess for swearing in, assuming that ratification is approved. Then followed by item D1, Delta 1, the DRP annual assessment, followed by D7. Then we will do City of Reno budget adoption, APWF, C3, C4, and then the remaining items will be in order. There will be an attorney-client meeting at lunch. One thing, let's do consent poll and pulled consent items. We'll do consent poll right away and then do pulled consent items at the end of the agenda, if that works for everybody.
Okay, so where do you want consent?
We can do it immediately after approving the minutes.
Okay, so we'll, before C1, we'll do
Correct.
approval of consent.
Thank you.
That would be good to get those waiting.
Thank you.
On their
And
way.
on their way. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
All right.
Madam Mayor, I'll move
Thank you
to
so
approve
much.
the agenda as identified and give you the floating opportunity to move items out of order.
Okay, thank you so much. I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. All right.
Madam Mayor, on item A51, I'll move to approve the regular council meeting minutes from April 22nd, 2026.
All right, thank you so much. I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. All right, good job. Okay, heading into consent agenda items, I'm going to ask council if there are any items they would like to pull. I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Dewar. Go ahead.
None, thanks.
Nothing,
Councilman
Madam
Reeves.
Mayor.
Councilman Taylor? None. Vice Mayor Anderson? No. Councilwoman Ebert?
None, thank you.
Okay,
To
thank you.
approve the consent item as posted.
Thank you so much. I have a motion to approve. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we're going to head into item C1. And I do see some people in the House that I'd like to recognize. The Honorable, he rolls his eyes, Judge Scott Freeman, who I've known for many, many years, way before my life in politics. Nice to see you. And then I also see Sheriff Darren Balaam. I call him my wedding crasher. We actually have been known to crash a few weddings. We walk in, they're like, who are you? But thanks so much for everything, and it's nice to see you today. We also have some very special guests. We have Corey Solferino's wife in the house, and she is also one of our very best. Thank you for being here. And this is your beautiful daughter, am I right? All right, nice to see you. Thank you so much for being here this morning. Okay, who do I hand it over to?
Do we have HR in the house? We will,
Monica's standing up.
there we go.
All right, come on up, Monica. She's like, okay.
Today, we're just here to go ahead and ratify the appointment decision for Corey Solferino. If we could have Chief Solferino come up, please. I guess I don't need HR.
No, this is your item, so we'll send it to you.
It is mine, so it is my pleasure to put before you for ratification Mr. Corey Solferino as our next Chief of Police. He has done a tremendous job over the last 9 weeks, taking over in a very difficult time. I want to thank the sheriff again for his support and for all of Washoe County, because I realize that was a loss. Acting Chief Solferino, thank you for the time and commitment that you have made to this community. I expect that we will continue to work together to improve community service, community policing, to improve public safety, to continue to uplift and take care of the individuals who work for the Reno Police Department. And I am honored to present him for this council's ratification.
Okay. Is there anything that you would like to say, put on the record?
I would, Mayor, if you may, Corey Solferino for the record. Ladies and gentlemen, Mayor Sheevy, thank you, council members, City Manager Bryant, all of our distinguished guests, Judge Freeman, Chief Crawforth, Sheriff Balaam, and all the other law enforcement and professionals in the room, thank you. Most importantly, the City of Reno and the men and women of the Reno Police Department, thank you. Truly humbled today. Today's not about me. Today's about our community. Today's about the men and women of the Reno Police Department who have continued to answer the call every single day. Over the last 11 weeks, I've had the privilege to work alongside an incredible group of professionals. I've watched officers, dispatchers, professional staff, supervisors, and command staff continue to serve this city with courage, professionalism, resilience during a very difficult time. They have solved crimes, they have protected our neighborhoods, they have comforted our victims, and they place themselves in harm's way for the betterment of our community. Their commitment has not wavered, and I want to ensure that that is recognized, that despite some of the unsettling things that have happened and have occurred in our community, their commitment has not wavered. They continue to answer that call. As your chief of police, my commitment is simple. We will not spend our time looking backward. We will focus on moving forward together as a community. We will continue to rebuild that trust. We will strengthen our legitimacy, and we will ensure that this department remains accountable, transparent, and connected to the community we've served. I've had the opportunity over the last 11 weeks to attend and sit in several council meetings. I read social media, I read the paper. I'm not ignorant to what's being talked about in the universe, and I have heard their calls, and we will work to be better. We will work collaboratively with our mayor, our city council leadership, community partners, and our residents to ensure our officers and professional staff have the training, equipment, and resources they need to thrive in today's environment while continuing to provide exceptional service. I also ask that our community to rally behind the Reno Police Department like they would their hometown team. These are your officers, your dispatchers, your professional staff. They are homegrown public servants who care deeply about this city and about the people that live and visit here. Over the coming weeks, months, and hopefully years, I'll work tirelessly to ensure that this department is one the community can trust, support, and be proud of. I thank you for this opportunity, for your trust in me, for my mentors and leaders within law enforcement, Sheriff Balaam, Chief Crawforth, all the men and women that wear the badge, my family, for your faith in me. I feel the weight of the world, and I will not let you down. Thank you.
Well, it is my honor. I would like to make a motion.
Madam Mayor, we do have public comment on this before you do that. I'm so sorry. We have Zach Young and Mark Pritchard. Zach?
All right, Zach, come on up.
Good morning, Mayor, Manager Bryant, council members. My name is Zach Young. I'm the Washoe County Assistant District Attorney. I supervise our criminal division. On behalf of Washoe County District Attorney Chris Hicks and our entire office, I want to offer our support for the ratification and approval of Corey Solferino as the next chief of the Reno Police Department. Chief Solferino has a distinguished law enforcement career spanning decades of service to our region, to our community, touching a broad range of assignments and responsibilities. That breadth of knowledge, that breadth of experience is critical to effective leadership in a police agency. Chief Solferino has always prioritized public safety, justice, and truth. On a more personal level, I have known and worked with Corey since 2007 when I came from the Carson City DA's office over to Washoe. First as deputies at our respective offices as we investigated and prosecuted crimes, and then as we both promoted through the ranks more policy, office direction, broad brushstroke, general principles. We have spoken on the phone countless times. We have sat on working groups countless times. We've been in meetings more than I would even like to count. In his short time as the chief, these last several weeks, we have continued to talk, we have continued to work together, and it's always with the goal and asking ourselves what is the best thing for the community. What I have particularly, and this is important to me, What I have particularly appreciated with Corey, about Corey, is his eagerness to communicate. He has called me to ask questions, to give me heads up, to talk through issues. I've never had an instance where I've done the same to him and he has not picked up the phone. That includes daytime, that includes middle of the night, that includes weekends and holidays. He is always present, he is always dedicated, he is always thoughtful, and he is always serving. Through his willingness to communicate and collaborate, we've seen very positive, very tangible developments with respect to law and order here in Washoe County. His commitment to justice and the well-being of our community is impressive, and in my humble opinion, it is very obvious as well. He takes ideas and puts them to action. He gets things done. Corey will be a great chief. I'm happy for him. I'm happy for his family, and I'm excited for what he brings to the Reno Police Department. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. It's so nice to meet you. I know your amazing wife.
She knows you as well. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Mark Pritchard.
Madam Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council, my name is Mark Pritchard. For the record, I'm a resident of Ward 6 in Reno. I have three concerns I'd like to address with respect to the choice of Acting Chief Corey Solferino as permanent chief of the RPD. First, the process whereby the number 2 officer in the Sheriff's Department became acting chief and now the permanent chief has lacked transparency. I'm not speaking of the subject of the investigation of the former chief and her lieutenants. I understand why it was confidential, and everyone now knows anyway because it was reported by independent media, and thank God for independent journalists like This Is Reno and others. I'm speaking of the process by which Officer Solferino was chosen, first as the acting chief and now the permanent chief. There was no search, no chance for the public to give input, and as far as we, the public, know, no criteria by which the gentleman was evaluated. Was he compared with any other candidates, or were unknown factors the primary reason for this choice? We don't know. Officer Solferino is being thrust into the role of permanent chief as a fait accompli. The citizens of Reno need transparency in this process and every other choice the council makes. This opaque process by which a powerful figure in the Sheriff's Department suddenly becomes RPD chief suggests another concern. Clearly, with officers from both departments currently responding to problems in the city, the line between RPD and the Sheriff's Department seems to have broken down. And my question is whether this is by design. Is the ultimate goal a single metro police department like they have in Las Vegas? Will the citizens of Reno have a choice in that matter? Will there ever be transparency? Finally, I have concerns about another dividing line, the line between local law enforcement and federal agencies. Given his close personal relationship with the chief of the Reno ICE office, will the mayor and the council set limits on direct contacts between RPD and ICE, especially with respect to the immigration status of people who have been arrested, investigated, or accused of crimes? Those are my concerns. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
All right, Madam Mayor. In addition to that, we did receive 4 comments associated with this item. They were 4 letters of opposition. Those have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are a part of the record.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Before I make any motion, I would like to send it back to the body if there are any comments that you would like to put on the record. Councilman Reese, you're the first up with your light on. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. It's certainly an important day. A couple of things before I get started in my comments. First, I want to thank Acting Chief Solferino for bringing Sean Garlock and Wayne Yarborough back to us in the last several weeks. Having known both of those gentlemen, it's been a very smooth transition, and I don't think that would have happened without the both of you, so thank you for that. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak today. As you likely know, I spent a lot of time around police officers and their families over the years. But I wanted to say 10 weeks ago, we really needed someone to step up here at the City of Reno. We found ourselves in sort of an unprecedented space, and that space really required someone of action to step into a difficult time, and not after a national search, not after months of interviews or a committee, which we might normally have gone through, and I have been through that process several times, but we needed someone now. And we needed someone steady, someone experienced, and someone who already understood Northern Nevada in a way that most people will never understand. And I think we found that person in Corey. I am someone who is sort of a trust but verify person. I have had the privilege of knowing Corey for more than 20 years, along with his wife, and seeing them in somewhat different and difficult circumstances at the time as well. But Corey came to us, of course, from the Washoe County Sheriff's Department, where he served most recently as the undersheriff, second in command to Darren Balaam, who also is a great leader and tremendous person. Thank you for being here, Sheriff Balaam. He's also a proud graduate of the University of Nevada, Reno, go Wolfpack, and a man who spent his entire career in this valley serving the people of this region. When we asked him to step into this job, and when Madam Manager really was trying to figure this out, I think it was a challenging point, and certainly he could have said no, but he didn't. And I don't think it was on his bingo card. I don't think it was on any of our bingo's card. But during the last 10 weeks, I think they've told us a lot more about the decision that Madam Manager made. I've had the opportunity to speak to a number of folks. I appreciated the the Washoe County District Attorney's Office for being here today. That was very gracious and kind. But I will tell you, I also had a conversation with Evelyn Grosnick, who is our public defender. And let me tell you, she's a huge fan. And the truth is when you have people on both sides of the criminal justice system who can both say this is your person, that's a pretty impressive thing, and certainly it carries a lot of weight with me. There was a quote that I found when I was thinking about what I wanted to say today, but it says the first responsibility of a leader is to define reality, and the last is to say thank you. And I think from day one, Chief Solferino, you have done that. You have gone to the folks in the department. You heard the chief, the president of the RPPA come in here earlier and say that it was a pretty incredible thing that you came and asked for their opinion. And Madam Mayor, if I may just finish my comments. And I think that judgment that you had to exercise on day one, and the judgment to go out to our law enforcement community and really ask for them to trust you in this difficult time, I think took a lot of judgment on your part and courage. I think too, you're hearing, and obviously you've said you see what is written, and you do what we should none of us do, which is spend our time on Facebook and Nextdoor and Reddit. But that's how people communicate today. And I think what I hope you'll hear from community members is while there is a great deal of trust in the safety of this community, there is some trust that has to be rebuilt, and that will be, of course, incumbent upon you and your leadership to reach out and across different kinds of barriers and political spectrums, because I think everybody does want the same thing, which is a safe community. Some people disagree about how to get there. And so for my part, I think that you also know that I've spoken to other folks who maybe would have a reason not to be real supportive of you, and you have some friends among those people as well, because it's an interesting thing to be in elected office when people want to talk to you about all measure of things. I think you're the right person for the job. I'm excited for the opportunity to work with you. We absolutely have work to do in the area of community-based policing, mental health response to crises, our surveillance technologies that are becoming challenging is something we've already talked about. But I do feel like you're an excellent decision by the manager, and so I'm grateful to have her here today and to watch this unfold. We'll see how it goes with my colleagues.
All right, Councilman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. And I want to first thank you, Councilmember Reese, because I could not have said it better. And you obviously prepared and thought about your remarks. Mine are more from the heart and in the moment. I had an opportunity to meet Acting Chief Corey Solferino at a coffee shop and to chat about where we've been as a city and where we wanted to go, and the challenges that we've faced and how we've overcome some of them and how so many remain. generally in the entire area of policing and building relationships with our community. And I was so impressed at that first meeting. I think it was probably planned for 30 minutes, and I think it went well over an hour and a half. When I get going, I have a lot to say. But in this particular case, he was so open and responsive to hearing what I had to say that it made me want to say more. And even go back to I've been here 12 years, go back to the very beginning of my tenure here, all the way up to today, or when I met him. And I just have to say I was so impressed. I am so grateful, speaking about thanks, I'm so grateful that you agreed to come over in this acting role, and that even more so that you have agreed to step up and take this position. There is so much riding on this particular position. The entire community looks to this as a reflection of the city council, of the city as a whole. It is something that what you do reflects on all of us. And I am very confident that you are going to show up well for us, that you are going to represent us well, and that you have already inspired the command team that you have selected. You know, I know in particular Mr. Garlock, and I couldn't be more impressed by the people that you're surrounding yourself with, which in my mind is a great mark of a leader, is to pick people that also see the vision, that can communicate well, and that you can entrust to carry out, you know, your vision and really importantly, our vision for how police should operate. I think that throughout the day, we've heard comments about the police and the relationship, and I think every one of those has to be taken seriously. If people feel that way, then those issues need to be addressed, whether it's flock cameras, ICE, or whatever the issue is. We have to listen responsibly and respond responsibly and try to earn their trust. So I thank you for your attention to detail and your willingness to step up and represent us. So thank you so much, and I'm fully supportive of this appointment. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Councilwoman Anderson, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for bringing your beautiful family. The first thing I want to say is just really to acknowledge Manager Bryant and everything that you have led us through. Really, you have made a lot of very important, difficult decisions on our behalf, and it's all been in service of improving trust, re-earning trust, and leading us through these changes. And I just want to acknowledge that it has not been easy leading people through change. Humans don't like change, the smallest and the biggest changes. And for a scenario that we found ourselves in the city of Reno with such a tricky and important issue, it's our law enforcement, our peace officers, the people that we trust to keep us safe, the people that we trust to feel better when they arrive. You made this decision to protect the city at large, and I am so grateful for you. I was born and raised here. It's not hard to look at, there's probably 40 people in this audience that I could have called and asked about your reputation, Mr. Solferino, and I did. I called people here, I called people out of town, and I just want you to know that I'm just going to summarize what most people said. They mostly said that if you find yourself in a place that you are going to have to hire a new chief of police, I will judge you if you let Mr. Solferino walk out of your department. So thank you for that leadership. It is very difficult to take a moving, serious body of humans that are interacting with our community in the worst moments of their lives and earn their trust on day one, and you did. That comes from people that are within the department and also people that are from your old department. Thank you for allowing us to pull him over here. I'm very excited about your commitment to communication and leadership, and I know you're going to make us proud.
All right, Councilwoman Ebert.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say, I know this has not been an ideal process for anyone. None of us wanted to be in this position. And there's just a lot of ways where things could have been different. And something I've learned on my short time on council is that even if you do everything right, things can still go wrong. And we did go through the recruitment process, and the full interview process for the appointment of Chief Nance. And we've now gone a different direction, and we've had the opportunity to have, 2 months at least kind of trial interview process. So I think we're really lucky in that regard to be able to have that with somebody before offering them the opportunity to come on to Team Reno. I think that's really a great thing to have that we don't always get an opportunity to do. And I know that there are definitely areas where we need to improve, and we need to work with different advocacy groups and different stakeholders, and work on just different improvements. But for my community, the people that I represent, they've been loud and clear with me that they need additional traffic enforcement. We have a lot of speeding. We have a lot of car accidents that become fatalities because of speeding. And I know that Chief Solferino, one of the first things he did after we had our phone call was set up a traffic enforcement operation, and there was 77 tickets written in 2 hours, and that shows, one, that we desperately need enforcement in my area, and two, a willingness to really jump into the job and be responsive to the needs of the ward. So based on my experience, I'm really hopeful that that same attitude will apply to the unique areas of support that all the wards need. So I'm just grateful again to have that response to the needs of my personal community that I represent. And I'm hopeful that the people that are rightfully upset with things that have happened in the past will be willing to have constructive conversations to help us collectively be better. But I also want to stress, and I know I've said this at every given opportunity, I don't believe that our PD should be the catch-all for all problems. I think that we do need to have mental health people that respond to certain types of calls. I do think we need to not use our PD as a catch-all. I don't think that that's fair to anyone. So I do want to see more collaboration with the people that are bound by NRS to actually take on those responsibilities, so that we don't have unfortunate outcomes like we did with the shooting. So those are my comments. Sorry if I've gone over, but thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
All right, thank you so much. All right, Councilman Reese.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I just have one brief additional comment, and that is I wanted to speak more directly to the men and women of the Reno Police Department. And Chief Solferino, you said in your opening remarks that it was about looking forward. Right. And certainly you had Mr. Christensen here today, and sounds like great support there. RPSAE, I think, as well, has indicated support. The truth is these men and women are, of course, the backbone of what you do. What I've learned from both you and Sheriff Balaam is that it can sometimes be very lonely as a police chief or the sheriff, and a lot of heavy weight falls on your shoulders. Please understand that the men and women want for your success. Of course, today there's often this honeymoon period that goes on, but those are the folks who have answered the call, as you well know, and certainly I'm not telling you something you don't know, but I want them to understand I'm grateful for them. The last 10 weeks could not have been harder on them. They're still, I think, hurting. There are a lot of outside factors that are weighing heavily on the law enforcement community. And so I want them to understand that we also are here to support them. And certainly our decision today and our decision about the ratification of your appointment is about them, right? It is less about you than it is about them. Yes, we expect you to be the leader that we know and believe you will be, but also we want to make sure that they come home safely to their families each day, that our community feels safe, cared for, and comforted. And I think that you have the unique position to make that choice about leadership. And again, it is about looking forward, and I'm grateful to it. I'll also say I kind of think you look better in blues than greens, but I don't want to get in trouble with my friends over there on the back wall. But it's certainly nice to see you in that uniform, a different one than I'd seen you in the past. So congratulations, kudos to you. I'm excited for our vote.
It's funny that you said that because I said to Mr. Solferino, I said, well, you could always wear blue and green on the bottom.
No.
Can you imagine? He said, no, no, no. But I do want to address Mr. Solferino. Look around this room and see your brothers and sisters here supporting you. And so much of that is based on your integrity and your willingness to listen. That was the first thing. I was in a grocery store and I didn't know this young woman, and she came up to me and she just said, I want you to know I was so touched that he listened to me, he talked to me, looked me in the eyes, and it made me feel like they were seen. And that's exactly what should be the standard, is that they should be seen. And I really want to thank Sheriff Balaam. Thank you so much. This has got to be a tough one. This has got to be a tough one to lose. But I want to say your leadership was tremendous. It was an incredibly difficult time. It's a situation that you never, ever want to find yourself in, and it does erode the trust of the community. And I want to say thank you for bringing back the integrity. It is your authenticity that I think is so remarkable, especially in a space that's very, very hard, especially on the challenges that you face every single day as a department. And you said to me, Hillary, we are not going to arrest our way out of the most difficult situations. It's going to be bringing in more services and helping people and truly putting the community first. That is the first time that I've ever heard that from a police chief. And so I just want to say thank you so much. On behalf of the Reno City Council, I would be honored to ratify the appointment for Mr. Corey Solferino to be your next Reno Police Chief.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. Yes, okay. We need to take a quick 15-minute recess for swearing in. Madam Clerk is going to do the honors. We have your beautiful family over here. And also, I hope your parents are incredibly proud. Oh, they're right here. Hi, your mom. Hi, Mom. Nice to meet you. And this is Dad. Look how dapper Dad looks, and Mom looks over here. Why don't you come up? Please, we'd love to see you up here with your son. Whatever you guys want to do. All right.
Hi, I'm Monica Kirch. I am the Director of Housing and Neighborhood Development for the City of Reno. The Rapid Rehousing Pilot Program is a program that the City of Reno started in coordination with Volunteers of America and the Reno Housing Authority.
Programs like the Rapid Rehousing Pilot Program are important to Volunteers of America because it gives us an opportunity to catch individuals who are otherwise potentially falling between the cracks as far as services go.
The Reno Housing Authority assists nearly 15,000 Washoe County residents through its traditional housing programs, yet we know there are many more who need assistance. The Reno Housing Authority supports the Rapid Rehousing Pilot Program in two ways. The first way is through a financial contribution to support half the salary of the service coordinator who works directly with clients at Village on Sage. The second way that we support the program is by ensuring that clients are on one of RHA's wait lists prior to being housed at Village on Sage.
The program is new and we just started housing people within about the last month. We have several folks now staying at the Village on Sage, working with a service coordinator.
Partnerships like this give RHA the opportunity to assist more families outside of our traditional programs. And it's these innovative partnerships that create a stepping stone from temporary housing into long-term permanent housing.
So specifically, this program works with individuals who are on a fixed or low income who can't afford, and they're eligible for a housing voucher, but they still have to take the time to wait for that voucher. So it allows us to support them in that intermediary time frame so they can stay housed and have access to services. I know specifically with this program, a lot of our folks are coming directly from the street and haven't had a rental in a very long time. Specifically, Mikey hadn't paid rent in over a decade. And so it was really exciting for him to come to the office with his money and just celebrate that new experience that he got to have.
Hi, I'm Mike, and welcome to Village on Sage. We're, come on, let's go look around. There's this, yeah, oh. Here, welcome. And this is what we get. I got a brand new television. It's an Element. This is one of the finer televisions. You're welcome to bring your transportation inside with you. Nobody cares as long as you keep it neat and tidy. What can I tell you? The door's open, the train's right there, you know. So if you like trains, excellent. And this is where all the magic happens. This is where the happiness, you know, where we come to ground out. And this is just where, you know, we can be ourselves. I know it's cold out there. It's cold, and you don't want to be homeless in the high desert. Guys, if you don't have a room, you want to get a room, think about Village on Sage. I know it doesn't look like all that from the entranceway, but you never judge a book by its cover, right?
The Village on Sage Street is ideal for the Rapid Rehousing Program because we're in a transitional setting by means that they're month-to-month units, so they have their own space where they can find and build their comfort and also build community while having access to a multitude of supportive services.
The program service coordinator ensures that clients receive the assistance they need as they transition out of homelessness and into Village on Sage, and then ultimately will help them navigate through RHA's admissions process. The program also helps clients prepare for permanent housing and the adjustments that they're experiencing as they move out of homelessness and eventually into permanent housing.
My hope for the future of this program is that we get folks housed and off of the street and they're into safe permanent housing that they can afford in the long run.
RHA hopes that clients assisted through the program can find respite from living on the streets and ultimately find long-term, safe, permanent, affordable housing.
On top of just having a unit here at the Village on Sage Street of their own, they also have access to community resources. Those resources include a community fitness room, a conference room, community lounge, a mail room, computer room, on-site laundry, and on-site vending.
Unit here at the Village, they're $555. So in this instance that somebody can afford $300, the program would fill in the $255 monthly, and then that would keep them housed until their permanent unit came open. That would be subsidized to the amount of money that they make.
RHA is always looking for opportunities to fill gaps in the affordable housing landscape, and it's a partnership like this where 3 community agencies came together to do just that.
Volunteers America is grateful to have the opportunity to partner with the City of Reno and Reno Housing Authority to run this pilot program and provide additional housing for folks who are on a fixed income and otherwise waiting for their permanent housing.
Community can support this program through donating to Volunteers of America or making donations to the City of Reno. We have had a donation from some of our local housing champions of $20,000 that is going to help extend it a little bit also. So Those are the two ways that folks can get involved and make donations to keep this program going.
Hello and welcome to On the Agenda, a semi-monthly podcast by the City of Reno that quickly updates you on actions taken at the recent council meeting and checks in with various departments to keep you up to date with happenings within City Hall. I'm AJ from the City of Reno's communications team, and with me, as always, is Reno City Manager Jackie Bryants. Hello, Reno City Manager Jackie Bryants.
Good morning, AJ.
We are on the 8th episode now. Are you feeling good about this? Are you feeling like we have an award-winning podcast?
Well, I don't know about that, but we have a podcast.
We have what one council member described as great background noise.
We do
No, they
have
didn't
great
say
background
that.
noise. Something to do on your ride to work.
Exactly, yeah. So before we get into today's topic with our guests, we are going to look at a few action items that were taken at the June 11th council meeting, which is the last one now for, I believe, a month, because they're going to be on a break for a few weeks, correct? Is that
Very precious 4 weeks.
so? What were some things that happened at council?
So, two things I want to highlight. One is that council approved some sponsorship funds to help a variety of different special events get going, for one, the remainder of this fiscal year, which ends June 30th, and two, for next fiscal year, which begins on July 1st. A couple of them that I'd like to point out are the Leprechaun Race, a Boneyard Blast, the Rock Reno Half Marathon, and the Reno Ecstatic Dance. There are over 35 that were supported through room tax funds, an amount not to exceed $299,000. The other thing that council did is they heard a presentation from Lance Ferrado, our business licensing director. And we talked about whether nonprofit organizations should register with the city of Reno. Currently, there's no registration requirements at all if you're a nonprofit, and sometimes that presents challenges, particularly around land use approvals, where we don't know that there's a nonprofit next door to a perhaps a dispensary that has submitted an application, and maybe it's a child care daycare or something like that, and we need to really know where these nonprofits are, what they're doing. And then we also provide a lot of services to nonprofits, and sometimes nonprofits don't pay a property tax or other taxes that pay for services such as police and fire. So that conversation kicked off. It will be another 6 to 9 months before anything comes back to council on it.
So if you are a part of a nonprofit, you definitely want to pay attention to that. If you want to read more highlights, you can always do so on our website at reno.gov/news. During this week's meeting, council also heard a presentation on the conclusion, sine die, as they say, of the 83rd session of the Nevada legislature. So joining us today is Government Affairs Manager Nick Saccone to provide us a quick overview of the presentation. Hello, Nick. Welcome to On the Agenda.
Hi, AJ and Jackie. Thank you for having me on the show.
Is that what it is? Sine die? Is that how it's?
Nope.
No.
Sine die, and also it's
Sine die.
Listen. Wow, I just messed this all up. You know what? We're Instagram friends. I should have known this. Really, I should have. I'm so sorry, Nick. So since I've messed up your name and I'm just ruining this whole introduction for you, Nick, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you do for the city and what your title
Sure
means.
thing. So I'm the Government Affairs Manager for the City of Reno. I've been working for the city for about 4 years now, but as our Government Affairs Manager, I'm the main advocate or lobbyist down in Carson City. When we're looking at what kind of legislation is happening down there, what kind of legislation we proposed. We have council direction, we've got the strategic plan, and we've got our city council adopted legislative platform, so that directs kind of what I do. And I'd say a large part of my job is educational in nature. Many of the things that the legislature tackles impact cities, and not every single legislator has previously worked at a city or represented a city. So a lot of it is teaching them the ins and outs of working at a city and how that might impact Reno residents' lives.
So you definitely you have to get into all the bills. You have to know how they affect us in all kinds of ways, not just like, oh, hey, this is a cool law that we're doing. Like, how will it affect fiscal challenges and whatnot?
Yeah, I'd say with my job, I have to be a jack of all trades, which also means I'm a master of none. But thankfully, we've got a great team of bill reviewers that let me know how it'll impact, let's say, public works, if there was some kind of change to prevailing wage monitoring.
Well, that makes sense. So let's get into this. So why does the city devote time and staff to monitoring legislative sessions? Like, how does it support our priorities of public safety and housing?
So this session, there was 1,200 bills. We tracked about 500 as having some kind of impact to the city of Reno. Those can range from, like I said, changing how a department files paperwork with the state to allowing or authorizing cities to have more control or discretion at the local level to have those kind of conversations.
Bosma part, I
I
think.
know.
I know. I was like, who's Britton Bosma?
I know.
Congratulations.
Good morning. I got lucky. Everybody left.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
By the way, Britton just recently was
I
married.
just got married.
And that makes my heart so happy.
Me too. Me too. Yeah, so good morning, everyone. Good morning, Madam Mayor, Junior Mayor, City Council, and staff. Yeah, I got lucky. The room cleared out. But yes, and for the record, my name is Britton Bosma. Today, I'm here to represent, I'm a small business owner within the Business Improvement District. I am the president of the Riverwalk District, also within the boundaries of the Business Improvement District. And I'm an owner of a condo in the Arlington Towers, also within the boundary of the BID District. So I am here today in favor of item D1, which is the Downtown Reno Business Improvement District, also known as the Business Improvement District, aka the DRP. We've done a lot in the last couple of years, so we have morphed and changed. I just wanted to start off with some actual facts because unfortunately there were some things that went out to us owners as the Arlington Towers that were not factual, and so it got kind of away from us as owners and tenants. So we did get information that was incorrect, and I think it's a lot of the letters of the 25 folks that wrote in. So I wanted to get some stats on the record that were correct. The assessment rate for the DRP has not been increased at all this year. In fact, it was lowered by the board 2 years ago, and it remains at that lowered rate. The Washoe County total assessed value increase for the Arlington Towers parcel translates to an average about 3.8% for an assessment increase through the county. So the average annual assessment fee for Arlington Tower condos is $242 or $20 a month. Premium sidewalk frontage for the parcel is divided equally among all the units and equals $14 for the units. So that's, I just wanted to get that in case because I got things and it was a little miscalculated and it scared me. And so I went and reached out and got the items back. So allowing the Downtown Reno Partnership to continue and grow allows them to continue long-term solutions and best practices that will help all of downtown, including our districts, our businesses, and above all of our citizens. We have had an astronomical increase of our unhoused populations, and we have to have a service. We just talked about it with RPD. We have to have another service that's helping these individuals. The DRP was created for safety, period. Number one, clean and maintenance. And that's what we're doing. That's what they continue to do. And with this increased homeless population and unhoused groups of people, that's who has to interface with them. Otherwise, we are arresting ourselves out of a problem that does not get fixed that way. So with that, I just wanted to remind people that they're helping all folks of the downtown. And if you're a tourist, if you're a citizen, if you're a resident, you come here and that is a heart of any city. And so we want to put forward not just a marketing thing or a branding, but we really are safe and clean and we keep the core of the city, something that we should all be proud of and that we all feel safe walking through at night. So I am in favor. I have been in favor and I will continue to be in favor of this incredible organization that fights for our city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
There's no one else registered.
Oh, and thank you to RDA, who's on the agenda today for the banners with the Riverwalk District. They seem small, but they take a lot of work, you guys. And so it took us, I want to say thank you to Rachel and to Brian for the banner.
It's so funny. They go up, they look beautiful, and people have no idea how much work those take. No clue. They just look beautiful, and you think it's so simple. It takes a lot of work. Okay, Madam Clerk, any
No one else registered.
Okay, then I'm going to put a disclosure on the record. Fellow city council members and Madam Clerk, this item involves Josh Hicks, an attorney for McDonald Carano. In my private life, I've retained Adam Hosmer-Henner, a partner at McDonald Carano, to represent me on a civil matter unrelated to this item. That is pertaining to a GPS tracker found on my car. I have sought guidance from the city attorney's office. As a client of McDonald Carano, I've been advised that I may have a commitment in a private capacity to the interests of McDonald Carano pursuant to NRS 281A.065. For the record, any action that I may take on this item would not be reasonably affected by my client relationship with McDonald Carano. McDonald Carano is a very large law firm. This item has nothing to do with my civil case. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and put it on the record for this meeting pertaining to this agenda item. And then I'm going to send it over to Councilman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, fellow city council members, Madam Clerk. I serve on the board of directors of the Downtown Reno Business Improvement District. Item D2 involves the DRP's annual assessments and public hearing for objections. City Council appointed me to serve on the DRP board of directors, so I have a per se commitment in a private capacity to the interests of the DRP pursuant to NRS 281A.0656. In addition, I am a bid ratepayer and I have a pecuniary interest in the assessment. The DRP provides clean and safe services that would otherwise fall to the city to provide. Because the DRP's interest goals and operations closely align with the city's interest goals and operations, my commitment in a private capacity to the interests of the DRP would not clearly and materially affect the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position to warrant abstention under NRS 281A.4203. While I have a pecuniary interest in the assessment, the resulting benefit or detriment accruing to me will not be greater than that occurring to any other member of the bid or similar rate tier. The fact that I am a ratepayer will not impact my ability to impartially review and render a decision upon these agenda items. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other disclosures? No? Okay, moving right along. Mr. McCardle, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Mayor, council members. Brian McCardle, Revitalization Manager. So the item before you is fairly standard on how the bid assessment is completed every year. This is the third step in the process before it gets sent to the recorder. This is an opportunity to hear complaints, grant hardships, and approve the assessment that gets sent to the recorder. So I do have a presentation prepared, but I would ask if you would like to see a presentation on this item.
Mr. McCardle, I don't require one, but I'll ask my colleagues. Okay. Madam Mayor, I move to adopt the resolution, grant hardships to those presented.
All right, I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Actually, Madam Mayor, where's the clip? Sorry, let me go back. I apologize. The motion is 3 parts. Excuse me. It is to dispense of the objections and complaints, grant the hardships, and allow the assessment roll to be sent over to the county recorder as a resolution. So if a motion could be for that.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilman.
Mayor, my motion was substantially similar, but I'll read this into the record for the record's sake. I move to approve the resolution of the Reno City Council dispensing with certain complaints, protests, and objections made at the public meeting on the assessment roll for the City of Reno, Nevada Neighborhood Improvement Project, otherwise known as the Downtown Reno Business Improvement District, ratifying the cost of the project and confirming said assessment roll and assessments therein, including the 3 hardship exemptions, to authorize the recordation of properties to be assessed in the office of the county recorder together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Second.
I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
No? Okay, thank you so much. All right, everyone.
D7.
We are heading into D7. By the way, I want to congratulate Kristen over here. She just received the award for Women of Achievement. So we're very excited for her. Look at how red she's getting. I love it. She is, she's getting so red. But she is also the proud mama of Peanut. Yeah. And Peanut is a little internet sensation. And she does a lot of work for our homeless animals throughout our city. And I want to just say thank you so much for loving these animals and doing the work that you do. And a lot of you guys
guys do too, so thank you.
Well, I'm just grateful for you, and congratulations on such an honor. It's awesome.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
All right, you girls. Thanks.
Bye.
Take care. Okay. We are heading into item D7. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, we do not have any public comment registered. We did receive one comment associated with this item as neutral or concerned, and that has been distributed to the Reno City Council.
Okay, thank you so much. Hi, Angela.
Good afternoon. For the record, Angela Foose, Assistant Director with Development Services. This is a bit of a unique one because the city is involved as the applicant. The Redwood Place abandonment was part of the Mill Street widening. If you've been on Mill Street within the last year, you are very well aware of what's happening. We're widening sidewalks, we're putting in a new intersection, lots of things. As part of that design, Redwood Place, that area in yellow, is going away. So the land that was once a road is no longer going to be a road. It will be split and go half to each side of the property. With that, a new alignment, and it will be signalized, will be taking place. So this will better align with everything happening at the Reno Sparks Indian Colony, excuse me, out in off of Golden Lane, and better align with the activity of trucks coming in and out, trying to get from Mill Street to Market Street. So Redwood Place is no longer needed. This is just a simple step in the process that's already taken place from a construction perspective. Timing-wise, again, for the last couple months, we've done all the underground utilities, all the paving, the widening of the sidewalks. In June, so in a couple of weeks, the project will be done. This is a formal abandonment because it is a city right-of-way, so we do have to go through the formal abandonment process. And the recommendation is before you.
Great, thank you so much. I was explaining to our future mayor right here what all this means. She said, tell me exactly what happened on the last item. And so I was trying to explain to her about assessments and things like that. But anyway, okay, Councilman Taylor?
In my private life, I work on this project. It is not going to impact my vote.
Okay, all right. Councilwoman Dewar, you have your light on?
Apologize.
No? Councilwoman Ebert, your hand's up. No? Okay.
It was up from a while ago. I'll take it down.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Mr. Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to thank our planning development staff along with RTC with all the work that they've done to work with our partners and the Reno Sparks Indian Colony to make sure that we have a better, safer conditions for pedestrians in this area and improving traffic fluidity or the way that it moves flowing over there. So I would be happy to make a motion to approve the proposed abandonment subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Second.
So I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Can I just say, I love this dress. It is Pretty Woman, and I'm loving it.
That's the look I was going for.
I love it.
Prostitute.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Well, Angela, it's awesome. It's beautiful. I love it. Okay, here we go.
Mayor, can I make a recommendation? I don't think we're quite ready for lunch yet. Can we move on to item D2, City of Reno budget adoption?
Yes, let's do it.
Ms.
Okay,
Van Buren is
Madam-
on her way down.
Okay.
And so she'll be here in about 1 minute.
Madam Manager, may I, just for the good of the order, do we require a staff presentation on the budget
I don't believe we
today?
do, but I want to make sure that she's here in case there's anyone that needs questions. We've talked about the budget ad nauseum at this point. We have a balanced budget. I've said that a gazillion times. I'm going to keep saying it.
All right. Do any council members have any questions for?
I do
I'd
not
like a
require an
presentation.
additional presentation.
Pardon?
I'd like a presentation, please.
Okay, hold on. She's coming down, so give us a minute. Okay, what else? Is there?
I'll go ahead and tee up C3. Keystone disposition will be next. We're going to hold C2 to not before 2 p.m. So if the staff for Keystone C3 will come on down, that'd be great.
All right. Mr. Ricardo, long time no see. With that being said, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
I thought we were waiting
Wait,
for
sorry,
Ms. Van Buren.
Madam Manager, do you want to do C3?
Yeah, I thought we were.
I'm good with doing C3 right now,
Let's
if you'd
do
like to, since you're ready and we're waiting on Ms. Van Buren.
All right, let's go. All right, any public comment on item C3, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We did not receive any public comment on item C3, and we do not have any registered.
Okay, sounds good. Take it away, Brian.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Brian McCardle, Revitalization Manager. The item before you is to proceed with the property disposition and setting the fair market value for 264 Keystone. This is a piece of property identified in the property plan adopted for this fiscal year. Part of the process of disposing a parcel is setting the fair market value. And the question before this body is, would you like it to see this property go out for public auction or for RFP? And so again, I do have a presentation prepared if you would like to see it. Yep. So how this aligns with the strategic plan is fiscal accountability. The city would receive the property sale funds into the general fund of this site, as well as the potential to have the site contribute to some sort of economic benefit for the downtown area. The site is located off of Keystone, just north of 2nd Street. It is connected right next to the retrack train trench. It is APN 011-350-30. This was identified in the 2025 property plan to be sold. It was recommended that the property go out for RFP in that adopted plan. The way the city's process works is we must go and get 2 appraisals to establish a fair market value. So we received 1 appraisal that was about $2.4 million. The second appraisal was $3 million. We take the average of the 2. That sets a fair market value of $2.67 million for this site. The site is currently vacant, but it was formerly used as RPD's evidence and forensics location and storage. I think at one point when I was in high school, it was this inside skate park, if anyone remembers that. But it is vacant. It does need some repairs and maintenance. I believe a new roof is required to put on this building. In the 2025 city conditions report, if you were to go through and bring this up to current conditions, create office space with flooring and walls and HVAC, it would require about $8.8 million in improvements to bring this building up. But right now it is currently vacant, and it does need some improvements if it were to stay in the city's property plan. That's the wrong map. So there's 2 ways the city can sell property. One is through public auction. If the public auction route goes, the bids have to start at the highest appraisal. So that would be the bids have to start at about $3 million. Those bids are sealed and they're opened at the council meeting. And then anyone in the audience can give an oral bid at the time when it's presented, but it must be 5% more than the highest bid offered. That's the public auction route. The second route would be to sell this through potentially an RFP under an economic development or redevelopment purpose. Under that scenario, the council may decide to sell this property for less than fair market value, as long as it's being used for some economic development purpose that is allowed. But before doing that, it must accept the fair market value, that is the item before you today, and adopt a resolution that it is in the public's best interest to sell this property as a economic development benefit and for potentially less than fair market value. And so the option before you today is to accept the fair market value and decide whether the right path forward is through public auction or RFP.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Good information. All right, any questions? I see Councilman Taylor.
Oh, I was ready to make a motion if there's no questions.
Just one question for you. So you said that you start the bidding at about $3 million?
If you go the public auction route, I believe NRS dictates, this isn't city policy, it's NRS, that the public auction bids have to start at the highest appraised value. So if someone offers less than $3 million, that bid wouldn't be accepted.
Valid, okay.
Right.
So they would have to start at 3?
Correct.
And even if it's just one person? Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
Per NRS, that's
Got it, okay.
how I interpreted it.
And then you're gonna go out for RFP?
That is the decision before this body today.
Yeah, okay. I have a question.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you so much. Mr. McCardle, I suppose because we've had questions before about whether we should go out to auction or whether we do an RFP, I haven't heard a staff recommendation either way, but I am concerned on 2 fronts. One is if we go out for an auction rather than the RFP, the risk is that we don't get to control what ultimately comes to be built there. And so I need to know what the zoning is, in part because we have the Keystone Data Center, which is a near-ish this, and it is a jarring sight to see based on the zoning that is appropriate there. And so I wouldn't want someone to think that this was an opportune time to sort of slip in and grab this parcel for the $3 million at an auction, and then they stand up a data center. And then really, I'm just using that as the example, not that that's what would be built there, but what is the zoning?
Yep. Thank you for the question. So the zoning is, I believe it's mixed-use downtown northwest quadrant. As far as I know, it does not allow data centers. So the zoning line goes right through Keystone. So the data center across the street was in a totally different zoning district. This one, being on the east side of Keystone, is in the downtown zoning area.
Well, and that's what makes people so frustrated, right? Because they're not seeing the maps that we look at from a planning perspective. They're just seeing a neighborhood, and they're seeing a lack of like integrated thoughtfulness about what's there, right? And so it's sometimes hard because we say, well, that's zoning, and then they're like, well, we don't know what zoning is. So it's part of the process of our educating the public about it. I suppose for my part, I haven't yet heard what staff's recommendation is, but I am interested to know if you have a recommendation, or if it's just let's let the council see what they want to do.
And to answer your first question, if you do go the public auction route, you cannot decide what you would like on that property. Going the RFP route, you can be a bit determinative on what you would like to see and what price you would like to get for it. But public auction, you accept the
Understand. And so I guess, is this area an appropriate area for, say, someone to come in and bulldoze the current existing building, which needs a considerable amount of repairs, and then put up affordable housing for seniors? Is that a possibility?
It is a possibility. So I would say if staff had any recommendation, during the property plan, it was recommended that we sell a few parcels, but this one specifically go out to RFP because the opportunity is so broad that it might be worth it to see what people's proposals are, whether it's a warehouse, housing, affordable housing.
And your office would be the one who prepares the RFP process, meaning you would identify who it's getting sent out into the universe to and post it in the legal places?
Yes.
Okay, so I suppose for my colleagues' benefit, I lean on that side of these two choices, because I just think it allows us to control the ultimate outcome, and it may be that someone comes forward with affordable housing, which we desperately need. Again, I'm not strongly suggesting that the other option is not a good one, just simply that it seems like we might be able to control what's there if we go the other route.
Okay, Councilman Dewar, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. What I was wondering about, and I don't know if I thought you were doing, would you call it an RFI, like a request for information? Is it actually, you're asking people if they'd be interested and what they'd be interested in doing?
This would be straight to RFP. There wouldn't be an RFI or an RFQ. This would be straight to RFP, similar to how we've done RFPs on other parcels, specifically for development.
Well, are you asking for our desires as to ultimate outcome here? I mean, are we just saying anything goes and we'll see what the proposal is? Or, I mean, you said,
yep,
this is something you can control, and yet I'm not sure I'm seeing the control a moment.
Most of the RFPs we've done, in the RFP, it says any idea for this property will be entertained as long as it applies by the zoning and it is financially feasible. So any specific use, if they can show that they have a good use of the site and that they can show that they have the ability to actually build that, it would be eligible, and then the RFPs would drop before this body to decide
Can I interject, please? Mr. McCardle, isn't it possible to take council's feedback at some point and put that information into the RFP, kind of like a two-step process? Should they wish to do an RFP, you could say, thank you, I'm going to come back with some ideas. You can tell me whether you like them, you don't like them. You can incorporate that into the subsequent RFP. That might then get to the heart of the matter.
I don't know, like, I don't want to delay things, but I was curious because you made an argument that going with the public auction process didn't give us any control. But on the other hand, you're implying we have some control. But on the other hand, you're saying they're just going to submit on whatever they want to do. And in other RFPs, I recall, we've given some guidance, like we'd like to see affordable housing, or we'd like to see retail, or we'd like to see, a daycare. I mean, whatever it is, when are we supposed to say those things?
We'll certainly take we'll certainly take your direction now.
Okay.
Whether you want to be prescriptive on what you would like to see at that site.
I'm just going to be clear. I don't have strong feelings about what I would like to see, but I wasn't really understanding your your distinction between these two processes, and if and when there's something coming back. Would we just say we like it or we don't like it? What if 2 or 3 come back? And they're within a close proximity of money, like one's 2.6 and one's 2.8 and one's 2.2, and they all have different ideas? Or is it assumed that we're going to take the highest proposal, or can we say, well, this one's lower, but it would provide a community benefit? I mean,
My apologies. If you choose the public auction route, they don't have to disclose what they would like to do with the property. Essentially, you are selling it, and whoever the highest bidder is, you sell it to. And you cannot dictate what that site would be.
I see.
Under the RFP route, if we got 3 proposals or 10 proposals, assuming they're eligible, some threshold of eligibility, we would bring all of them back before this body, and you get to decide which you like at whatever price you decide.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I see a green light on it over there. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Yes, I just wanted to share with my colleagues here that I support the RFP portion of this process because it's in the downtown envelope. And that's all I have on this.
Okay. Councilwoman, just one question. I assume because that building is, when was it built? It's old.
Oh, I have that answered, 1967.
Okay. Do you think that's a tear down?
I heard a yes. I heard a yes from the
someone
audience.
over here. Yes, I think it was Carrie Koski, yes?
Yeah.
With
It
that
is. It is
being
possible.
said-
This building is. It's been Frankensteined over the years. It's part office. It's been sort of 3 warehouses, sort of built into one. Probably hard adaptive reuse.
Okay. What would be, maybe you know this, Carrie, what would be like the square footage if someone were to do a new build?
Well, the land is 52,000 square feet. The building on site now is 26,000 square feet.
Okay. Wow, it's pretty large. Okay. Okay.
Large. It's 1 story, so it has we would say a low floor to area ratio.
Yeah.
If you want dense, that would be adding floors above.
You could do housing. Okay. All right, thanks so much. I'm going to hand it over, Councilman Taylor.
Thank you. If my teammates, colleagues don't have any strong feelings, I would like to see it go out to RFP and see what comes in, just because the site is probably pretty difficult. It's right next to railroad tracks. Fun fact, it was actually my office when I did the retract project many moons ago. So that would be my motion. I move to accept the appraisals establishing the fair market value of the property at $2.67 million and to dispose of the real property at 264 Keystone Avenue, APN 011-35030 through an exception to public auction, and direct staff to commence with issuing an RFP to solicit proposals.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we're going to jump right back now to item D2, City of Reno budget. Vicki Van Buren, hello. Okay. All right, give us a brief presentation and we will move along.
Thank you.
Thanks so
Madam
much.
Clerk, can you open the public hearing?
Madam Mayor, can you open the public hearing?
I sure will. Madam Clerk, we will now open the public hearing. Was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given. No correspondence was received, but we do have one public commenter online.
Okay, great.
Tara Tran and C. McComb.
Hi. I just want to speak a little bit more to this budget. Obviously, it's very important to me and many members of my community. I would really like to hear you guys give serious discussion to not increasing, not giving a full $9 million more to RPD. I hear that they need $4.5 million for all new cars. However, to my understanding, almost $2 million was paid in just paid administrative leave in the last year. So I have a feeling that they could maybe find somewhere to scrounge up that money. And as our city council, having seen that police should not be the catch-all for all of these situations, that we cannot arrest our way out of homelessness, out of, any of these issues. I really implore you guys, if you want to restore trust in your community, to allocate some amount of that money towards alternative evidence-based solutions to housing, to mental health, to homelessness. I mean, really, I'd like it to go anywhere, but I'm just going to propose you take 2 million of that money and open up a request for unarmed outreach services, right? And see who comes up and where you can allocate that money. I know that you guys rejected the Building Lasting Outcomes of Community Care and Unarmed Mental Health Response Pilot Program, run by community health workers. That was proposed for $500,000. Relook at that. If you can give $4.5 million for new cars, maybe, and everything that you're doing right now is not working. My proposition is that you actually give real effort into exploring alternatives that are backed by evidence. Look at the data, right? Like giving people housing, connecting people to low barrier services, keeps people off the streets permanently, shuffling them back and forth, kicking them off one street and then another so that their caseworkers cannot find them, cannot actually help them. It doesn't help. And you know that, and we know that. Your community has been very loud and clear about this distrust that we have, and I know that you hear that. And if you want to build that trust, you have an opportunity to show that you are listening. I know you're not going to meet this demand of not increasing the police budget $9 million, but please give us something more than lip service. Thank you.
C. McComb via Zoom.
Hey y'all, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Hi, how's it going? My name is C. McCombs. I've been at the City Council a lot recently, talking to y'all about the reallocation of the police budget, and I just want to remind you about, like addressing the needs of your constituency. We've come out, in like large numbers nearly every week, and totaling about hundreds of people now, not only organizing outside of City Hall, but coming inside and engaging with you about reallocating some money from the police budget in order to put it into, like community first responder programs and other things, public parks, anything else that, is evidence-based solutions. And has tons of data to support. It's working, and I want to just remind y'all about how you can kind of hold the police accountable for the mass amounts of even corruption that exists within city government today. I mean, I don't need to tell y'all that people are rightfully upset. They were left in the dark about what was going on with the police for months and months. Amidst all the corruption, amidst them not doing the training that, again, you guys promised that they would do. These were the terms of the contract. We said we need the police to stop killing Black people. And you said, okay, we're going to mandate that they go through trainings in order to learn how to not kill Black people. And guess what? They weren't doing the trainings. So what are y'all going to do to hold them accountable? I think this is, like right now you're letting them kind of run buckshot over the entire city. I don't know if you know this, but Reno, Nevada kills Black people at a rate 6 times higher than it kills white people. That's double the national average. You guys need to rein them in. It's your responsibility to do that. And one way you can do that is by cutting their budget and putting it into community first programs. Thank you so much for your time. I really, really want you guys to think about this. Give it some thought. We witnessed the kind of discussion you had with the acting. I think he's now the actual, chief of police. But and I saw you not, asking him if he needed the money. And he said, yeah. And then going, okay, sounds good. It's like you guys have to hold the police accountable, in some way. And a way to do that is to reallocate the bonus that you're going to give them. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. We do not have any additional public comment at this time.
Thank you. Director Van Buren.
Thank you. Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance for the record. Good afternoon, Vice Mayor and council members and Madam Mayor. I'm sure she's listening in the back. Before you today is the budget hearing for the fiscal year 26-27 budget. We call this the fiscal year 27 budget, but this is kind of the formal name there. I'll be going over the changes between the tentative budget that was presented to you on May 6th and the final version before you today. And I just have a few slides. I have 10 slides in total, so bear with me a little bit. They're going to be very brief. The strategic plan and the budget are directly connected because the budget provides the financial resources needed to implement the strategic plan. The budget identifies what you want to accomplish, and the strategic plan identifies what you want to accomplish, and the budget determines how those objectives will be funded and carried out. The tentative budget was filed with the Department of Taxation on April 15th and presented to council on May 6th. The total citywide budget proposed for fiscal year 27, including expenditures, transfers out, and fund cash balances, is $989 million. The general fund total expenditures and transfers are $335 million, with a budgeted ending fund balance of $48.6 million, and that equates to 15% or approximately 2 months of operating expenses. Special revenue funds shown here include the street fund. The enterprise funds have the building fund and the sewer fund. And then the internal service funds, just as a reminder, are risk, workers' comp, medical, and fleet funds. No change to this slide, just a review that there are 2 new proposed positions for fiscal year 27 in the Information Technology Department: a network analyst paid for by the street fund and a systems analyst for the sewer fund. These 2 positions will support cybersecurity and critical infrastructure needs in street and sewer operations. This slide shows a difference between the tentative budget that was presented on May 6th and the final budget as presented to you today. The final budget reflects updates received after the April 15 filing, which included final allocations for some grants, the community development block grants, some cost sharing information for Tum Wharf, and then the SRF, the State Revolving Fund bond that we just closed on April 15th, or April 23rd, excuse me, the bond interest for that. So that's information we received after the tentative budget was filed. We also had a couple corrections that were made in the street fund and then the sewer fund for items that were discussed at the budget workshop on March 4th, but they were omitted from the tentative document and should have been on there. So on here, you'll see a cross on special revenue funds. Those are the changes that I mentioned for the CDBG final allocation and the street fund correction. And then enterprise fund, that's the sewer fund, those corrections, and then also the final allocations that we received there. The fiscal year 27 general fund budget has been balanced by a combination of reducing expenses, increasing revenues, and using one-time savings from fiscal year 26. Total revenues for fiscal year 27 are projected at $331 million, and fund balance is being used to cover the remaining $4 million gap to balance the budget. General fund expenditures are budgeted at $335 million. Expenditure reductions were achieved utilizing zero-based budgeting, vacancy savings, 35 frozen unfunded positions, and use of one-time funding for capital and foregoing additional contributions to long-term liabilities. Capital improvement projects are proposed at $142 million. The majority are sewer and street infrastructure programs, as shown here. And again, this is the same information that was presented on May 6th. Council gave direction at the May 6th meeting to make 2 changes to the fee schedule. Reduce the land use appeals fee to $250 and removing the consumer price index increase, the CPI, on the sanitation franchise fee. These changes have been incorporated into the final version before you today. And with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm glad to answer questions.
I'm prepared to make a motion. if you're ready to entertain one.
Yeah, are there any other questions from the body? Councilmember Ebert, do you have a question?
Yeah, I do. You know, we have a lot of public comment regarding what's happening with Reno Police Department and the budget. Can you just go over a little more specifically what those funds are for with regard to the fleet vehicles and the other items in the budgets for in that category, please?
Councilmember Ebert, I just want to make sure that you were asking about the additional $9 million towards the RPD budget for FY27. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, approximately 50% of that is required due to the CBAs for increases to staff, and not the number of staff, but to the COLA adjustments. And then there was a
contract negotiation.
correct.
Correct.
Yes. So
Yeah. Okay.
that's required. And then, Vicki, can you remind me what was the amount that we allocated for fleet to repair cars that we didn't have last year, but we've added it back in this year?
The other portion that there was for the fleet fund, and so we did not fund any replacement vehicles last year as in the current year, actually, current year we're talking about. That was one of the items that was removed in order to balance the budget. For fiscal year 27, we are funding fleet replacement, and so that is a big portion of that increase. So it's between the collective bargaining agreements, which we are required to do, and then the fleet replacement program.
Okay, so the fleet replacement program, just for people that, you know, maybe weren't aware, that was something that we deferred for last fiscal year because we just couldn't make it work in our budget. So now we're kind of playing catch up, correct, with deferred maintenance and maybe fleet replacements with that money?
Yes, that is correct.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Is there any, what we would consider like new types of expenses being paid with that budget?
I'm Vicki Van Buren for the record. I'm not aware of anything new.
I think
Christina's
Christina has
coming
an
up.
answer. There might be a 1 or 2% increase related to something. Christina, what was that amount?
In our budget, Christina Rodriguez for the record, Reno Police Department Administrative Services Manager. Nothing in our budget is new. There are some things in our budget that previously grants had paid for when we were piloting them that we really appreciated what those equipment or software had to do for our department. And so we then put it into our budget. Those are new things, but they are not new programs, and there is nothing brand new in our budget.
Okay, so there were some comments earlier about cameras. Can you explain if that ties into this new budget cost for RPD?
I'm not.
Councilmember Ebert, was the question that someone indicated that the $9 million increase from FY26 to 27 included an increase in cameras? I believe, is that your question?
Yes, yes.
And then, Ms. Rodriguez, do you have an answer to that?
I would actually ask Fleet to come up because I believe there would be cameras built in to the replacement vehicles, so.
But not flock, I think is what they were getting at.
Correct.
Correct, thank you.
Okay, so I thank you for those clarifications. I just really am looking to have transparency for the benefit of everyone, really, especially the community. There's a lot of just kind of mistrust, honestly, happening. So I want to make sure that everybody knows exactly what's going on. And I think this is why it's so important to have presentations and have discussion at council. I know there's been so many public commenters discussing things with Reno, the RPD, and I know we've had at least one town hall in my ward, and I think we need to be as responsive to these public commenters as we have been to people making comments about data centers. So I really would like us to, as a council, to agendize the discussion of RPD and how we are going to do things different. How we are going to ensure that mandatory trainings are going to be completed, how we're actually fulfilling those promises to the community. Because I know none of us intended for things not to be done correctly, but we need to earn back some of that trust. And I think we're in a good position now to do that, but we have to have that transparency to build that back up.
Thank you, Councilmember Ebert. It looks like you're about a minute and a half over. I'm gonna check
Oh,
with the
sorry
body.
about that. Thank you.
No worries. I'll go back to you if you have any other comments, but I just want to double check with the rest of the members to see if there are comments. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you so much. And I don't know if Ms. Rodriguez, you want to come back forward. Look, this conversation about our budget in isolation is a curious one to me, and it is perhaps unusual that the Ward 4 member is as interested in this particular topic. For my part, what I want to say is that I think it's, quite frankly, it's bad governance that we don't have more police officers, right? We are doing more with less today. So the idea that we're like scrambling to explain why we're spending what we're spending, which is the required costs of increase for collective bargaining agreements and equipment that we want our folks to have. But the real question is, why aren't we hiring more police officers? And the truth is, those of us on the dais here today in the room know the reason why that is true. It's because of where our budget is and the growth and all the things we've talked about for months and months and months. But rather than have those conversations, we're talking about somehow isolating in a vacuum this budget when we should be saying, how do we hire more police officers? Our community has fewer police officers today than it had in the early 1990s. So this question about why we're doing it, again, I think is a lot of performative theater. And ultimately, what I want the folks to know is that we are going to ensure the safety of this community, and we do that each year. I think in almost every budget, and Madam Mayor, you can correct me if I'm wrong, we have attempted to add more police officers and more firefighters, right? Public safety is the core responsibility of this body. And so the idea that somehow we've, we're beholden to a very small idea is not one that I think I would countenance. And so maybe that could be the question about where we are. How do we ensure that we have academies that are going to be run, that when people are retiring and doing that we're going to have enough police officers to answer the call? Or is that a Chief Solferino question? Maybe it's not a good question for today.
I'm not sure what the question is, because
Yeah,
we haven't.
The question was, this budget does not have an increase in sworn officers.
Correct, but we have been very fortunate with the city manager and Vicky to be able to fill our academies. And city management has worked very hard with us to ensure attrition spots. So if we know if somebody has put their notice in, we're able to fill that role going into the academy so that we don't immediately have a decline in our workforce. So I guess that's why I wasn't sure of the question, because we've been able to, over the last many academies, fill them.
Well, and we had our PPA President Brian Christensen in our chambers today, and he said that the numbers were 275. Look, that number is too low for a community this size. So what it is incumbent upon all of us on this body to figure out a path forward, and we'll do that with the assistance of our chief. I also want to say, and Mr. Martinez, if you'll indulge me for 1 second, this the technology question is an important one, and we've asked Manager Bryant to come back to us with a policy on the technology issues, right? A lot of technology sort of gets out ahead of you because it's new, and then we develop policies. We've asked for those policies. We want to be balancing the liberty interest that people have with the privacy concerns that they've raised, the constitutional protections, but also we have an obligation to keep our community safe. And so I just want to make sure that I have clearly articulated my concerns on this specific issue, and I think I've done that.
I'll go to Councilmember Anderson, then Councilmember Dewar, and back to you, Councilmember Ebert.
Thank you. I want the public that has come before us multiple times to share their concerns here to know that they're being heard. And I think that the change that we made in police leadership today was the first step in the policies and procedures in the way in which the Reno Police Department works within our community. And so I know it's easy when you look at, they say in your personal checkbook, you can look at your checkbook where your dollars are going, and it shows you where your moral priorities, your budget priorities. Do you care more about the car you drive than the house that you lay your family to sleep in, your groceries, whatnot? It's the same thing with the city budget. But what I want to say to the very important people in our community that continue to hold us accountable is it's not the number on the budget sheet, it's the way that budget is utilized in the community, and that is a pure reflection of your leadership, Mr. Solferino, and the priorities of this council. And so it is being used as a wedge issue at this stage because it's silly season and, we're having an election. But it doesn't change the fact that we're asking you to be accountable with the budget that you've received to enact the policies, whether they're the ones that we were already working within or new policies that you have heard the community. You're finding ways within the team that you have, the team that we can invest in now, and we intend to give you more resources when we have them. But we need to see the policy changes that you suggest and that your team is willing to lead us through in this community, and that is where the changes are made. It's not in the number on the budget necessarily, it's in how you use those funds. So I just wanted to say that on the record here, that it's not it's not an apples to apples discussion. It's really about your ability to lead.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to speak much to the same issues that Councilmember Anderson just did. And that is that it was my understanding to Manager Bryant that when we had this discussion last, and we had a pretty thorough discussion, that we were going to, before we invested any more in surveillance technology, we were going to very quickly have a broad meeting on use of the technology, the policy surrounding the technology, and assure both our public and our officers that we understand how the technologies to be deployed. And that's why I'm comfortable. I don't see a big addition of cameras and surveillance. And we raised the issue, and you've made a commitment to us, Manager Bryan. I just wondered when you were thinking that might come back to us.
It'll be after the break, for sure. We've had 2 additional meetings scheduled regarding data centers, and we've got the last meeting scheduled for June 10th, so it'll be sometimes after the break.
Okay.
I do want to just acknowledge, yes, we have an obligation to repair the trust in the community, and we are actively going to work on that. And Chief Solferino knows that. I know that. It is important to us. It's important to this body. So we've made the commitment, and we're going to do it. It never happens as quickly as I would like. Everybody knows that I'm impatient, and that's just the way I roll. But we're going to come back, and we're going to have some hard conversations, and we're going to work really hard to improve the relationship between RPD and the community.
So that's what I think is important, is the commitment to those meetings and the outcomes of the meetings. I'm comfortable with the budget as it stands. I know that we deferred the fleet. I know that we've deferred other things. I'm not sure about what new programs we piloted and are now going to add as standalones. Don't have clarity on that, but I'm not that concerned about that. And I just wanted to say, carry on. And I have reached a level of comfort, and that's why I had made a motion to adopt the budget. But thank you.
Ma'am, if I may.
Yeah.
Corey Solferino for the record. Mayor, through you to Councilmember Dewar. Obviously, we're looking across the board, and I understand our website is not up to par. I understand that our policies are not forward-facing as they would like to be. So as we start evaluating all of our policies, not just technology and built-in audits and retention schedules and everything else, is one of the things that I did really well when I was down at the state legislature working with bipartisan legislation and is hearing all of the stakeholders. And that's what I've done over the last 11 weeks. I've heard all of the stakeholders. So I want to take all of that information. I want to make sure that our policy manual is public-facing, forward-facing, not just with respect to technology, but with respect to all of the policies of the Reno Police Department. So when the public does have questions, rather than having to do a FOIA, they have it literally at the click of a button under frequently asked questions. So that is my commitment to this body and to this community that we will continue to do in the mountain of things that we have before us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilmember Ebert.
Thank you. I just want to clarify some of my comments because apparently they're confusing some people. I view our position as public servants. So when people show up in mass to give public comment, or even just a few on any given council meeting, it's our duty to be responsive to the public. And this is not directed at you whatsoever. This is just my view of elected officials. We are beholden to the community and what they want to know. So when I ask questions about a budget, a specific portion in regards to what's been questioned during today's public comment, that's why. It's not any kind of political theater any more than pretending you don't know why I'm asking it's political theater. So I thank the staff for addressing my questions about what these budget items were for. It was in direct response to comments we had today. And I think you would have to be burying your head in the sand to know that people didn't want answers to those questions specifically. We need to be transparent with the citizens of Reno. So just to be clear on that, to my more senior council member colleagues, that we are beholden to the public. We owe a duty to be transparent, and we owe a duty to answer their questions. They are our bosses, okay? So to be accused of theater for being responsive is offensive to me. And again, I'll state that we need to be as responsive to that as we are to concerns about data centers or anything else in the community. So maybe I'm a little more sensitive at this time because I went to a town hall that was attended by many, many people that expressed these same concerns and frustrations at that time. I did not see any other council members there, so maybe they didn't experience what I did, but we have a real problem. And we need to rebuild trust, and it has nothing to do with you. You're stepping in to take those first steps towards that. But we can't act like we don't have shattered trust, and we can't act like we don't owe the community transparency on everything that we do. And there are reasons for the budget increase. We're not lying, we're not being secretive, we're not using this money to spy on people. There's deferred maintenance, and it's just the public deserves to know what we're doing with their, essentially their tax dollars. So thank you for standing up there while I say these things. Again, none of this was directed at you, and I appreciate your service and your willingness to step into this position. And again, thank you for what you've done currently already in my community and your collaboration with NHP and Washoe County Sheriffs to get more services to my community. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from the body? If not, we will look for a motion.
Yeah, so I was making a motion to approve the resolution, which would adopt the fiscal year 2026-2027 final budget and fee schedule for the city of Reno, Nevada. And when I get a second, I'm going to add a parenthetical. And I just wanted to go on record as thanking my colleagues, because we did have a really pretty robust discussion. We didn't agree on everything, but we found compromise. I want to particularly call out you, Councilmember Anderson, for helping us with the fee schedule on the appeals, and saying, what about this? And for myself and the others saying, yes, that works. That I think is kind of a model of how we get there on so many issues. But there were other compromises as well. I mean, I too wasn't as comfortable about the surveillance equipment, and that's why we ended up with a policy discussion, policy creation, then policy discussion, and all of that is just very good. I mean, that's good government in my opinion, so thank you.
Any further discussion? If not, we have a motion by Councilmember Dewar and a second by Councilmember Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much.
We do need to go into an attorney-client, just so everyone knows. City Manager Bryant, what are you
I think we should come
recommending?
back at 2 o'clock. We have a 2 o'clock time certain for APWF guaranteed maximum price. So we will start with item Charlie 2 when we return.
Do you think we could do 1:45?
Could we do we could come back at 1:45, but we can't hear C2 until 2 o'clock.
Oh, okay, so then that makes sense.
Right.
So, okay, then we'll just do 2 o'clock. It'll make it easier for everyone.
Yes, thank you.
Sound good?
Reconvene.
Okay, so we're
We're gonna
reconvening
start
at
a Reno City
2:01.
Doors open.
At
Council
this
meeting.
time, we have Councilmember Ebert absent and Mayor Sheevy absent.
Great.
We're
So,
opening item C2, Charlie 2.
C2. Director Magoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Mayor and City Council. Trina Magoon, Director of Utility Services, for the record. We're excited to present item C2 today for the One Water Nevada Advanced Purified Water Facility at American Flat. the facility's guaranteed maximum price and other construction costs, the operating agreement, and land transfers to begin construction of the project. This item is for discussion and possible approval, and I wanted to note that all of the contracts will be administered by TUMWA and not the City of Reno. And speaking of TUMWA, I wanted to introduce some of our team that we have here today who have spent countless hours of their life over the last number of years bringing this project to this phase. We've got Danny Rotter here. BJ Syndrome's been on the project for many years, and Joe Coudrier, he's retired, but he came back to help us out. Dustin, obviously, and Nick here on our team, Angel O'Craw, David Deagle, and then we have John Enlow and John Flansburgh, who've been working on this type of technology for over 20 years.
Who come in all the way from Montana for this?
I believe he did.
Really?
He got the thumbs up, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so our agenda today, we're going to talk about some definitions first because there are a lot of acronyms associated with this project. We're going to talk about the who, what, when, where, why, how, then the costs, what if we do nothing, and then our final decision. So this project aligns with the city's strategic plan for infrastructure, climate change, and environmental sustainability. And this one truly is all three of those. So on to our definitions. APWF, what is the project? It's an advanced purified water facility. BAC is biological activated carbon. BOR is the Bureau of Reclamation. Category A is a drinking water quality standard by the state. CMAR is the construction manager at risk project delivery method. DPR is direct potable reuse. EPA is the Environmental Protection Agency. IPR is indirect potable reuse. MGD is million gallons per day. And just to note, one MGD is about approximately 6,000 single-family residences. NDEP is the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, RO, reverse osmosis. RSCI is our CMAR contractor, Record, Steel, and Construction, Inc. RISWRF is the Reno Stead Water Reclamation Facility located in the North Valleys. SRF is our state revolving loan fund, and TUMWA is our Truckee Meadows Water Authority. So next, what is APWF? This is a 2 MGD advanced water purification facility that takes highly treated effluent and purifies it to drinking water quality standards using a 12-step treatment process, including ozone and biological activated carbon, among others. Many advanced purification systems near oceans use reverse osmosis, or RO, that result in a brine stream, think of salts with chemicals and things in it, that is disposed of in the ocean. Since we do not have the luxury of an ocean nearby, this technology uses biological activated carbon and other filtration and disinfection methodologies to reduce and remove pathogens, pharmaceuticals, and chemicals of emerging concern, thinking of PFAS in this case. IPR is indirect potable reuse, as I just mentioned, which means that we treat the water and inject it into the ground to mix with the aquifer as an additional environmental buffer prior to extraction. It is also the effluent management solution for the 4 MGD expansion at RISWRF, completed in 2022. It reduces effluent flows from flood-prone Swan Lake, and it provides TUMWA with a drought-resilient water supply. Once the water is purified, it is pumped to an aquifer for storage and recovery and what we're calling indirect potable reuse. The facility will include an education center and collaboration space for continuing education on this technology and to test new technologies. We'll work with UNR, their students will come up and have a space to work on new technologies. The APWF will also serve as the full-scale demonstration or the full-scale prove-up for future DPR direct potable reuse regulations and applications. Direct potable reuse, or DPR, is like IPR, but without the aquifer buffer. So who is or has been involved in APWF? This is a joint project between TUMWA and Reno, anchored by a design in partnership with academic, regulatory, engineering, and construction expertise. We've worked extensively throughout the design process with our regulator, NDEP. We've engaged with One Water Nevada and UNR's Nevada Water Innovation Institute, and with an expert panel through the National Water Research Institute, who reviewed our technology and processes. AECom was our primary design firm, along with support from Dow and ESA. The construction team includes the CMAR construction manager at risk contractor RSCI, supported by Ames Construction, local subconsultant CME, and Nelson Electric, along with construction period services by Carollo and Dow. So when did APWF start? Way back in about 2007, 2008. The first pilot project began in 2008 to prove the process could work and provide the data needed to work with the state to create A+ category regulations. Finding a suitable aquifer to inject into was an early challenge, but we were ultimately successful with the American Flat site. In 2020, we completed the Advanced Purified Water Demonstration Study located in trailers at the Reno Water Reclamation Facility, and this resulted in the first Nevada IPR, indirect potable reuse permit, to inject purified water into the aquifer. Design of the project began in 2021 with completion in January of this year. And along the way, we've received $39 million in grants, secured low-interest SRF loans, and just 2 weeks ago, NDEP issued the first full-scale Category A+ permit for the project. Today, we're here discussing the construction, operating agreement, and land transfers to get this project going. So when will APWF be finished? Construction is anticipated to take 30 months, followed by a 6-month testing and monitoring phase, followed then by a little over a year of aquifer recharge with further monitoring and well testing prior to extraction of the water from the aquifer and into Tumwa's water system. So where is APWF? The main APWF facility is across the street from the Reno Water Reclamation Facility. There'll be a 7-mile pipeline from the treatment facility to the American Flat Farm site, where the aquifer is located with the injection and extraction wells. Riswharf is the largest wastewater facility in the North Valley, is currently permitted to treat and discharge up to 2 MGD of highly treated Category A reuse water to Swan Lake in the wintertime and to our reuse purple pipe system, irrigation system, in the summertime. This system allows much of the effluent in the irrigation season to be delivered to parks and golf courses such as the North Valley's Sports Complex, Mayor's Park, Silver Sage Golf Course, O'Brien Middle School, instead of sending it all to Swan Lake. Swan Lake is the natural receiving water body in the area and is water of the state. It is located in and maintained by the county. It is also a closed basin sink with an active flood history, so reducing reuse to the lake is a benefit of this project. So why do we need APWF? We're currently out of capacity at the Reno Water Reclamation Facility. To estimate future growth in the North Valleys, we looked at a number of growth scenarios, along with a look backward at the historical growth over the last 5 years. So on this graph, you can see from 2020 to 2025, we grew at approximately 380 homes per year. The gray line from 2025 to 2055 shows the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency's growth estimate from their regional plan at about 200 homes per year. If we use the historical growth of 380 homes per year, I'm sorry, that's coming up black, not blue. It was blue on mine. The black line is that historical 380 homes a year extended out to 2055, and then we looked at an aggressive growth pattern on the yellow line at 500 homes per year. Previous master planning studies in the North Valleys indicated build out of the area could need between 7 to 9 MGD. However, this will depend on the type of development that occurs, and ultimately it could be less than that. So given that Riswharf currently treats nearly 2 MGD, or approximately 12,000 equivalent residential units, and we are out of capacity, the next 2 MGD would last until between 2044 on the aggressive timeline and 2053 on sort of the historical timeline that we're looking at. And that equals about 20 to 25 years for this next 2 MGD. Wastewater capacity needs beyond that will be evaluated as we approach the need to expand again. As I mentioned, Riz Wharf is currently at the 2 MGD capacity, and the Nevada Department of Environmental Protection, or NDEP, requires that all wastewater treatment facilities evaluate expansion needs once they reach 85% of capacity. We did this in 2022 and completed the Riz Wharf expansion from 2 to 4 MGD project. However, the expansion cannot be used until the effluent management solution is in place because we're not permitted to and cannot send any more water to Swan Lake other than what is currently permitted by NDEP. Again, NDEP requires we meet the sewer treatment capacity to meet the needs of the community, and we cannot continue to build without sewer treatment, as sewerage capacity must exist before development is approved. Additionally, this project provides a drought-proof water supply because it continues to get hotter in our region and our snow line is rising, which reduces our annual snowpack. So how does APWF work? Beginning at the Reno Stead Water Reclamation Facility, you can see the yellow box around that one. We have upstream tertiary treatment additions at that facility, including CF-DAF, which is coagulation, flocculation, dissolved air flotation, that's a mouthful, and UV disinfection. The category A reuse water is then pumped across the street to the Advanced Purified Water Facility at Lear Boulevard, which is the main advanced water purification facility. The category A plus water leaving the APWF site is then pumped north approximately 7 miles to the American Flats site north of the airport. And after a few polishing steps, the water is injected into the aquifer for later recovery and reuse. So down to the costs. The construction manager at risk guaranteed maximum price with contingencies is about $225 million. Other construction-related costs for this project, including project management, permits, testing, startup, is another $41 million for a construction subtotal of $266 million. We also have some land and easement acquisitions at $590,000. And just wanted to note that that we've previously incurred approximately $23.2 million in design-related costs for a total project cost of approximately $90 million. So what if we do nothing? Since we've exceeded our capacity at Riz Wharf, we are currently using an interim flow shave, which is not recommended for long-term use due to impacts to Tum Wharf. Our flow shave allocation is nearly exhausted, and without APWF, development in the North Valleys could be constrained. We would have $83.2 million in sunk costs, including the Riz Wharf expansion itself at $55 million. Plus, we would be required to pay back a $5 million EDA grant received for that expansion. And we've spent, again, nearly $23.2 million on design and permitting for the project. Lost revenue opportunities include approximately $227.7 million from water rights sales, to Reno of $50.4 million, grants of $27.3 million, and a loss of capacity at Tum Wharf totaling approximately $150 million that represents 2 MGD. Lost interagency contribution and confidence, we would lose Tum Wharf's cost share of $83.3 million, potentially lose future opportunities for low interest SRF loans and other wastewater projects. Additional future implications could include, we really need implementation of this project for successful implementation of DPR, future DPR at the Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility. We're currently in regionalization, and that could affect our coordination with that. And interim, again, as I mentioned, flow shave operational and capacity issues at Riz Wharf. So we have 3 motions here for 3 recommended motions for this project. I am told that we can approve all as staff recommends, but before that, I am here and available for questions.
Thank you, Director McCoon. We'll look to the body, see if there are any questions or comments or disclosures. Yeah, Councilmember Taylor.
Madam Mayor and City Clerk, I just saw that logo of CME on the screen. In my private capacity, I work with CME, but my role is not the same. I don't work on this project, so I'm just disclosing that information.
Are there any other disclosures from the body? Now we'll go to comments. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you so much, Ms. Magoon. Thank you for the presentation. I want to also thank everybody who's here. You've got sort of the assembled A-team, I don't know, the Avengers of the water world. It's pretty impressive. Mr. Enlow, thank you for being here. Appreciate that, certainly. Wow, you took a very complex topic and really explained it. I think that's great for both us and the public. I have had the past privilege of serving on Tumwa at a time when we were really jumping into this with both feet, and so I feel like I have a bit more knowledge. Part of that was the opportunity to go see some of these type of facilities, and so there were field trips essentially to go see them. And what struck me as important about our discussion here and why we eventually started this process more in earnest was truly the sustainability of it and the idea that if we as a dry region, which are oftentimes constrained by water, and then other times have more water than we can do with, we have to have different solutions. And so I've always been a fan. I wanted to ask about this question that you pose, and I'm trying to pull the right slide. Oh, it's slide number 9. So this is North Valley's wastewater and reuse. One of the things that it says here is irrigation to parks, golf courses, and schools. And so tell me what the current status of our agreements are in that regard. I think we do water some parks, like Mayor's Park, but tell me what some of our uses are today with treated effluent.
Yeah, thank you for the question. We do use irrigation in the summertime currently with the 2 MGD effluent from the Reno Stead Water Reclamation Facility. We send effluent to Mayor's Park, North Valley's Sports Complex, Silver Sage Golf Course, the middle school, O'Brien Middle School, and the lakes, I believe.
And are we charging for that?
We have an agreement with Washoe County to charge for the Washoe County Sports Complex, and they then charge the golf course, but we have a separate agreement with the golf course on that by way of this council. And yes, we charge, I believe it is 50% generally the lowest Tumwa water irrigation rate.
Well, and ultimately, just a small point, and only because you had it on the slide, I just want to make sure, I know that the council member from Ward 4 has asked us to make sure that certain golf courses have the support they need, and I'm wondering if this project makes that more likely, meaning that there is more water or a different type of water that we would be able to provide to our recreational amenities in the North Valleys, because I think we're all in favor of recreational amenities.
You mean beyond, sorry, let me clarify.
Sort of beyond the ones that we are currently doing, and I know it's complicated because we're dealing with this overlay with the county, but it seems like we point at them and they point at us, and the golf course folks out there are the ones who kind of get stuck in the middle.
So again, we charge the county, and the county charges them, and we charge the county, I think it's $2.42 per 1,000 gallons used, and then this body recommended an agreement with the golf course for 83 cents per 1,000 gallons, so that's already in place. If they were to expand that, we would look to see if we can supply that water to any kind of expansion in that arena. But the intention of this project is anything beyond that 2 MGD would go up to the American Flat Farm and be used for an indirect potable reuse, ultimately back in Tumwa's water system that would then be charged at Tumwa's domestic water rate.
Well, and in my second time, I may have other questions, but thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you for the presentation. I actually have so many questions for Mr. Flamberg, and I will try and be as quick as possible. First of all, I'll say thank you for doing all of the additional outreach. I know you guys went to industry groups, and I think that was really helpful for people to ask those questions. So I know it was an extra step, but I'm very appreciative of that, and I think the industry is too. In those presentations, I think I saw you say that there is not going to be any increase in user rates or any increase in connection fees except for CPI. Is that accurate?
For the record, John Flansburgh, Regional Infrastructure Administrator. So that is accurate.
Perfect.
We just completed the rate study and the connection fee study. You will recall in January 2023, the connection fees nearly doubled we did not see an additional rate increase at this time for these projects.
Okay.
And it's just going up by CPI each year.
So that's the first part of the good news that I wanted to talk about on the financial side. The other thing, I was hoping that you could take a couple seconds or minutes and talk about the cost to us for borrowing the money, because I didn't understand this until I went to one of the stakeholder meetings. This is pretty exceptional on your team, and the money that we are borrowing, what it's costing us to do that. So
It
could you
is
talk?
exceptional. So the $70 million loan from State Revolving Loan Fund for the city of Reno is at 2.47% interest. The 40 million, 58 million for Truckee Meadows Water Authority is actually at 1% interest. And that's through a special program that NDEP has for drinking water. So we're considered clean water because we're on the wastewater side. Tumwa is considered drinking water on the drinking water side.
Well, and my biggest concern is the risk involved with any of these projects and the money and the budget going forward. And I think your team has done an exceptional job with Tumwa to making sure, the whole team, it's a big concern. There's no such thing as free money, but you've made it a pretty close gap there. My other part is on the value engineering side. So with the CMAR on the contingency, if there is any cost savings or if there is any value engineering, which I hope that we can find some value engineering through the design process, designer out there, whoever's there in the CMAR team, what happens to that contingency? Is it split between the owner and the CMAR?
Yeah, it comes back to the city and Tumwa.
Okay.
It's the same split cost.
Perfect.
And we have gone through a value engineering process, just to put that out there.
But we're going to keep going through the value engineering process.
We will continue doing that. And I would also like to say we're continuing to seek grants. So
Perfect.
We found of another opportunity with NDEP to seek some more clean water grants, similar to one that Tumwa received on the drinking water side.
Well, fantastic work. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Councilmember Dewar,
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm just looking at this aggregated group of water professionals, which I would say 80% of the people, maybe almost 100% in the room, are in that field. And I just want to say that as another water professional, I added it up, working about 50 years in this field, since '86 to 2026. I think this is the greatest project of our lifetime that I have seen, particularly for Nevada. It's not that we are piloting this for the world. It's already been done. Councilmember Reese referenced field trips, and through the Western Regional Water Commission, we took a lot of field trips to different places, Denver, Southern California, Florida, to see similar projects. But none to date has been done in Nevada. And presuming this works, which you've already piloted it for 5 years, it is going to pave the way for so many other communities to deal with this multifaceted problem, to deal with their wastewater and turn it into a valuable resource. And I have to say, as the state water planner, this is over 25 years ago, I couldn't have dreamed of anything that would reach this level of being a change in the water system and being a change for the whole state. Because we all know that water is a limiting factor in growth. And we see what Southern Nevada is going through with Lake Mead and Hoover Dam and all the rest of it, and not having enough water. And to imagine that this technology could be utilized by them for some of their water has committed to return flow to the Colorado and so on, but there's other that is not. And to allow them to begin to meet a water demand where they have been really, in handcuffs, not able to, I think is remarkable. So it's remarkable for our community. It's a remarkable partnership between a water agency, which I serve on, and a wastewater organization, which I also serve on here. And to imagine that we're actually catapulting technology, our laws, our state laws. So right now, our state laws have been requiring underground storage for up to 5 years for further treatment, and getting a law change that would no longer be necessary, which really cuts costs. And being able to refine this process so that the next community that does it hopefully will have an easier path to follow. And I can imagine small communities throughout Nevada, of which I've served on as agency staff, getting them money just to deal with their water issues on the Safe Drinking Water Act. To be able to have this as an alternative and to be able to build this partnership with the state with these low interest loans, I can't imagine something more of a game-changing innovation than we're seeing right here. So vast kudos to everybody who's been involved in this. Unbelievable.
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you.
Councilmember Anderson.
I really like to see Councilmember Dewar get so fired up about something she's so proud of. I just have, as watching the stakeholder meetings, I had heard a few questions just about permitting, and really what it was is, should we delay or condition construction on the project based on whether or not the federal or state permits are approved or in the future approved? So I was wondering if you guys could just talk to me about that, the permitting process, and what type of risk the community might have if one permit was delayed or otherwise.
Sure. Thank you. So we did receive our permit from NDEP for our Category A+ permit for the project. Other related permits that we have right now are our grading permit and building permit within the city of Reno. We have some building permits out in Washoe County for the facilities that will be on the American Flat site. And those are very close to being finalized. We are looking at June 20th to have those finalized and then begin construction in early July. So we're there with permitting.
So the last one is June 20th, once that's approved?
And it's pretty much our in-house, and we've been working with our development services team on that permitting. There was just a few last things to wrap up.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Ebert.
Oh, do we have a closer version of this map here that shows where the future site is?
Sorry, wrong direction. This kind of is the best probably overview, and I guess my pointer won't work, but the volume 1, that's the Reno Steadwater Reclamation Facility that exists there. Across the street, Lear Boulevard at Military Road is where the main advanced purified water facility will exist. 7-mile pipeline up to the American Flat Farm, where the injection and extraction wells will exist.
Okay. As the ward representative for this area, I have received a lot of outreach from the community in regards to the new facility there on Military, essentially. There's a lot of questions and concerns about what kind of equipment will be there, what kind of noise will be, emanating from the facility in the future. I would just like to ask if we could get updates or more information at the Neighborhood Advisory Board meeting to help me answer questions for the community regarding this. I know there's some concerns about the storage of chemicals there, like bleach and things like that. So just kind of, all kinds of questions from people regarding this potential project happening very, very close to residential. I'm not very far from there myself. So that particular concern. And then also where the water is to be re-injected up at the American Flats area, there's also some concerns there that's just kind of residual from the PFAS contamination. So also just would like to be able to provide some answers to the community regarding that. There's those concerns. I just want to be upfront that I'd like to be able to get some answers to the community on. And then additionally, I have been working with representatives from the Audubon Society, Washoe County, county manager, and Dwayne Smith, and some City of Reno staff to reinstate a agreement that was put in place with some other stakeholders to, I believe, Washoe County School District, to ensure that a certain amount of water was put into Swan Lake annually through the Horse Creek area. And I just want to make sure that we call this out in the motion, that we are not going to divert 100% of the water away from Swan Lake and only put it in the advanced water purification plant, that we're in the process of reinstating this agreement to keep a certain amount of water in that Swan Lake bed. So just wanted to get that on the record as well.
Okay. We have looked at that agreement in the past before it was expired. We've also looked at how much flow do we have in Horse Creek right now? And we looked over the last 10 years. We actually have more water naturally occurring in Horse Creek than needing to put any in that exceeded the amount in that agreement. So naturally, a sufficient amount of flow is going to Swan Lake without the need to supplement with effluent, essentially.
That might be the case right now, but, you know, the weather patterns are changing. There was a need for that agreement to be put in place originally. When I spoke to representatives from the county, they expressed to me that the original intent was not to have an expiration date on that agreement. They don't understand why one was put in later. So I'm just looking to reinstate what was there previously. I understand what you're saying about that currently. We have had two really heavy winters fairly recently, but it's not always going to be that way. So I just would prefer to make sure that we carve that out and just say that we will accommodate that agreement as it comes forward. And again, it's something that's in process currently.
Yeah, and we will continue to work with the county on that, but it does say that in the ILA now, currently, that we have to meet that, our interlocal agreement for operating, that we have to meet that amount in Swan Lake.
Even though it's expired currently?
Correct. The ILA is not. The ILA is not expired. The county agreement is expired, but it is included in our ILA to operate the facility. So a different place than the county agreement.
Okay, so does that agreement include the same amount of water that was in the other agreement with Audubon Society and the Washoe County School District, the county, Nevada Department of Wildlife?
Councilmember Eber, we'll let him answer this question, then I'll move on to see if there are other questions.
My understanding is that
I'll
it
come
is,
back.
but we will get a solid answer on that and get back to you.
Great, thank you.
And your other requests.
Thank you.
While you do that, I don't see any other lights on at this point, so I'll just take some liberties and ask a couple of questions and see if I can get anything there on the record. I appreciate the solution that you've presented. I think sometimes when we're in the conversations or I'm out in the community, it seems like folks don't understand what you were trying to solve when you came with this. And so when you started your presentation, I really appreciated you mentioning the constraints on growth, the limited capacity at Swan Lake, being a better manager of our natural resources, increasing drought resistancy are all things that I can see being accomplished by this. I also want to applaud TOMO staff along with City of Reno staff for all the work to get grants and this great loan that we are getting with those terms, which I feel like a lot of folks would really love to get some of those percentage points in some of their own personal loans or other loans that they're looking at. So I just wanted to give kudos, emphasize the fact that we're solving a regional issue that has constrained growth in our region overall, and that will help continue to make us more environmentally friendly and a better steward of our natural resources through this capacity. And really grateful also for the opportunity to have taken some of the field trips that have been talked about and to see some of these facilities in person and actually drink the water that came from the facilities and seeing that it was to those standards that we need to for it to be clean. And so I'm really looking forward to the trips that Washoe County School District and others will take the students on to expose them to this facility and allow them to see this technology in practice. And so I just wanted to mention all of that on the record, and I'll send it over to Councilmember Dewar next.
Yeah, all right, thank you. First of all, I see I did a slip of the tongue. I meant 40 years, not 50, okay, just so everybody doesn't get the wrong idea here. But the point I was going to make is really related to yours, Councilmember Martinez, which is that I understand that the facility is supposed to have a very large educational component and an area dedicated to education at all levels. So whether it's school kids or adults that, you know, don't really know what this is all about or don't even conceive that it's possible, they would be able to see exhibits. We have gone to various others of these type of plants, and education has been a big part of what they've done there in terms of a front-facing consumer section. And what is this one? This is ours?
This is a graphic of the entrance of what ours will look like. So just thought I'd put it up.
And what would be inside that glass?
So inside that glass is a lobby. There's an entrance area, a large screen for multimedia, a whole bunch of different things. You go up the stairs and you actually see through windows down into the process area. We'll have screens up there that talk about the processes. All of them will be led by a technical specialist from the TUMWA team to talk about the processes. So you really get an idea of all of the hard work that goes into taking this water from category A to A+.
Yeah. Category A would be reclaimed water, being able to be used on what?
There are a number of reclaimed water categories. Category A is the cleanest of them, but they can be used for public contact. So again, it's used at O'Brien Middle School. It's used at our parks, our golf courses, place like that.
And the treated effluent that we send out to the Tahoe, Reno Industrial Center, that's treated as well, and I know they put in extra treatment capacity at Tum Wharf. So did that take that to A, or?
That's category B at Tum Wharf, yeah.
Okay, and then I understand out at Trick, they further treat it?
They further treat that, they mix it with some of their own processed water, further treat it, and then reuse it. at
So
Trick.
I think in addition to the irrigation components that we already have for reclaimed water, we need to continue thinking about processed water, like they're using it at Trick and other places. And this may be a reason to either co-locate facilities out by One Water Nevada or co-locate facilities near our treatment plants so that when companies come of any stripe and they need water, this is, you know, they can look to a lowest quality water instead of taking pure drinking water for their needs. I mean, I really think there's big opportunity here. Well, anyway, kudos again, and it is not an overstatement to say one of the greatest water projects of our lifetime for Nevada. I think it's going to have resounding impacts on our state. Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments from the body? If not, I think there's public comments. We'll move over to public comment.
We do have one public comment from Dan Morgan.
Got one, that's good for me, right? You know I don't worry about that. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Madam Manager. For the record, Dan Morgan, appearing on behalf of the Builders Association of Northern Nevada, representing nearly 700 member companies and thousands of Nevadans we employ. First, let me apologize for not being here this morning. I got caught up in a meeting, and on behalf of the Builders Association, we would like to congratulate Reno Police Chief Corey Solferino on his leadership and service to our community. We appear before you today in support of the APWF project in the North Valleys. In offering that support, we're relying upon representations made by the City of Reno staff and TUMWA staff that future sewer connection fees and increases will be limited to the statutory authorized annual CPI adjustments. We congratulate Mr. Flansburgh and the staff of TUMWA for the hard work. We think it's a great project, and we look forward to it coming to fruition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. See, there you go. We all need a supporter.
Yeah.
We all need a supporter.
Madam Mayor, I'd love to make a motion if
Please.
it's time for that.
Sorry, Miguel. Go
Are
ahead.
there any more? Unless you want.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah. So what would you like?
I was just going to say, Susan Bellroth, Deputy City Attorney, you can just make a motion to approve all recommendations,
Okay.
because that's what's on the agenda.
All right. I'll make a motion to approve all three recommendations with the addition of the certainty that you'll be able to provide the water needed for the Swan Lake Wildlife Area in implementing this project. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's clear that we are upholding the agreement that was in place with the military, Washoe County Parks, Nevada Department of Wildlife, Washoe County School District, Washoe County itself, City of Reno. It's a large group that came to this agreement. So I just want to make sure it's not just City of Reno that was in this agreement with Washoe County. Okay? All right, so that agreement specifically. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations.
Wow.
All right, Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, we're on item C4.
Okay, actually, I'm gonna jump around. Sorry, we are gonna move up.
Before we go on, my colleague over here is giving me a nudge if I want to give a high five out to this entire team, and I just saw John Enlow leave the building or leave the room. I mean, this guy flew all the way into Montana. He has said nothing, but he's been critical at Tumwa.
For all the water people.
These are all the water people.
You know what, you guys, come up. Do you know this is like monumental, and I know how much work Trina put into this, and
Yeah.
and
So
John,
you're saying a little
John
bit of a
Flansburgh.
picture?
Yeah, I think we should.
I think so too.
Yeah,
I do.
You guys, because we'll look back one day and we'll be like, we looked so young then when we got it done, right? So come on up, let's do it.
And we're about to make more, so. Very good. That's exciting.
Can I get in the picture, please? Good job.
Okay, I think Madam Mayor was saying that we're going to move to Delta 5.
Yes.
Ms. Foose?
We're gonna move up to item D5. Hold on. Okay, this is the live entertainment. Who is,
I think it's Angela.
is it Angela? Okay, perfect.
Angela, you.
So Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on item D5?
Madam Mayor, if you want to open the public hearing.
Okay, perfect, I will. Madam Clerk, we will now open the public hearing. Has proper notice been given and any correspondence received?
Proper notice was given. We did receive comments, 2 letters of correspondence on this item, 1 letter in favor and 1 letter in opposition, and those have been distributed to the Reno City Council. Additionally, we do not have any public commenters registered at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Angela, it's all you. Welcome back.
Thank you so much. For the record, Angela Foose,
And
Assistant.
I'm not going to say anything other than nothing.
We're good.
All right, it's all you.
Angela Foose, Assistant Director with Development Services. This is the first reading in a 2-step process for the pilot program that we've been working on related to live entertainment. And just as a reminder of, maybe for the public, why we're here, the intent was to create a short-term program that we could test to try and increase the amount of live entertainment, but with some safeguards. So let's go through where we landed. Number 1 is this is for any new business that comes in. So if you're existing, you still have to follow your existing conditional use permit. If you are new and you want to come in, you no longer have to go through that conditional use permit. So that saves time and money. This is only a trial period for 18 months. So after 18 months, if council decides they want to keep these rules, we have to go back and do another text amendment. This only applies to indoor, so any outdoor live entertainment, this would not apply. We have a lot of businesses in downtown that have patios, so this would not apply to them. They would still have to go through a conditional use permit. You still also have to have a cabaret license. That is part of our business license, so this doesn't change that requirement. The additional piece that we're also going to be looking at is we require a security plan. That's not currently in our code, but this is something that we have on our website, and when you come in for a conditional use permit, staff requires this. That security plan is not part of Planning Commission's review when they look at a conditional use permit. That's internal to staff, so that's something we just do between the police department, code enforcement, business license, and planning. And we have a long list of things that we look at, and we understand that every business is a little different, so we try to tweak it based on what your needs are. Somebody that wants to have live entertainment till midnight is very different from somebody else who wants live entertainment till 6 a.m. So we understand that, and we work with the operator to make sure it complies. Now, we're also putting in some additional requirements. Failure to comply. If we find that you are not being a good operator, we are putting it on record that we may ask you to go back and amend your security plan. If, for instance, you have security guards that are watching the queuing line and they're not doing their job and people are rowdy and over-intoxicated and you're not keeping them in control and quiet, this gives us the flexibility to say, you're not doing your job, go back as an operator and figure out a better way to handle crowd control. We are also putting this on record to say failure to comply means that we may revoke your license for live entertainment. So again, something that we have the ability to do, but we don't enforce that very often. So we're just making it very black and white. If you agree to do this, part of that means you also have to understand that you may have your license revoked. Limited areas. This is not citywide. This is only in the entertainment areas that already allow for 24-hour use. So we have a map that identifies those areas. Generally speaking, it's our downtown, our midtown, and our East 4th Street core. The recommendation is before you, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Yes, I have several questions. I also have some business owners here from Midtown, and I would love for them to come up and talk a little bit about why you think this is good or why you think it's bad, or give us some feedback on from the business owner's perspective.
Amazing.
So
Yeah.
go right
Hi.
ahead.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Mayor. Hi,
Hi.
Council. First, thank you, Mayor and Devin Reese, Councilman Reese, for having us speak with you today. Angela and Ashley and I have been working on this with another person, Patrick. He's not able to be here today. So it's nice that we're actually going to be able to have a conversation now about this, because I feel like you all kept getting so close to understanding where we are at with this problem, and then how we can move forward. And the pilot program is really phenomenal.
And Mr. Colton, would you state your name for the record, please?
Sorry, Tyler Colton. So let's back up and let's just kind of show you how we got here. Prior to 2021, of January 2021, businesses within the 24-hour entertainment corridors, which are Midtown, Downtown, and 4th Street, were able to serve alcohol, get a cabaret license, and within that license still have entertainment, dancing, whatever that might be. And that went for any business, whether that was a bar, restaurant, coffee shop, whatever that might be. You had that right of privilege because the zoning allowed for 24-hour, that was your privilege, correct? In 2021, there was some 2020, there was some backlash during COVID about DJ trivia and what was entertainment. So during 2020, during COVID, a law was passed and then put into the planning department, taken out of business, which created Title 18 Live Entertainment Code, which then said we have DJs, we have dancing, we have spoken word, speech, anything like this, burlesque shows, showing a movie with interactive, anyone speaking, now is considered live entertainment, and that would stop at 11 p.m. so everyone had that same right. So essentially what we believe is it kind of took away the 24-hour right that existed within our entertainment corridors. So after that date, we now had to get a conditional use permit. And here's where it got really tricky. So the conditional use permit is a $5,000 application. It is probably a 31-page document you must fill out that deals with the landlord, the property owners, and master plans, and then submitting all of this with everything being notarized, brought to the planning department, and then the planning department deciding whether that building, so we have to make sure it isn't that business, it's that building, then can have the conditional use permit, because the conditional use permit will stay with the property, not the business. Even though I might be the business owner applying for that conditional use permit, should I leave and I said, hey, I'm just gonna be a coffee shop and I'm gonna have entertainment till 12 o'clock. But if the next person came in and opened a bar, they would have that right to go till 6 a.m. if they wanted to. So they had, it stayed with the building and not with the business, so that makes it really difficult for the city then to police or have code enforcement and to understand what the regulations or laws are for those particular buildings. So the conditional use permit, here's a couple other problems. So then now I'm the business owner and I'm going to apply for my conditional use permit. I'm going to go in front of the planning department. So some of the other questions that have been asked from different council people were like, well, how many are in the pipeline? How many do we have? Well, there's going to be some in the pipeline and there's some that have been passed. The problem with this is when it went to the planning department, they have limited the hours. So some would say till 2 o'clock, some said till 3 a.m. And then some said you can only have it on Fridays and Saturdays. There's a really great example of Jupiter Red. So Jupiter Red applied and they came before you as well, or they came to council and they got approved. So they got approved for a Friday and Saturday till 3 a.m. So that's what they got with their conditional use permit. The planning department said to them, if you have good behavior, then we could maybe give you Thursday. There is no code, there's no law, there's nothing in place to say what is good behavior and how that good behavior is enforced and then how it's rewarded. The other problem with that is that good behavior then is within the planning department and it is not within city business code. So does that make sense? You guys with me? Yes. So then it doesn't allow code enforcement or anybody else to actually enforce if they're a good actor or bad actor. So then now business department and code have no actual control of enforcing it because it's in planning department. So then the other bigger problem with this whole thing is that you're a business that opened up after 2020. Every business prior to 2021 of January is allowed to operate 24 hours. Angelo Foose has been so great with Ashley, and they've come up here, and they've shown you that they have 45 pages of cabaret licenses with each business having a different level of where they can operate, what time, where. One was that you could have 2 string instruments at one time twice a week. That's very odd. There's some on a piece of paper that, yeah. Right, Angela, you can, yeah. So like mine at the Emerson particularly said that I can operate 1 hour past the time I had stated when I signed up for my business 7 years ago, and I was not allowed to charge a cover, which someone can't dictate whether I'm allowed to charge a cover for an event or not. You know, I would say that that's probably illegal. But each business is different. So we have Shays, we have Alturas, we have Z-Bar, we have Death and Taxes, we have Chapel. Every single one of us has a different time, theoretically, when we can operate and what we're allowed to do.
Yeah.
So the idea of moving this pilot program forward, actually getting rid of going into the CUP, helps create a level playing field. It puts this back into code, business planning, so they can actually enforce it. They can actually know that everybody has a level playing field from all the entertainment districts, downtown, 4th Street, and Midtown, that we're all the same. So when you talk about the conditional use permit, what happens is if a business is only allowed to stay open till 3 o'clock on Friday and Saturday, yet the business next to them is allowed unlimited entertainment use 24 hours a day, it is not a level playing field in our corridors. It does not stimulate growth downtown. It hinders people wanting to come do business. And when you start learning that this exists, people get hesitant to want to even open a bar, a restaurant, a coffee shop, you know. And then we're always talking about coffee shops or bars. There is a coffee shop called Midnight Roasters. They want to put on shows at midnight in their name, but they need a conditional use, but they are a coffee shop. We have Best Bet Motel that did an amazing job in Midtown of remodeling this most gorgeous modern boutique space. They have a sauna club. They've been doing sauna parties late night in there with DJs and different things, which would require a conditional use permit. So it's really hindering their abilities to kind of operate past 11 o'clock, and we've talked about it. We're a 24-hour town. Within our entertainment corridors, we should be 24 hours a day. We should be having a really great time. We should have a lively city. We should bring entertainment back to what Reno is. There was also, I want to answer some of the questions that Naomi Dewar and Councilman Eberts talked about. $5,000. None of the businesses that when we open, we're happy to pay $5,000. It isn't the money. We understand when you're going into business, there's going to be a fee associated with that. The problem is when you pay $5,000 for a conditional use permit and you're limited to what you're able to do, yet your neighbor has a broader array of activities they can do or stay open later than I can, that hinders my business to compete and do business within the same corridors. The other questions were DJ iPad. So I can sit at my bar and I can play my iPad legally 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at any volume I would like. I can play any music I'd like. I can drink 24 hours within the 24-hour corridors. So I can enjoy all of that. However, if a person is called a DJ, they can't sit and play their mixer. But I can play my iPad at any volume I'd like 24/7. So it doesn't really address some of the concerns the residents have downtown. What does address it is creating consistent code, creating an enforcement policies so that everybody understands that each business has the same entitlement and has the same right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That was a lot. So I was really trying to address some of the questions so that everyone really understands how this does affect businesses coming into our entertainment corridors. I'm gonna have Maribel speak, because she comes from a different perspective, really with the different entertainers and the people and the artists in our region. And then after that, if we could maybe take some questions, because I feel like you always get so close and then are missing some of the important questions.
Okay, awesome. Hi.
Hello, Council. Hello, Mayor.
Nice
My
to
name is
see
Maribel
you.
Garcia. Good to see you again. I am the founder of Desert Beats Collective. I'm here representing all the live entertainers in town. I work closely with most of the collectives, and I represent a large group of DJs, and we throw lots of events. I've worked with pretty much every single venue owner and bar owner in town, and I've seen the struggle. As Tyler just mentioned, we do these, day parties. We do parties in coffee shops. We're doing a sauna party. And I see the struggle with the business owners of, are we allowed to do this? Are we not? And it does hinder the ability to allow these live entertainers to not only make money and also increase the revenue, but, these business owners want to follow the rules. They don't want to break the rules. They want to continue to grow their businesses. And to find something like this, hinder that when there could be a solution, that's why I'm here today, to speak on their behalf and also allow the growth of DJs and entertainers, more businesses that can offer live entertainment. That means more income for those entertainers. So I'm here to represent them and speak on their behalf. And hopefully you do pass this and then we're able to continue, growing the live entertainment industry here in Reno, Nevada. So thank you for your time.
All right, thank you so much. Good job. So, Tyler, let me just ask you a couple questions. The other thing that I think is really interesting that goes with the building and not the business.
Yes.
So that created a lot of confusion, and because, am I right? Like
A lot of
some people
confusion
were
for-
grandfathered in from like
Yes.
forever ago,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, so the conditional use permit stays with the building, not the business. So whatever they were granted when they applied for the conditional permit and what time or what they were allowed to then stays with that business or the building, not the business. So that ends up becoming a big problem for business department and code. So ideally, we'd like you to pass the pilot program today, and then ideally take live entertainment out of the planning department, put it back into business department. I think that I've represented and talked to a lot of the businesses over the last 2 years, and the idea is potentially that maybe it's a 2-tiered cabaret license. And just so we're clear also, most other cities, when you get a privilege or a liquor license, you have a bar, you don't get a cabaret license. We're one of the rare cities that you actually need to have a cabaret license to operate. And to have live entertainment. So the idea, if we're going to continue, we'll have the cabaret license, that it would be the first tier, say, would go till 11 p.m. And then the second tier, you're going to operate 11 p.m. and within your zoning, if it's the 24-hour zoning, right, you have till 24 hours. And then helping code, putting a security plan, which then helps the bad actors. It gives code and the business departments the ability to enforce them. Where if it's in the planning department, it doesn't give them that ability because it becomes a little bit of like, who's meant to enforce this because who actually approved this? You know, so it's a little bit of a gray area and it becomes a little bit difficult to enforce.
Okay, thank you so much for the
Yeah.
explanation, appreciate it.
Is
Okay,
there anyone?
Councilman Reese.
Questions?
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Mr. Colton, thank you so much for being here.
If you want to see our clerk, she can write down your name and everything. Okay.
I suppose, Mr. Colton, I'll start with you, since you were gracious enough to be here today. Well, first of all, congratulations, you've just opened the Selden.
Yes.
That opened about maybe 6 or 7 days ago.
Yes.
And so congratulations.
Thank you.
Part of this whole experience for me has been watching you open that, but also working with you here and at the District Board of Health. And so there's all these overlapping and concurrent jurisdictions. And I think part of the issue is, and I'll reveal to my colleagues, is we've been saying, how do we help you? There's this famous line that says, the scariest words you can hear are, I'm from the government, I'm here to help, right? And we don't want that for you or for your businesses. We want for you to be successful, and we want for you to do that which attracts people there. And so in February, we began talking about this idea based on the city of Miami, who had a similar ordinance which they adopted. And so you said, oh, why can't we do this? And so I think Madam Mayor and I said, well, why can't we do this, right? And so I was very grateful to Ms. Foos for leaning in and for my colleagues for going down this road with us. I think there's a lot to be observed about your experience in opening your various locations, because this is your second and you'll have a third here coming. And part of it is we sit up on this dais each day and we do not open and operate bars, restaurants, those kind of things, but we have the obligation to permit them and understand them. And so you have been gracious with your time, effort, and energy to help us understand that. And for that, I'm very grateful. You posited that there was like two things you were looking for. A, you said, hey, let's do this today, this pilot program. Great, love that. And then you said there's a second part. And at the end of the day, what I want you to do is keep asking, right? We are trying to be innovative at the City of Reno. We're trying to create less red tape and regulation. I think the mayor talks a lot about when she first got into office, it was all having to do with the sign needing to be moved over a few inches. And, you and I have had some ongoing discussions about, bar heights and why they happen the way they do and chopping off parts of bars to accommodate rules and regulations. There are limitations, of course, to what we can do because we are governed by rules and ordinances and statutes. You and I have had in-depth conversations about outdoor ice, right? And whether or not those require certain things. So look, we don't always get everything right, but this is an example where we are trying to lean in with you for your benefit. And so I'm grateful for your leaning in with us. So thank you for that.
I appreciate it. And I think, Ashley and Angela, I have to really thank. This has been a 2-year conversation with them. And so I appreciate being able just to kind of have a back and forth and talk, because I did feel like you guys got so close to understanding how this limits entertainment growth, especially in our city right now. And you mentioned some stuff just about serving ice and planning department and code. And I just want to share some numbers with you, because when the CUP goes in front of the planning department, they ask some questions like, well, how much do you make an hour after 11 o'clock? That'll equate to an easy $1,000 possibly every hour afterwards. So if you put that in every weekend, that adds up to a bit of money at the end of the year. Currently, with everything that's going on, I just opened up a new bar that has dancing, the Selden. My insurance for that is $30,000. So any way that you can stop some red tape or help businesses add entertainment, this young generation wants to be entertained. They are not drinking as much. They're using other substances. They're not drinking, and everybody wants to be entertained. They've grown up with their phones. They want to see a drag show. They want karaoke. They want trivia. They want a band. They want a DJ. They are not just showing up to sit and have a drink like we used to do and get our glass of wine and catch up with the girls and meet the guys for a beer. They're not doing that. And so all the businesses, and that's why we see like the sauna club, the coffee shops, bars, restaurants doing karaoke so that they can bring people in, because we have to find new streams of revenue, and it is really all about entertainment.
Councilwoman?
Yeah, I just agree. I think we need to have a more simplified process, and I've always kind of thought it was strange to have the permit stick with the facility and not the business. It just seems very like counterintuitive. So I do think it makes more sense to have it streamlined, have the businesses have a better expectation of what to, expect from the city and what the process will be like. And also zoning should absolutely play a part in what the requirements and allowable uses will be. We're supposed to have a 24-hour town. I know that the pandemic changed a lot of things for a while, but Reno is supposed to be a 24-hour town. So there are some areas where I think it's appropriate, and we should have live entertainment and places for people to dance and do drag shows and whatever, trivia nights, and just allow people to congregate. So I think it's a great move to support businesses and also, just kind of uncomplicate some processes. And I think it'll help free up some of staff's time so that they're not having to review everything that was, assigned to that building, and we can look instead at the business that's coming in. That really makes a lot more sense to me. So thank you for taking the time and sharing all that information today.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other green lights on. Let me ask you one thing, because the other complaint I get a lot, and I'm wondering, Angela, and I would just ask our city manager if we could also put this under review and bring it back as soon as possible, like we're doing here. But I get a lot of complaints on the special activities permit. So I would like to also look at that, because I was reading through it, and there's a lot of restrictions just on your own properties. And where you have to come in and get a license, even if you wanted to just, throw even something outside, like even a sandwich. I think I was reading like sandwich boards, or just any, there are even some like sales and activations that they're inside your establishment, but yet you got to go and get a whole permit. And part of me thinks, I don't know, you're inside your own business. I don't know.
We're having the Selden, I'll plug it, the Selden grand opening June 6th in our parking lot. I just paid close to $400 just to say I'm gonna host in my parking lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then another
I look at it as
102 for the
that's your
fire department
property.
to come out, just
That's-
to check.
I think it should be between the landlord and your property, because the city wants you successful. Now, listen, I think once you hit the street, and we charge a lot for people to have activations out in our streets, and when we close them off and all these things that we do, we charge for that, and that's our area and our space.
I will say this, it's like, I do understand that you have to like say, hey, I'm gonna have this event, and kind of just share what it is, because there could be people with large parking lots, private party, having big events. So
That's
I do
true.
understand that. I don't really have a problem with saying, hey, we're going to do this, but it should be tiered. If I'm just gonna close my parking lot off, do I have to pay $400 to just close my parking lot? If someone has an acre and they're throwing a party and they're gonna have a huge festival and it's in a grass area, well, then fire should come, people should police it. So I'm not really against that. And we want people to be safe, and we wanna create safe environments for people. So that's always gonna be paramount over everything. So I'm not necessarily against that, but if you just say, could the fee be $100?
Right.
Can you
But I
just know
think
that
you
this
need
is
a
occurring?
threshold, right?
Yes, there
If you
should be
say,
something.
because I've seen where businesses, they'll be doing like trunk shows, and, they have 50 seat capacity, those kinds of things. There's like a
Well,
lot
the
of
other thing, if we
pop-up
want to touch on it, the other
boutiques,
thing is, and
right?
Devin Reese brought this up, Western Lights, which was an amazing event. We still have on the books currently that Entertainment, that has to end at 10 p.m. He came for an event, showed up at 10 o'clock, it was over. On a Friday and Saturday night, we're closed down. Currently, the law, so Angela said during this pilot program, this is just indoor activity. But currently, the law says we must close all our doors and windows at 10 p.m. You cannot have any doors or windows to your establishments, bars, or anything open past 10 p.m. It's against the law. No music outside. I would think within our 24-hour entertainment corridors that maybe midnight would be acceptable to have people out, music playing within our entertainment corridors. But legally enforcing closing your doors at windows at 10 p.m. seems odd to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
So we
and
can
I-
maybe look at that as well.
I would agree. The other thing is, and I hope this is not happening, I don't think it is anymore, but like scouring Facebook to find out, who's doing what and all these things.
Instagram.
If I find out that is happening, that's going to be really problematic. I don't think that happens anymore, but if it does, I definitely want to know about it.
I'll keep you updated. I was one of the ones that gets that.
Well, it's unacceptable. But I do think the special activities permit should absolutely be looked at because I have a fellow business owner that they wheeled a rack outside. And then, they call it like a pop-up, but it's only one rack. And the city came down on them and so I think that we have to figure out like what really
Yeah.
makes sense and what doesn't. If we really want to be a thriving entrepreneurial.
And I agree with you on all those
District.
points, but for this, it's really just about the live entertainment component, taking out of business or out of planning and putting it back into business. And then working with the different departments to start slowly chipping away and changing that so that what we see now of the legacy businesses that have been here for 30 years, that eventually the code is very even and leveled. So in 25 years from now, we go, oh, it's like we're all at a level playing field. It's all very even and it's very enforceable and it helps the general public, helps the residents, it helps everybody and helps save money for the city because they know what they're enforcing and it's much easier.
Perfect. Okay. The other good news is you have people that came from the private sector right behind you. Angela. See, I love this guy. I need a happy clapper at every
All right,
meeting.
Well, you guys are busy, so I appreciate Angela will probably wrap it up.
But
Thank you.
no, but I
appreciate
did want to
this.
point out, you got good people there because you've got Angela who comes from private sector, Mike
Oh, yeah.
Rayleigh comes from the private sector. I believe Lance Ferretto comes from the private
Lance
sector.
has been amazing. Lance has been so
you've
great
got a
working on
good
business policy
team
and everything.
now that I think they just get it. And so I want to say thank you to our team and staff because they get business. So thanks, Angela. Good job.
Big thank you to them.
Okay, we're going to move on. And I need to send it to Councilman Reese. Go
Well,
ahead.
I think Mr. Hall has some reading to do.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Carl. Take it away.
Item D5, ordinance introduction, ordinance, bill number 7334, case number TXT 26-00002, live entertainment temporary exception, ordinance amending the Reno Municipal Code, Title 18, annexation and land development, specifically in Chapter 18.03, use regulations, Section 18.03.405, entitled Standards for Specific Accessory Uses, to provide for a temporary exception to the conditional use permit regulations for indoor live entertainment within the entertainment core, together with matters which pertain to or necessarily connected therewith, wards 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Madam Mayor, I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission in case number TXT 26-002 and refer the bill for second reading and adoption.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, great. We look forward to see how everything goes. It's going to be great. Did you place public comment, sir? Okay, you have 3 minutes, so you can come up here and address the council.
How you doing, Council? My name is Max Nathan Seven, born in Long Beach, California. Anybody been in here for 20 years? 20 years? No?
No.
Well, I have 31 years of age, and I got out of jail, by the way.
Oh, good.
Good, thank you. So I have a few concerns dealing with 2019 exact. Sorry I'm late as well. I was sidetracked doing things for my kids. 2019, an incident happened dealing with the COVID. I need the accurate number of how many individuals passed away during the COVID. And I mean that. 2018, I went through a divorce CPS, took my kids in. It's necessary for me to say that. Went to Washington, came back on my birthday, December 30th, 2017. In Reno, I worked 16 jobs when I was 19. Let's go back to what I just walked into about anybody believe in essence? Say aye. Essence. It's a serious word, evolutionary of an existence. I have 13 accounts on Facebook, so I'm gonna just put that out there. Study my life. My father's Aya Kevin 7. He got deported with my mom. Rest in peace, Tina Ariota 47. Tyler was talking about DJ. My DJ's name is Maxi Bad, by the way. So, continuing for 2022, I was in Roseville, wrote 36 originals a cappella, sobered up. And that's the plan that I'm going for with the city. I love it here, but I got 9 months before I can start touring back to the islands. So, right now, I had to bring up Judge Champagne. I love him. He ordered me, what he called, check my paperwork, etc. I wrote something when I was in Unit 4, but I don't have it right now. The plan is for the biggest little blessing of my universe. I used to shout that out in 2020, in the darkest times when I was feeling low. But here in Reno, Nevada, I loved it here. I had great friends. I went to Swope, Reed High School. Only had 16 credits, and I was moping about that. But I'm a musician now, and we're gonna be playing sports again and doing awesome things, barbecuing. And right now, I gotta bring up the street McCarran because it's very necessary because we're talking about the essence of the water issue and then how it constricts is the word that's coming to mind. Constricts. There's a construction to it, and that's what my family is doing. My nationality is Tongan, Samoan, American, Mexican, and Jamaican. So right now, I'm glad Tyler mentioned all those things. I'm also getting paid $100,000 for a special lawsuit from Champagne next week, and how I'm planning to invest in that is to give it to individuals who are dealing with an existence. Can I continue?
All right.
All
No,
right,
you're
indigo
good.
is the word.
All right, good
Indigo.
job.
Indigo.
Okay,
All right,
thank you so much. Good job.
All right, what time you guys end?
What time, pardon?
What time is this council meeting at?
Oh, we never know.
All right, well,
We
I'll be
really
here.
never know.
Thank you.
I wish I could tell you. Anyway, thank you so much. Okay. Yes, we're going to head into, yes, item C4. Item C4, and that is the BLM. So I guess I'm going to hand it over to you, Carl, or who?
D4?
C4.
C4. What is C4?
This is the BLM one. Should I take it? Yeah. Yeah, for the record, John Shipman, City Attorney's Office. Yeah, item C4, it's the City Attorney's Office is asking the council whether or not you want the City Attorney's Office and authorize the City Attorney's Office to appeal a BLM finding for an appeal. We discussed, I'm sorry, I'm just having a moment. Yeah, if Peter Keegan, if you
All right.
want to go up and.
Yeah, no problem. Here. Go ahead, City Manager.
Yeah, thank you very much. So this item is for the council to decide whether they would like to appeal a BLM decision to put in a fence. It basically is a placeholder for reservation of rights while the attorneys for the Nevada Department of Agriculture as well as City of Reno work to resolve some issues during the remaining time period before the deadline for the appeal. Without the appeal, you don't have any rights. With the appeal, you give a little bit more opportunity for a resolution that benefits all parties.
All right, Madam Mayor, I'd love to just make a motion to
Yes, that's fine.
authorize-
Unless, do you want to put anything on the record? No?
Unless there's any questions, Peter Keegan for the City Attorney's Office.
Okay, thank you so much. Perfect.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a motion to authorize the City Attorney's Office to appeal the BLM categorical exclusion granted to the Nevada Department of Agriculture to construct a fence on BLM land adjacent to city's newly established wildlife preserve sanctuary if necessary.
Okay.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, before we take the vote, we did have we did receive public comment on this item. There were 8 comments that were submitted via our reno.gov online public comment form or by emails, 8 letters in favor.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so I have a motion and a second, and it looks like Councilwoman, did you want to?
No, I'm just waiting.
You're good? Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, moving right along. D3. Item D3. Okay. CDBG. So I'm going to ask, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
We do not have any public comment registered and have not received any correspondence on this item.
Okay, perfect. Right.
Hi.
Hi, Elaine.
Hi.
Nice to see you. We haven't seen you in a while.
I know, it's good to be up here.
Good to see you. Okay, go ahead, take it away. Tell everyone all the wonderful things that you are doing with CDBG. Honestly, you guys do really, really good work, so.
Great.
Take it away.
To clarify, well, first of all, Elaine Olson, Housing and Neighborhood Development, for the record. Does this council, would you like a brief presentation on this item?
I don't require one, but let's,
I'm good as well, unless anybody would like to, then we'll seek for motion.
This is.
D3.
D3.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just have a comment.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to thank you. There are projects on this list that I think I've been advocating for 8 or 10 years. But it's taken this long to, work through a staggering list of projects that are all deserving. And I'm just very grateful for the process that people have gone through to finally get here. One of them I must speak about, which is the Virginia Lake bank reinforcement. And I think in the plan was $300,000 to begin the design process. So it's expected to be a somewhat expensive project. We can't, it's like trying to eat an elephant one bite at a time. So we want to at least get the design out there so we can move forward with the project. If we don't do the project, it looks like the irrigation's falling in the lake, the trees are falling in the lake, and pretty soon the sidewalk will fall in the lake. So it's just in time. It's maintenance that parks needed a long time ago. But I'm so glad that we're here finally. So thank you. And it's not the biggest project, but it's one we've been working on a long time. So thank you.
You bet your CDBG subcommittee members, 3 councils that sit on the city council, were happy to approve that.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions or?
No, just also wanted to comment on that too, that's something that's been really important to me since I got on council, just because that's such a wonderful park, the Virginia Lakes project. It's a beautiful park and people really enjoy it. It's a high utilization area and I'm just really happy that we're taking steps to stabilize that area. So thank you.
There are no other comments. I'll move to approve the program year 2026 annual action plan for HUD grant programs.
second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam, Mr. Vice Mayor. We'd like to go to item D4 because we have some audience members, and then we would like to open up the RDA, please.
Okay, perfect. We'll open up item D4.
Mr. Vice Mayor, would you like to open the public hearing?
Yes, let's open the public hearing. Was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Proper notice was given on item D4, and we did receive 3 comments and correspondence in opposition of this item. Additionally, we do have 1 public commenter in the audience.
Okay,
I'm not right, but
we'll start off. Does anybody require staff presentation?
just saying
I
that.
you all
just
like to
have
see?
a comment. It's in Ward 2. And
Okay, we'll go with comments and then we'll go to public comment after that.
okay. Although, would it be helpful to see a map anyway? Do you have just the map? Could you put it up?
Absolutely. Leah Picotti for the record. Good afternoon, members of the council. Here's our map.
Okay, great. So what this is the yellow box is a proposal to, is it 1 property or are they consolidating 3?
There are currently 3 properties.
And then they're zoned, could you just tell us the zoning and then what it's going to?
Yeah, absolutely. So
As Councilmember Dorr just stated, it is in Ward 2. It's on the north side of Plum and the south side of the terminus of Fairfield Avenue.
Yeah.
Currently, it is single-family, 3 units per acre. They are asking to go to single-family, 5 units per acre. The site is just over an acre, so the zoning would allow them to develop up to 5. They have submitted a parcel map concurrent with this showing 4 parcels. I can kind of show what that looks like. We've got lots of history here, so if you'd like me to go through that, I can. This would be the proposed configuration of the 4 lots. They have said that they would deed restrict it, however, that would not be enforced by the city. And this configuration and these lot sizes are consistent with all the surrounding lot sizes.
Can you go back to that map that you had the yellow
Yes.
one? Not that one, but back a ways, and not this one. Yeah. So what I wanted to say is I'm fully supportive of the concept of increasing the density in this area. I mean, it can handle it. I just wanted to share with my colleagues, and this is where we get so caught up. So here we have these 3 parcels, and they're going to make it so you could probably build 4 homes. And I think both the applicant and all those neighbors were supportive of when the people leave their property going to Plum Lane, okay, instead of going to the cul-de-sac. Why? Because this is one of those cul-de-sacs that's widely used for kids playing, right? They're not really quite near a playground. And so what the residents, they came to the NAB, and they were I think about 17 of them actually came to object to the project, because they were so worried about using Fairfield Ave as the access. And they're like, why can't they just go out on Plum? So I just wanted to share that I asked our staff to look into it. Can they go out to Plum? And when they got back to the staff, it turned out that the traffic engineering said, well, it would be 4 more properties, let's say 8 more cars going out onto Plum. And it could be problematic, especially since most of the people are probably going towards downtown or Meadowood or something, not going the other way towards McCarran. And they would have to come out and kind of cross traffic, and it is a potential pinch point. And they thought it was safer if they either went down and came around and came out Sharon, or went down and came around, came out Marsh. Sharon has a light, Marsh does not, as I recall. Well, I went out there myself, and I looked here. Just south is a road that looks like it's an intersection, and this could be a new road opposite that. But I did consult with our folks, and they were very concerned about potential impacts on Plum Lane, even though it's only 8 cars, potentially. So we're in a zoning thing, and I can't condition anything, so I'm prepared to support the recommendation to increase the density of the zoning. But I also see we have Derek Wilson here in the audience, I think, although we might be behind. Would you mind coming up just for 1 second? And Derek is the consultant. And could you say the name of your company, Rubicon, I think it is?
Yeah, hi, Derek Wilson with Rubicon Design Group on behalf of the property owner.
And the property owner, are they here today too?
Yeah, he's here. Yeah, he's a local
hi,
guy.
guys.
He has worked hard to.
Here for a very long time, like, hey.
So that's,
Thanks you guys for coming, appreciate it.
yes.
So they have a great project in mind. I think it's just that it's one of these classic things where it's a great project and yet it's causing some consternation with the neighbors. It seems like there's a simple fix, but our staff are worried. So we can't condition zoning. All I can do is make a request that Rubicon continues to work with your clients and the members of the public to see if there's any answer. Maybe it's I think their biggest issue is having the cars enter into a play zone. Maybe it's caution about that. Maybe you work with city staff and look at, are there ways to make a Plum Lane entrance safer? I don't know the answers, and I'm not a traffic engineer, but I am trying to be respectful of both parties. And so that's why I wanted to hear what you had to say.
great. Thank you very much. So the owners have done an exceptional job of working with the neighbors already.
Yeah.
Before starting this project, before even talking to me, they went out and knocked on doors and told people what they were going to do or what their plan was. So in my experience, that's exceptional. So they're committed to being good neighbors. Assuming this project moves forward today, sure, we can continue to talk to anybody, absolutely.
Yeah. I think it's mostly getting the city staff comfortable in terms of safety. I don't think it's an issue with the developer. I don't think it's an issue with the neighbor. It's really coming into conformance with what the city thinks is a best practice. It's not even a law, right? It's not an ordinance. It's more of a best practice. And I don't know, I've even had other, city engineering staff, I've asked several of them what would work. And they're concerned about safety, and rightly so. I mean, we don't want anybody getting hurt. The thing is, this is a straightaway. There's no hills. There's no blocking. There's no trees. It's a pretty easy access, but the question just is, can they, and there's numerous, look at all these other parcels. They all open out right onto Plum Lane. So you have driveway after driveway after driveway on Plum Lane. And I mean, this is not that different. So I would just ask that you continue to have those conversations. It's just a very rare instance where we have a developer in concert with the families in the neighborhood, and yet it's the city saying, we don't think it's going to work. So it's an unusual situation. So anyway, thank you for being here, and thank you to the developers. Did I hear that one of you are planning to live there or something about that? Is that true? No, true. Okay, you just want to, it's just an empty parcel and you want to help to get it developed, right? Okay.
Are there any other questions?
I'm
Council?
done.
I see Councilwoman Ebert. No?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize this
Okay.
was on.
Anyone over there? No? Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Well, with that in mind, just the fact that you're all willing to continue working together, see if there's an answer, I'd make a motion.
We need the city attorney to read the bill.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, go ahead, Carl. Carl or John, take it away.
Item
Either one.
D4, ordinance introduction.
We got this, we got this.
Bill number 7335, case number LDC 26-00060, Fairfield Farmhouses zoning map amendment, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 1802 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled zoning a plus or minus 1.08 acre site comprised of 3 parcels located on the north side of West Plum Lane, directly north of its intersection with Fallen Leaf Court, 1133 West Plum, from single-family residential, 3 units per acre, SF3, to single-family residential, 5 units per acre, SF5, together with matters which pertain to and necessarily connected therewith, Ward 2.
All right, thank you so much.
And before we have a motion, we do have a public commenter from Sandy Kelly.
Perfect. All right, and you've been here all day.
Yep, waiting for this one.
All right, go
So
ahead.
my name is Sandy Kelly. I bought the old Plum house on the corner of Plum and Hunter Lake about 9 years ago. In the middle of the night, two years after that, the city came in and did what they called a road diet. And they took away the access to my home. The purpose was to get cars through at a higher rate of speed to get around the corner at Hunter Lake, more of them faster. If you go from the airport to McCarran, on Plum Lane alone, the speed limit changes 5 times. And in front of the school, it goes from 15 to 35, and then back to 25. So if you're going to call this, I'm not against the building. If you're going to call it a residential neighborhood, I think we should be afforded a residential neighborhood speed limit. There have been multiple cars come through my fence, multiple injury accidents on the corner of Plum and Hunter Lake, and it's all due to speed, due to the changes made by the city engineers. I petitioned all of Plum Lane at the time that it happened, and I got almost unanimous signing, and I still have them if you would require them, for people just asking for fair treatment. If we live in a residential area, treat us as such. If you're going to turn it to commercial, we should have those benefits. But it can't be a this and that hodgepodge. And that's what I'm objecting to. And they would be coming out in the 15 mile an hour. And then as you come over that hill, it turns to 35. I mean, it's ridiculous, it's dangerous. And when I met with the city engineers, the fire department, the police department, I was told, sorry, lady, deal with it. And that's where we are today.
And are you asking for like 25 miles an hour? Or
I
what
would
are-
love 25 miles an hour.
Yeah, and when you say 15, is that just when school is in, or is this a
Yes,
permanent 15?
otherwise it's 25,
So-
and then it speeds up to 35. Just drive from the airport, and you'll see there's no way to keep track. I mean, there's no
agree
resident that could keep track of the
Okay.
changes. And
Councilwoman
nobody's
Dewar,
going
are
to
you
modify
working
their
on this?
speed.
No, this is the first time I talked to her briefly earlier today, but that's the first time I heard about this
Naomi,
issue.
I was on the committee to shut down the Jiffy Lube on the
Oh,
corner
yeah.
of Hunter Lake.
But what I mean is, this council did vote to deny, well, actually, to deny that project.
I never got notification of it. They came at 4 in the morning.
Well, anyway, it was a process where I think it got withdrawn, is what I actually think happened, because it was a misuse of a permit process. So,
The dangerous thing that
But
they
you know what,
did.
I would love, make sure you give the clerk your information. I would love to sit down with you and Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah.
That'd be
Because
great.
I agree with you.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
Thank you so much. All right, so I think I had a motion and a second.
Yeah.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, thanks so much. Okay, moving right along. I actually would like to skip over to the RDA because we have people here that need to get in and out. So if you wouldn't mind, we're skipping around a lot today, but we're gonna head into the RDA. I'm gonna hand it over to Madam Clerk to open the RDA.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You go. I'm so sorry. What did you say? Sorry. What? I'm not hearing very well.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're going to open the Redevelopment Agency Board for Wednesday, May 20th. We're going to call roll at this time. Councilmember Taylor? Dewar?
Here.
Martinez? Ebert?
Here.
Reese?
Here.
Anderson? Here. Sheevy?
Here.
You do have a quorum of the Redevelopment Agency Board.
Okay.
We're on item A3, public comment. We have none registered and have not received any correspondence for the RDA. So we're on item A4, approval of the agenda.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. May I get a motion for
So
approval of
moved.
minutes? I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
All right, we're going to go into items C1 and C2.
Okay, thank you so much.
If you'd like to open the public hearing.
At this time, Madam Clerk, I'd like to open the public hearing. Was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Proper notice was given and no correspondence was received on items C1 or
Welcome
C2 of the RDA.
You can't get enough of us. No. Anyway, okay, take it away if anyone needs a presentation.
No, I don't require one, Madam Mayor.
I just have a quick question.
Go right ahead.
So on the budget and the projects that were presented in RDA 1 and RDA 2, I wanted to make sure that anything over $100,000 within this will come back to council for final approval, because I know we approved them all as a whole bunch of projects, and those will come back
Yes.
individually.
They will. Vicki Van Buren, for the record, Director of Finance, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Be the normal process.
Okay, thank you so much. May I get a motion?
Yeah, I
Oh,
just
sorry.
want- yeah,
I didn't see your light on. Go ahead.
I wasn't going to say anything, but thank you for calling that out. It was kind of a lot to vote on all at once, in my opinion. Just in the future, maybe if this board could not, vote on every single thing in one motion, that would be helpful, maybe for the body. If there's some things that we don't particularly agree on, we don't have to look like a villain. If there's something in the motion that we don't like, where we have to say yes or no to everything that one particular person on the body would like to see move forward. I just think that that's puts us as a body in an uncomfortable position when it doesn't need to be. So thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right.
Madam Mayor, I'll move to approve and adopt the tentative budget and approval of resolution adopting the final budget.
Okay, thank you. I have a
Second.
motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. Good job. Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, to be clear, that was items Charlie 1 and Charlie 2.
Yes.
And one motion was sufficient.
Is that, what do you need from us? Maybe one more?
This is the motion that I had, and then looked to city
Oh,
attorney.
thank you.
I think it's good, but
It was combined.
Yeah, it was move to approve staff recommendation. Yes, so you're
Okay.
good. Yep.
Thank you
All right.
so much.
Perfect. I'm going to hand it over to.
Thanks so much. We'll move on to agenda item B1, I believe. Vacant storefront activation program.
hello, everyone. Happy afternoon. Happy Wednesday to everyone. Right, so we're here today to talk about a challenge that I know is at the forefront of our downtown, and a challenge that I know this body has spoken about much before. Rachel McIntyre, Placemaking Manager for the Redevelopment Agency, for the record. Today we're here to seek direction from this body on how we can address the retail attraction strategy for RDA 1 and specifically our vacant storefront activation. As we know, a big hindrance to our revitalization efforts in downtown are the blighted storefronts, specifically along the Virginia Street corridor. For the purposes of this conversation, we'll be focusing on Virginia Street. This body is welcome to explore other areas within downtown as well as we look at the different areas where we could invest our energies. Vacant storefronts are hindering revitalization efforts, and we know that it's despite of facade incentive programs, other reinvestment initiatives that we've taken, code enforcement initiatives that have been taken, the issue persists. And it persists for a variety of reasons. We have limited broker engagement and activity in the downtown area. We have a challenge with some disengaged property owners. And we have oversized ground floor spaces. Those floor plates are just making it a challenge for small businesses and emerging businesses and retailers to be able to open up in the downtown core again. And why it matters. We know that our Virginia Street is the face and the heart of our downtown core. So whether you're a Renoite that's interested in coming downtown to pop over to a show at the Pioneer Theater, you're a resident who lives down here, or you're someone visiting for a conference, convention, or a family vacation, what you see is boarded up storefronts, windows, and darkness. Now, we didn't just pull this pull this rabbit of vacant storefronts out of a hat. This did in fact come from a couple of our different action plans. We have both the adopted downtown action plan and the Virginia Street placemaking study that have pointed out, highlighted, and called us to take action around how we're addressing vacant storefronts in the downtown core. Vacant storefronts have a variety of impact beyond the social and the economic. I mean, it really reduces our pedestrian activity. We know that there's a few different ways that we can address blight and specifically the perception of safety and cleanliness in our downtown. And one is through clean and safe efforts. And we've seen the amazing work that the DRP is doing with the ambassadors. The other area that we could look at is how do we get more people, more bodies downtown more consistently. Increased pedestrian activity is also a great perception changer when it comes to public safety. The other challenges that we're seeing is there's limited opportunities for local entrepreneurs in the downtown core. And the vacant storefronts and the scale of vacancy that we have is dampening investment confidence. We've seen that. And it erodes our sense of place. So today we're asking for decisions from this body, and a couple things are up for policy consideration. The first thing that we would ask you for is, first, is this a space that you want the RDA to be playing in? And if that answer is yes, that'll prompt the second policy decision, which is we're going to present you with 4 different options. We've done extensive research. We'll cover some of that with you today. But we're going to present 4 options that we think are different tools that we could use for retail attraction strategies in the downtown, and seek your direction and guidance on which direction you would like for us to pursue. Now, great thing is this body allocated budget for FY26. We allocated $150,000 for this year in retail attraction strategy. We spent the bulk of the year researching what we thought would be the best incentives to move forward with, and we'll talk about those today. And then we have also proposed to carry that $150,000 forward in FY27. So let's talk about what we've learned. We've done a lot of research. We've looked at countries or cities all over the country. We've looked at what business improvement districts are doing to address vacant storefronts in downtown cores. We've looked at what municipalities are doing, and we've looked at what redevelopment agencies do. Today we're going to talk about 4. The first we're going to start with is Vacant to Vibrant. Vacant to Vibrant is a longstanding program in San Francisco. Public-private pop-up partnerships is how they identify. Some of the great things that have come out of Vacant to Vibrant, when you go and you dig into their research, they've had 33 pop-up businesses launched since the program's inception, and 23 of them have resulted in permanent brick and mortar storefronts. That's a pretty significant conversion rate. The program was widely cited as a model for downtown recovery strategies all over. When you look at downtown Detroit, downtown Grand Rapids, downtown Seattle, they've all pulled a page from the Vacant to Vibrant playbook. Short-term activation can convert into long-term tenants, and we think this program has given us a lot to learn in how they can match property owners who are engaged with prospective tenants. Second case study that we looked at is Seattle Restored, and this is activating vacant storefront. One of the key tenets of this program is that you have engaged property owners. What Seattle Restored does is it looks at turnkey ready vacant spaces and says, hey, we can match you up with a prospective tenant. Now, in the Seattle Restored program, there is some financial exposure and lease liability, so that's something to take into consideration as we're exploring the different programs that we'll present to you here today. This program also has a pretty significant staffing requirement. For example, the pop-up programs themselves, it's a high turnover. And so when you look at running a pop-up specific program, we're looking at, potentially turning over a storefront every month or every 3 months, which is definitely just an increase in staffing and demand. Downtown Dallas. Downtown Dallas has a unique program, and it's a broker incentive program. I will open up with, we did learn as we were doing our research and putting this presentation together that we do have some NRS that might prohibit us from being able to pursue a broker incentive program. But nonetheless, it is an option that other cities have pursued as a means to be able to incentivize maybe disengaged or inactive brokers in a downtown core a little more directly to proactively lease vacant and open spaces. And the fourth is downtown Grand Rapids. Downtown Grand Rapids took a very aggressive approach, but very much an RDA lane approach, and that is acquisition. Downtown Grand Rapids went in and said, you know what? The storefronts aren't filling. We've tried incentive programs. The property owners aren't biting. We've tried the stick with the code enforcement. It's not really making a difference. We're just going to go in and start buying the properties ourselves. And so that's what they did. They went around, they took 50 plus historic buildings and they restored them and they activated them. In some cases, they purchased the buildings, they invested in them, and then they flipped and sold them. And in some, they held on to them and leased them out to tenants. So let's talk about the 4 options that we're exploring here. We did take this item to the RAB board on May 4th. The RAB did make a recommendation. The RAB's recommendation was for option 1, which is direct market participation. This would be the RDA stepping in a master lease capacity, investing in tenant improvements to get the spaces right-sized and move-in ready, and then running a sublease pilot program where we would work through an RFP process to help bring small businesses back into the downtown core. Few considerations for you. There is financial exposure and lease liability here. Staff capacity would be required for low-level property management. We would not be looking in this scenario to be running pop-ups. We'd be running short-term or long-term lease agreements on these spaces. The nice thing is it does give us a bit more control. The RFP process allows for us to think about tenant mix in the downtown. It allows for us to think about what our visitors and residents in downtown alike have been asking for, and to be a little bit more intentional with how and where we're choosing to execute this program. Option 2 is we could play the role of facilitator, and this is that broker incentive program that we talked about from Dallas. The challenge that we'll see with the facilitator program is it does rely heavily on property owner cooperation. It would have to be the property owner saying, we're open. The other challenge is it doesn't really address the oversized footprints, and we know that a number of the vacant spaces that are kind of up front and center in downtown, frankly, just they need to be renovated and they need to be right-sized in order for people to be able to, one, afford them and two, make them viable. The other challenge with this one is that the impact may be slower and it is far less predictable because we kind of take ourselves out of the driver's seat. The third option is to take a Seattle Restored approach, and that is where we would play the role of activator. This would be a pop-up and temporary activation program. Now, this is great because you can tap into, say, Riverside Farmers Market or Wild Market. There's a number of businesses that exist already and organizations that exist already. We have the Reno Generator, folks who have kind of a network of makers and small businesses, if you will, that might be looking to test or pilot a brick and mortar storefront. And being able to pop up for 1 to 3 months and see what the foot traffic could be like for a business who has a thriving e-com business, maybe they're just not entirely sure about a storefront yet, it's a really great program. The challenge is fewfold. So one is the staff time with managing that program. Two is it's temporary. So we run the risk of a lot of churn. We also run the risk of burnout and lack of sustainability with the program. Other plus side to it is it can happen pretty quickly. It's a button we can push where we can look out the window in a few months and see outcome. And the fourth option would be to take the Grand Rapids approach, and that is acquisition. So this gives us high control intervention. This would be this body directing the RDA to go out and look at purchases look at areas in the downtown core where we want to purchase property. Now, this is definitely higher risk, and it would require us to bond. So we know that we've talked a lot about and heard a lot from this body about right now wanting to make investments, but make strategic investments that perhaps don't require us to take out additional debt at this time. So we have 4 options on the table. We have option 1, which is a master lease, sublease option. This again was the option that was presented and recommended by the RAB board. We have the facilitator option, which is broker engagement or broker incentive strategy. We have option 3, which is a pop-up model. Option 4, which is an acquisition and a purchase model. Strategic considerations. So once again, this body has 2 policy considerations for today. 1, is this a space that you would like the RDA to be playing in? And 2, if yes, which of the 4 options or which combination of 4 options would you like for us to explore? Or is there another option that maybe we haven't considered that you'd like for us to explore? And in this, what's the speed of visible activation that you're looking for? What's the long-term versus short-term impact? And how does it align with our broader redevelopment and fiscal priorities? Depending on the direction from this body today, we would be looking to move forward with continuing our research and actually starting to research specific property locations throughout the summer. Late summer, we would come back and take our research and our findings to the RAB, get their recommendation on site selection, and then we would come to this body again with site selection options in late summer and looking to initiate the program in fall of 2026. So, staff is asking the Redevelopment Agency Board to make recommendations from the options provided as a retail attraction strategy for the RDA to begin filling vacant storefronts in RDA 1. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manager McIntyre. Before I head to the body, I'd just like to welcome Councilman Abbott to Chambers, and thank you for being here today. Are there any questions or comments from any of the body? Councilman Reese, I'll go to you first.
Well, I'll defer to Ms. Taylor. This is a downtown thing, so I want to hear her thoughts, of course, especially important to me today.
Oh, thank you.
For that.
Taylor.
I'm just going to get right to the point. We've had a long day. I definitely want to see us work in this space. I would say I want to support option 1, and the reasons why are because I want to support our RAB. They supposedly dug into this and did a lot of the work. I also think it's a good balance between risk and return and innovation. I don't necessarily want to see us bond for anything, and I don't want to spend an excessive amount of time on the pop-ups. The pop-up sounds good, but I think this is a good balance if we're looking to activate, and I don't think we need to hear anybody else tell us that we need to activate downtown. We've heard it plenty. The one thing that I would say is in the redevelopment agency, this is a place where I want to see us go fast, really fast. So any way that we can make that schedule decrease the timeline to get businesses in there would be something that I would support, but you're going to have to let us know what we need. So, colleagues, I guess my overall comments are, yes, I want to see us do this, and I would be looking for a motion to support option 1 with your thoughts.
Councilmember Reese.
Thank you so much. First of all, just an outstanding presentation. A lot of work has gone into it. And I think part of it is especially if you've been on this body for a long time, we keep saying, what is it going to take to get downtown hopping again? And there's sort of a form of nostalgia that people have, right? They sometimes think of downtown Reno and they forget that at one point in time, downtown Reno was happening because there were a dozen casino properties there. We did not have suburbs. We did not have malls. So like when I had to come downtown to buy my first tie at JCPenney's, a clip-on, it was where we went to shop, right? And downtown Reno has certainly changed, and we can talk about why it happened and have all those conversations. But the truth is our community expects us to have a vibrant downtown. And every downtown in America, and you pointed out some of them, has some history, right? There was a moment when downtowns were very active and alive, and then when suburbs happened, a lot of them had some challenges. If you spent time in places like Detroit, for example, you know that downtowns have this open and closed and then back again. San Francisco is another good example, right, of where they're really trying to lean in. And I think that I'm watching Mayor Lurie in San Francisco do a lot of the kind of strategies that you're identifying here about trying to activate the vacant storefronts. If you've been to Union Square lately, you notice that all the incredible shopping is gone, right? And part of it is there's these gigantic stores, and really it's hard to rent out 10,000 square feet to someone. So I think Reno is not unique in having challenges to the downtown area, but when you tell people that, and they kind of think that you're just bullshitting them again. They think that you're just passing the buck. And I think what I've learned, and Ms. Taylor is excellent at this, is not to pass the buck, right? It's about figuring out how do you make the downtown active quickly, and I hear some urgency in it. There was a lot in your presentation, and so Ms. McIntyre, I suppose there's one part of me that says, hey, we have the RAB for a reason, and they've made this choice and said this thing, but I don't know if every one of the things in there I would understand to completeness, right? Like if you said to me, do we want to, I don't know, rent the old Horseshoe? Meaning we as a city rent the Horseshoe and then we go out and find tenants for it. Again, there's a lot of details that I'm not sure you're asking for us for today, or if you're just saying, what is the vision? Because I think we all want activation, and quite frankly, when we brought you to the city of Reno, you started to do those things. We have the antique markets, and we had 340 unique events last year, and we have the Western Lights and the Christmas festivals, right? So we're doing it. It seems to the outside public very slow. What are we to do with this huge mass of things that you've asked us about today?
Yes. So thank you. The question before you today is, again, twofold. One, is this a space you want the RDA to be playing in? And then two, which of these options would you like for us to pursue and explore? So the next step for us, should this body, for example, say, yes, pursue option one, is we'll start reaching out to property owners and exploring the different vacant storefronts that are available currently. We'll explore rent rates, we'll bring in contractors, we'll understand what the TI is, and really understand what a leasing structure would look like with a number of properties downtown. We'll then bring that back to the RAB and back to this board for decision on site selection.
Okay, so, and let me, if I may, just ask a follow-up question, Mr. Vice Mayor. Today, I think you'll likely hear people say, yes, we want activation. This is a space that the redevelopment agency should play in. So maybe that answers that question. But it wasn't so clear on the second part. You want to then go out and, at least in the option one, you want to meet with individual property owners and say, hey, are you interested in maybe leasing to us or someone else? Okay. I just don't want to hide the ball, because ultimately I'm very supportive of all the actions, but I want to know specifically what I'm being asked to approve.
Ashley Attorney, Assistant City Manager for the record. So for full clarity, yes, option one, next steps would be redevelopment agency staff will reach out to all of the vacant parcel owners downtown and say, what are your offerings? We are interested in leasing this space. What are your terms? How much? How long? And then engaging with contractors so we can understand what is the expense in order to turn these larger spaces into smaller storefronts. And so we would reach out to, the Horseshoe is one that you mentioned. We would reach out to the Masonic building. We would reach out to the old Woolworths building. We would reach out to everyone that we know that has vacant storefronts so we could better understand what that cost is. Staff has not done that at this state because the first step was checking in with the board for direction. Is do you want us to do this? We keep asking you that because, as you saw from the examples that Rachel brought forward, bids are often what you see occupying this space in other cities because they have additional funding opportunities, whereas we just have the one from property tax. But this is not uncommon for redevelopment agencies to do either. This redevelopment agency actually engaged in a similar activation in West Street Market many years ago, so we're not super reinventing the wheel.
Thank you. I'm going to go with Councilmember Anderson.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for just the depth of this presentation and all of the options that you've presented. I, yes, want the RDA to participate in this space and am very supportive of option one. I don't want that statement to be made that I'm not supportive in the other activities, but I think that if we were to commit to option one in this budget year, get some wins in this one space, we're not trying to do too many things without real wins under our belt. So this sounds like something that could be measurable, and next time when we meet next year, we'll have projects under our belt that we can build from. So thank you for the work. But just don't abandon all the other ideas just for future options.
Thank you. Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, I'm very supportive. I just want to make sure I do understand what option one is. Like has been said, we were presented a lot of different approaches. I guess what I'm trying to understand is we would go rent like as many spaces as we could and re-rent them, or what are you thinking?
So option one would be the redevelopment agency would enter into a lease agreement with a property owner in downtown, and then we would do tenant
You
improvements.
say a property owner, just one?
Likely A, based off of the money that
Okay.
you've allocated. We imagine it will be one property at this time.
Okay.
And then we would engage in improving the space, so we would pay for the TIs, and then we would sublet out that space.
So let me give you an example. What I've heard a lot is that the downtown property owners want a lot, like much more than a typical market rent.
We find that to not be the
Not be
case.
true.
No, we find that to not be the case. Brian will correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe our last numbers, we saw the average square foot rent is about $1.63 in downtown, so it's
Well,
actually
that's very
substantially
good.
lower.
Yeah.
The challenge comes in with the TI. Many of these properties need hundreds of thousands of dollars in TI, and the spaces are just too large. So even if a property owner is to rent everything for $1 a square foot, if it's 15,000 square feet, that's 15 grand a month that they have to start with before they get into TI.
Gotcha.
So what we are doing is with option one, proposing taking these spaces, we're paying for the TI, we're making the spaces more manageable, and then subletting at either what we rented it for or a loss. That would be a policy decision for you in the future when we bring this
Okay, I
back.
get it. And so you could rent 15,000 square foot spaces.
Break it up into 5 3,000 square foot spaces, fix them, sublet them out of 3,000 square feet each, and then come to you to say, do you want us to just direct pass on, or do you want us to subsidize that? That would be a choice for you in the future.
Okay.
Thanks. Anybody else have other questions or comments? Yeah, Councilmember Reese.
Thank you so much. I wanted to go really specifically with you, Ms. McIntyre, about a couple of the case studies, so vacant to vibrant. This is the one I'm perhaps most familiar with, and so I wanted to just pause here. One of the things that I think, look, again, if you've traveled to some of these other cities, and I know that you have, there are these challenges, and then they go out and address them. And so I think what I'm hearing from my colleagues is like an excitement over the concept, some concerns about like what is the actual thing going to happen when it happens, which we'll know later. But also, I think we have to be in a space where we are not afraid to fail, right? I think it is possible for us to choose bits and pieces of each of these communities and what they did right, and hope that it goes as equally well for us or better, and then accept the fact that there are some failures in there. Some of what I find challenging about downtown are, like you said, vacant storefronts, but TIs, first floor might be commercial, second and third floors may be residential, but maybe long abandoned. And it's been interesting to watch some of the folks who have come into the downtown environment and really done significant renovations. If you look at the old Santa Fe Hotel, for example, or if you look at the Birdies, how do some of these programs match with some of the other things we've already talked about in the redevelopment agency and therefore done budgets for? Like we've done these facade restoration programs, we've done block by block now we're talking about because we've approved that today. It seems like we're throwing a lot out there at it. How do we make all these things interact with one another?
Thank you, Rachel McIntyre for the record. So as it sits right now, this would be run as a pilot. So we would take this year to pilot this program and see how it works in partnership with our other incentive programs. The great thing that we have right now is we launched with Restore 2 years ago. This will be our third cycle of Restore that we'll go into in FY27. That is a great incentive for a property owner to be able to say, hey, if I have a tenant, what would it look like if the Mason Building or the Horseshoe or whichever property actually knew they had a tenant? Would they then take advantage of Restore where they otherwise have chosen not to because they don't believe that tenants will come back downtown? So there is an opportunity for this to incentivize property owners to take advantage of incentives that already exist through the RDA that they maybe wouldn't have otherwise. We'll see how these play in concert together. We have Resecure is another program. And so for folks who are concerned about security in downtown, we have a program to support that, to help overcome some of these barriers to entry, whether it's the barrier to entry for the property owner and their concerns, or a barrier to entry for a small business and their concerns. Program stacking will be ultimately a decision that this body will likely need to provide direction on as far as how many programs a said property or business can participate in.
And if I may, Mr. Vice Mayor, one follow-up question, and that is, when you talk about the desire to do tenant improvements, oftentimes I assume the building owner wants to control the course of those tenant improvements. Is there any possibility of our public works teams and our great folks working in this space to do any of that work? I don't know, I'll give you an example. We, of course, restored the California building, a great project, and our friend is here with us today to talk about that. It's moved over in the redevelopment space. So I'm just saying, is that any of this, what's going to happen next?
It will be very likely that it will be run in tandem, and so it may be our staff managing the contractors and identifying the TI. We anticipate a lot of landlords, they just give a TI total of $1 incentive and then they step away. We would be making TI improvements that would be very white shell, so anybody can move into them. We just find a lot of these buildings, they may not have sprinklers, for example. They may not have proper HVAC. They may not have a running toilet. So those would be the improvements. So yes, it would be a combination of our staff will work with Public Works, work with Dan and the redevelopment team, and see what options we have to be efficient.
Are there any other comments or questions? If not, before we go to a motion, I'll just add, I think in order to allow for you all to have some more flexibility, and I know you started the presentation by saying you were specifically looking at Virginia Street, but if there comes a time where you've exhausted all the options that you can identify, expanding that out to all of RDA 1 would be something that I would ask you to look for, just in case you've exhausted all the options along Virginia Street and you can look at other options that are available. I'd love to see this program be successful. With that, I'll go to a motion. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I motion to direct staff to research and implement option 1.
A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. With that, we'll close it up and move on to item B2, presentation and acceptance of the Redevelopment Agency's Q3 quarterly update on key initiatives. Mr. Ricardo.
Good afternoon, Redevelopment Agency board members and Vice Mayor. Brian McCardle, Revitalization Manager for the record. We are here to present the Q2 quarterly update for the RDA activities. This will cover months January, February, and March of this year. Just to highlight some big things that happened in the redevelopment agency overall. The main one being that the baseball contract was renegotiated. That will bring baseball and insure baseball through 2049 and ensure that there's $40 million in additional investment placed into the area around the baseball district. So that was that, and it removes the city's liability for the $1 million annual payment. This body approved the rebrand of the redevelopment agency to the Reno Redevelopment and Urban Placemaking Agency, otherwise known as REUP. You'll be seeing that in the coming months more before we do a formal launch in the new fiscal year. In January, we increased engagement with the Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board, giving them more oversight and input onto almost every project that is being proposed and being facilitated by the staff. And then some of the staff members participated in the International Downtown Association Conference, which is practitioners all over the United States that work on downtowns. When you look at the programs that the Redevelopment Agency is facilitating and participating in, the first one to mention that happened in Q1 was Western Lights Festival. Even though we had back-to-back snowstorms, I will thank everyone who helped out, not only from the organizers of Western Lights, but from the Downtown Reno Partnership to city staff that went out there and shoveled snow for 3 days straight. Very appreciative. Even with that, the event was a huge success, and the numbers were in the around 70,000 participants participating, as well as 51 art installations. So even with the challenge of back-to-back record-breaking snowstorms, that was a huge success. The district activation program was facilitated and launched and went live for applications during that process. This is an expansion from what was funded under ARPA, where we focused on activating West Street Plaza, Locomotion Plaza, and Believe Plaza. This continues under the RDA, bringing new and recurring events to districts, meaning the Riverwalk District, Midtown, Brewery District, and expanding that to facilitate more activations. Small Walls program was also approved and released for application. This is an opportunity for artists and building owners to facilitate murals by local artists on their buildings. That program went live. We've reviewed a few artists already, and I believe we've either awarded or will be awarding a few murals to go up. And last is related to the Restore program. This is from the 2024 Restore program under ARPA, and that is Yuzu Sushi opened on Virginia Street. This was one of the remaining projects to be completed. It is great because we've really tried to get more businesses opening along Virginia Street. This is one of those. In terms of capital improvements, the first one I'll mention is the RDA facilitated the demolition of the Community Assistance Center, and we were reimbursed by the developer of that project. They moved very quickly from closing the sale to demolishing the building, and they got right into construction. So there was a groundbreaking in January. A few of you were there, and they're already pouring foundations for the buildings, and that should come online October of or fall of 2027. Amtrak station ADA bathroom improvements. All the architecture and design was bid out. Since then, we have awarded, and that project should start soon, very soon. The East Truckee River Path is at 75% design. With the approval of the RDA budget, that will proceed to construction. We have a few more months to get to full design, and we hope that that project goes under construction in the fall. And then last, a few of you have participated in the creation of a capital improvement plan of all the projects, either sourced from members of this body, the RAB, partner agencies throughout the region, as well as all of our studies and master plans that we've done, including arts, parks, the downtown action plan, the river action plan, facilitating those into a comprehensive capital improvement plan that lists every project that could be done within redevelopment area 1 and 2, and the budget approved today is sort of the start of that process. In terms of property development, the redevelopment agency does own the parking structure on First and Sierra Streets. It's called the Parking Gallery, and it's been there about 25 years. It is in need of some maintenance. Just yesterday, one of the elevators went down, so we need to revisit this. But with the conversion of the former movie theater into the Reforma project, which will be 10 new uses, it'll be 5 retail spaces, 2 restaurants, an event space, a coffee shop, in addition to the church activities. It put a lot of demand on the parking gallery, as well as the former Ross Manor coming on as apartments. There were a lot of questions as how can this parking structure support new uses? So we went out and facilitated an operational assessment, as well as a rate study and a utilization study. That has since been completed. We'll be bringing that forward in front of the RAB here next month. And that'll inform everything that parking gallery needs, not only from maintenance management, but also new parking technologies and how we manage supply and demand for parking needs in that area. AB 241 was the state legislature passed the opportunity to move the operations of the Gospel Mission and Catholic Charities off of 4th Street to a new site at the NAMS campus. We initiated conversations with both Gospel Mission and Catholic Charities on that, and we'll be pursuing with discussions on potential relocations of their operations to that new site. And then I mentioned Reforma at the bottom. That is the layout of all the future uses at the former movie theater site. TIF applications. We currently have 5 TIF applications still alive. Most of these are on hold at the request of the developer of the project. The one that I'll mention is 521 Lake Street, did come in front of this body. It was tabled to discuss whether they could capture additional increment because there are so few years left in RDA 2. But that is for 105 units off of Lake Street. And the rest are on hold. If those proceed, we'll bring back before this body before any final decisions are made. And that is the quarterly report. It's been a busy quarter.
Yeah, Member Taylor.
Fantastic work. The best thing I can say is nothing, so we can get you out here, but I do have a question. When do we get rid of that awful logo? When do we start getting to use the rebrand stuff?
We are waiting for the website to go live. We didn't want to do a huge public announcement with having a brand new website. Over the next month, you should start to see some trickling here and there of the new logo with a grand launch in the new fiscal year around July.
July of this year. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's when the website is planned to go live.
Really impressive work from you, ACM Turney, your team, Dan, Jenica. You guys are doing a really good job. Appreciate it. I know it's not fast enough. Everybody wants us to move faster, but with the minimal staff, minimal resources, you're doing a great job. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the members? If not, is there any public comment on this item? No? Okay, I'll look for a motion.
Move to accept the report.
Second.
Thank you. We got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you so much, Mr. McCardle. With that, I don't think I see the RAB representative, Mr. Klein, so we'll table that item and move over to board comments. Are there any comments from any of the board members?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you. With that, we'll just ask for closing public comment. Are there any?
We do have closing public comment from Mr. Donald Abbott.
Okay, Councilmember Abbott. Welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, they did. Well, first off, I did not want to take all the excitement this morning. You guys had a busy meeting, and I figured I'd come in a little later. Obviously, I typed everything out, but you know, as politicians, we'll just wing this as we all do sometimes the best. I came here to just give you all a shout out. Not just you guys, but everyone that's also behind me and over there. For RCI, I was blessed to be selected as a candidate in RCI, Reno Constituent Institute. I have no idea how I made it. Was living over there in East, what do you guys call it? East Reno? Yeah, East Reno, West Sparks. Either way, it was a great time. About 12 weeks of it. I enjoyed every Thursday night. I'm blessed that I think this was my perfect attendance little plaque that I got. So I'm just saying, us over there in East Reno had perfect attendance compared to some of your residents over here in West Sparks. But here and there, and I always have a joke or two to throw at the region here, and it was really just feedback. It was really exciting. It was fun to see the comparisons between the two cities, it was fun to learn something new. It was fun to go into your courthouse, which I'm blessed I've never been inside of until RCI. Checking out some of the things I've been into, like Tumwharf, and going to one of your fire stations. So I just can't say enough thanks to the whole team. I know we had both Cynthia's, Noemi, Isabella, Jennifer, and Nicole, as well as all the department heads, everyone that came out after hours on the, on a Thursday night. It was just a great time. I would love, obviously looking over on Sparks, we don't have anything like this. I would love for that to some part, because y'all have 40 amazing human beings that are now great conduits into their community, into understanding a little bit, maybe more than I probably even do, of how local government works over here. And so just want to give you guys an applaud. I know we don't usually get too many of those at some of these meetings, so just thought I'd come over and hang out with y'all for a little bit, and that's all I had, so thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilman. And thank you for participating in RCI.
Of course.
I'm glad you found benefits to it, for sure. They do great work. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, now with that, we'll look for a motion to adjourn the redevelopment agency. We got a motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
And a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you. We'll adjourn that and move back to the Reno City Council meeting. I believe we are on item D6. Madam Clerk, does that sound right?
That does sound right. We're on item D6, David 6.
Master Plan
Master Plan
Conformance
Conformance Amendment.
Amendments. Whenever you're ready, Mrs.
All
Knox.
right.
Yeah.
Good evening, council members. For the record, Lauren Knox, Senior Planner with Development Services.
I apologize, Lauren. Vice Mayor, would you open the public hearing, please?
Yes, at this time, we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given, and was any correspondence received?
Proper notice was given and no correspondence was received on item D6. Additionally, we do not have any public comment on this item.
Okay, with that, I'll ask the council members if they require a presentation or
I'm
somebody
just
have
going
any
to make a
questions?
comment.
Yes.
My comment is that we initiated this over at Regional Planning Governing Board. I'm going to say 5 years ago, I think I was chair, maybe 6 years ago. I've lost track. But that is how long sometimes these things take. But I'm really glad to be here today. The part we initiated was about the natural resources plan and the this watershed protection plan, the Truckee Meadows Regional Trails Plan, all of those were initiated while you were over there, Lauren. And I mean, it's just a testament that it takes a long time to do these plans. But what I'm really glad about is that we actually have these sections of our plan now, which were not really, in existence. So thank you for the work, and if you could pass it on to Dr. Smith over at Regional Governing Board, thank him too. I mean, this is a long time coming.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, Councilmember Taylor.
Are you looking for a motion? Does anybody else
Doesn't look
require?
like there are other comments or questions, so yes.
Okay, I move to adopt the amendments to the master plan by resolution, subject to conformance review by the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Nice and easy for you, Mrs. Knox. Okay, with that, we'll close item D6 and open up item F1, Regional Road Impact Fee Ordinance Adoption. I believe it's going to be read by Mr. Hall.
Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6741, an ordinance to amend the 8th edition of the Regional Transportation Commission Regional Road Impact Fee, General Administrative Manual, and Capital Improvement Plan, including the associated land use assumptions and fee schedule.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to agenda item G1, Ward 2 NAB appointments.
Yeah.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, at this time, I'd like to appoint Danielle Dolan and Patrick Higgins to the Ward 2 NAB.
Great. We have a recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We'll move on to agenda item G2, Access Advisory Board Appointments. Councilmember Anderson.
Yes, thank you. I would like to reappoint Miss Dora Martinez and appoint Kelly Orr and Valerie Tilson, please.
Second.
Also, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Great. With that, we'll move on to item G3, Senior Resident Advisory Board Appointments. Councilmember Ebert.
Yeah, at this time, I'm still working on some of the interviews with some of the applicants, but I would like to reappoint Terry Snyder at this time and also John Beavers for his first appointment. There's some other interviews I've had, but I need to get some clarification just to verify some eligibility of some folks, and also I had to reschedule a couple interviews. So the rest of the applicants will need to come back on a future agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Close out item G3 and move on to G4, Reno City Planning Commissioner appointment. Councilmember Dewar.
Yes,
Oh,
Vice Mayor,
excuse
the
me.
recommendation for the seat is Sean McCoy.
Second.
Okay.
Or I'll make a motion to approve the manager's recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Great. With that, we'll move on to our city council comments. Are there any comments from any of the council members? Councilmember Dewar, Ebert, just making sure I see your lights on. Just want to make sure. Doesn't look like it. We'll close that out and see if there are any closing public commenters, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We don't have any public comment registered at this time, but for the record, we did receive 53 additional comments after 4 p.m. yesterday. Those have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are part of the record.
Great, thank you. With that, I'll look for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
We got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you all. Have a good rest of your day.